Information in war is weaponized. This is true for the United States, it is true for Israel, and it is true for Iran. But reading through the fog of war, the conflict with Iran does not appear to be going well for Israel or its U.S. ally. Iran's closing of the Strait of Hormuz and threats to mine the waterway is triggering the largest energy supply shock in decades. This energy crisis will only get worse. Iran has degraded the region's military infrastructure, taking out sophisticated U.S. radar stations in the Gulf and in Israel. This has left the U.S. and Israel increasingly unable to track incoming missiles and drones. Iran has carried out successful strikes on U.S. bases and ports, as well as energy infrastructure, desalination plants, and diplomatic compounds. The longer the war continues and Iran shows no signs that it is interested in negotiations, the more it erodes the security arrangements in the Gulf, ones built on the premise that America will protect the Gulf countries from Iran in the event of a conflict. The Trump administration has no clear goals for the war other than the unrealistic calls for unconditional surrender and bombastic threats. It has clearly made a terrible miscalculation about what the U.S. could achieve by killing the top leaders in Iran, including the supreme leader. This war, as it drags on, with no discernible exit strategy, has the potential to see the U.S. forced, as the global economy goes into crisis, to meet Iranian demands. This humiliating defeat would potentially mean the end of U.S. hegemony in the region. Joining me to discuss the war in Iran is Professor John Mearsheimer. He is the R. Wendell Harrison Distinguished Service Professor of Political Science at the University of Chicago. Professor Mearsheimer, who graduated from West Point and was a captain in the Air Force, is the author of numerous books, including Conventional Deterrence, Nuclear Deterrence, Ethics, Liddell Hart and the Weight of History, The Tragedy of Great Power Politics, The Israel Lobby and U.S. Foreign Policy, and Why Leaders Lie, The Truth About Lying in International Politics. Let's begin with this fact that the Pentagon for 3 decades has vigorously fought back against Israeli pressure to go to war with Iran, whether that was Obama, Bush, Biden, and for some reason, for all of the reasons, of course, that are now evident, the Pentagon didn't want this conflict. How was that reticence or resistance overcome?
Yeah, it's quite remarkable, Chris, that none of Trump's predecessors took the bait when the Israelis tried to trap us into going to war against Iran. And you want to remember in 2024, Joe Biden's last year as president, the Israelis twice, once in April and then second in October of that year, tried to trap Biden into going to war against Iran. And he refused to do it.
That's actually not true.
And Trump is the first president who fell into the trap. And of course, he did it
no,
last
because like, what'll
during
happen
the
if you come to
12-day
me and
war.
say,
You want to
"Can we
remember,
talk?"
in the
I can't
12-day
think of a
war,
single time I said
the
no.
Israelis
It was
by
it's
themselves started that conflict
worst case scenario.
on June 13th,
Worst
and it ended on
case
June
scenario would
25th.
be, let
But
me
on
finish
June
this first, and
22nd,
then
we
and-
bombed
yes, I
3
would.
nuclear targets
I know for a fact I would.
in Iran. But it was a
100%.
one-day bombing. We talked about one and done at the time, and you remember that
I don't.
when
No, that's
the
there's
evening
no
came
way.
on June 22nd, the bombing was finished, President Trump declared victory. So
Because
although
when
he
have
got involved for the first time,
like
it only looked like he was putting
oh
his
whoops
ankle in the water, that he wasn't becoming
whoops hold on.
deeply committed to fighting a war in Iran. But that all changed on February 28th. The United States and Israel together, what I like to refer to as the tag team, decided to attack Iran, and we are now in a war of attrition with the Iranians, in which case it's hard to see how this war ends. So Trump took the bait. And I think to put it in more specific terms, I think basically that Prime Minister Netanyahu, who has been working overtime for decades now, literally decades, to get the United States to attack Iran for Israel, finally succeeded with Trump. As I said, there was a tiny step taken forward in that regard last June, but now Trump has jumped full body into the water.
And yet you see, even with this sycophantic head of the Joint Chiefs, Kane, every time he's trotted out in front of the cameras, he doesn't look very happy. I think the military foresaw, the Pentagon foresaw what is coming and is quite perplexed about how to deal with it.
I think that General Kane has actually behaved quite well here. You want to remember that when Trump came into office January of last year, January 2025, he fired the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Brown, and he brought General Kane out of retirement. Kane was only a 3-star general. He wasn't even a 4-star general, but Trump liked him. And Trump made him a 4-star general, and he made him the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Now, given that he was in effect Trump's general, that he owed his position to Donald Trump, you would think that he would tell Donald Trump what he wanted to hear about going to war against Iran. But on the contrary, what Kane did before the war, this is before February 28th, was he made it very clear to President Trump that we did not have a viable military option. So when you say that General Kane, every time he's trotted out, looks very uncomfortable, I think that's true. And I think there's a simple explanation for why he looks so uncomfortable. He knew from the get-go that this one was not going to work out the way Trump and Netanyahu thought that it was going to work out. And he understands that he is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he was the chairman when we entered this foolish war on February 28th, despite the fact that he had warned against it.
Is it too simplistic to say that Trump and Netanyahu naively believed that by taking out the supreme leader and some of the hierarchy, there would be regime change and the war would be over?
I think that's clearly the case with Trump. I think that that was the argument that Netanyahu sold to Trump, and Trump liked the argument. I think given what happened in Venezuela, he thought that we had the ability to float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. And
Hey, what's up? Just getting started. I'll be right there.
The regime in Iran is weak, and all we have to do is decapitate it and really hit hard on that first day or two, that the regime would crumble and we would end up with a pro-American, pro-Israeli regime in its place. I think Netanyahu was very successful at telling Trump that story. And Trump is not exactly surrounded by wise advisors, save for General Kane, who would tell him otherwise. So he fell into the trap. Now, Netanyahu's a more complicated case. One could argue that Netanyahu understood that a decapitation strike wouldn't work, that this would not be a quick and decisive victory, and that instead what he was trying to do was trap Trump into a long war, in which case Iran would be destroyed. In other words, Netanyahu understood that the regime would not fall quickly, but once we committed to fighting the war, we would have no choice but to see it through. And that's the situation that we're in now. So that's a possible argument. It's hard to know for sure whether it's true, but it's also possible, just having watched Netanyahu over time, that he too bamboozled himself into believing that the Iranian regime was fragile and that we could easily affect regime change. You know, he's been saying that for a long time, as you well know, Chris. And sometimes when people repeat particular arguments, after a while, they even begin to believe their own arguments, although they initially did not. So it's possible that Bibi fooled himself, or it's possible that he was just tricking Trump into getting into this war.
Well, the Israeli goal is different from the American goal. Americans want regime change. The Israelis want to create a failed state. They want to fragment Iran the same way they fragmented and destroyed Iraq, the same way they turned Libya into a failed state. Those are very different goals.
I agree with that. But the Israelis don't advertise that fact. I think the Israeli view is if they got regime change and they got a
All right, still getting set up.
/ pro-Israel regime
And
in place, that then they
as a
wouldn't
matter of
have
fact,
to worry that much about.
I still have some homework to do, so I got to knock
But
that
I
out real
think
quick.
that they probably understand that that's not going to happen. That Iran's not going away, and given that Iran is not going away, let's wreck it. Let's do to Iran what we did to Syria. And we're done with Iran. We can
Yeah,
turn
that
to
shows off
Turkey
my
and
double
break
chin.
Turkey apart as well.
Well, let's talk about a country that does have a strategy, which is in the United States, and that's Iran. And what I found interesting is that rather
Yeah, these two dudes are
than
awesome.
confront the American military might, i.e. the ships, and they have decided quite astutely and quite methodically to destroy the economic machinery not only in the Gulf, but globally.
Yeah, the Iranians are pursuing a smart strategy. And to go back to General Kane, General Kane has made a number of comments about the Iranians that make
Just
clear
turning it like
that
yeah.
he respects their ability.
Bibi is a fool.
To
That's putting
strategize
it
in
nicely.
this war. He is not contemptuous of the Iranians.
Genocidal
Listen to
maniac.
Exit and
I
Trump
feel it's
talk.
more.
They talk about the Iranians
More
like they're a
accurate.
bunch of country bumpkins, and we're the strategic geniuses. And not only do we have an advantage in material power, we Americans have an advantage in how to think strategically. I think that's not the case. And I think if you listen carefully to General Kane, he's making that point. We are up against a formidable adversary. Given what you said, given what General Kane said, they have a lot of cards to play. The key here, Chris, is that Iran has a huge arsenal.
Absolutely. I just don't know you're chatting me here. Well, awesome.
ballistic
I
missiles
feel like
and
I feel like I've seen your name before. I
that
think you
it can
followed a while
use
ago. At least I thought you
against
did.
the Gulf states.
Might be wrong.
And
I feel like I've
the
seen your
Gulf
name.
states present a
No, usually it's
target-rich
just like-
environment.
Honestly, it's usually
easy
just me and like one
to
and two other
use
people.
those drones and those
Followage.
short-range ballistic missiles to do great damage to all of the countries in the Gulf, including
I'm in
Saudi
Hassan's
Arabia.
chat. Oh, nice.
The Iranians also have a lot of long-range missiles and also long-range drones that can hit Israel. Now, they've not done much of that up to now. It's very important to understand that in the 12-day war last June, the Iranians fought almost
I
exclusively
tried so I could see
against
when I followed you.
Israel.
Oh, nice.
They did not target American military bases in the region, and they did not target the Gulf states.
Maple
In this
takes because
war,
I'm Canadian.
They're targeting
Nice.
Israel, American military installations in the region, and
Right
the
now,
Gulf states.
Trying to go
And in
live
the
on
first
TikTok
part of the
also,
war, up
but
pretty much now, they've
phone
concentrated
camera's not showing up.
mainly on attacking American installations and attacking the Gulf
so annoying.
states. But they have announced that they are now beginning to switch the focus, and they're going to concentrate much more.
Maple Takes is the other
on
stream. I might have
attacking
seen you in.
Israel. And they have
I'm not familiar with
long-range
that one.
ballistic missiles, and they have drones, which they can use to hit Israel. And the problem that the Israelis face, and of course this is a problem that the Americans face, is that we only have a finite number of defensive missiles that can be used to shoot down those incoming ballistic missiles. And even when we use those defensive missiles, they oftentimes don't hit
Cool,
the
good chat with you anyways, regardless of how it goes.
Iranian
Awesome. Well, I'm
ballistic
glad to have
missile.
you.
So we have this situation in
I think the
Gulf,
most I've ever had
and
in this
in
chat was
Israel,
like 10
where
people, and that
the
was like
Iranians have the capability
one of my first couple
to
streams
pound
from
all of
the
those
fall.
countries for a long
Other than
period
that,
of
I think.
time.
Let's see who's
and
in.
there's nothing
Is there
we
any?
can do about it. And in fact, as time
me
goes
see if I
by,
can see
our
who's in
ability
here right
to
now.
shoot down those missiles, shoot down the drones, decreases.
Now,
It
usually
doesn't
there's
flatline.
usually there's
It
another
certainly doesn't increase. It decreases.
dude in here,
So the Iranians have a
Master Liberty.
serious
He's like
set of military
a constitutional
options against us.
autist.
And what this means,
uh,
Chris, is
but
that
I'm not seeing
as
him in
we
here right
walk
now.
up the
I try to.
escalation ladder,
I'm scheduled for 9,
and that's
but
what we're likely to do.
sometimes I
if
try to
we
hop
can't
on a little bit
find an
earlier, but I
off-ramp,
just
and
didn't
I
have
don't
time
think
to
we're gonna
today.
find an off-ramp. If we don't find an off-ramp, I think what we'll do is march up the escalation ladder. And of course, Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump will say
That's
we have
awesome.
escalation
A stream
dominance
to
as you
one
go
person
up that
sometimes.
escalation ladder. But I don't think that's true. I
Yeah,
think
I
the
know.
Iranians
I know the
have
feeling.
powerful cards to play. And
Once
therefore,
sooner I
we're
get this,
in a
I have like
really terrible situation.
a 1-page assignment
What
that I
does
have to
that
write for one of my
escalation ladder
classes
look like?
before I
What will
can
that
start
mean? They're
gaming.
already carrying out virtually saturation bombing of Tehran.
Not yet. They're pounding. They're pounding Iran. There's no question.
So I'm just
about
trying
that.
to-
They're pounding
Ugh.
Tehran. But
Please work, please work. Yay, it
they
worked this
have
time.
not killed
Go live on TikTok.
more than 1,500 people. I mean,
One of
it's
these days, I
terribly
will figure
regrettable
out
that they've even
how to
killed
use the
one
virtual
person, much less
camera
1,500 or whatever the number is.
on OBS,
But
so
they
that
have
the
not
TikTok
gone
live
that
studio will
far.
use
The
that
Israelis
instead.
and the
Otherwise,
Americans have
I have to
not
use my
gone that
stupid
far
phone
up the
camera.
escalation ladder. And in a very important way, there's evidence that the Americans are discouraging
Makes my
the
double chin
Israelis
very
for
prominent.
going too far and too fast up the escalation ladder, because we understand that the Iranians have a second strike capability. The Israelis don't care that much, because the Israelis want to see us get deeply involved in this war and destroy Iran.
I'll give you
like
follow on
us to
TikTok.
level
Awesome.
Every city in Iran,
Thanks.
break the country
I believe.
apart.
I think I'm live
But
now.
Trump
Yep.
does not,
Woohoo.
at this point, want to go down that road.
We'll put
But
that
I
window
think what
over
happens
here.
Chris, as we march up the escalation ladder,
Oh no, it won't
is
fit.
that we target
Oh well, whatever.
civilian areas. We end up killing larger and larger numbers of people. And furthermore, we begin to flirt with the idea of
What's your name on
tearing
TikTok?
apart,
Because it's not in your bio. Oh, I thought it was.
Iran's,
It should be the same. Average Joe
petroleum
PG.
infrastructure and
Let me
maybe
double check.
their
Yep, average Joe PG.
desalination plants as well. We begin to
Same,
really
same.
try to throttle.
Why is
the
it not in
regime,
my? Now, see, now
to
I have to double
strangle
check my
it.
Twitch.
And again, this involves not just simply killing people, which I think if you get desperate enough, you'll do. The Israelis, of course, would have no problem doing that. And ultimately, I think if we got desperate enough, we would not either. But again, the problem is we do those things, the Iranians will retaliate. If we go after energy infrastructure in Iran, the Iranians
Leo
will go
Bardo
after more
joined.
and
Is that
more
you?
energy infrastructure in the Gulf, in Gulf states. If we go after desalination plants, they'll go after desalination plants in places like Saudi Arabia and Israel itself. I think the Israelis have 4 or 5 big desalination plants that they depend heavily on. And I think the Iranians will be incentivized.
Nope, give me a
to
second,
take
mobile.
them
I'm
out
doing back and
if
forth. Oh,
we,
okay, well,
or the Israelis,
on TikTok,
or
Leo
both
Bardo,
of us go
welcome,
after their
if you're still there.
desalination plants.
I don't think I've had
So you
anyone
can
on
see
TikTok
that
stick
as
around
we
for more
go
than
up
like
the
a couple
escalation
seconds.
ladder, the Iranians will go up with us. And I don't see how you can make the case that we have escalation dominance in any meaningful way, especially when you take into account the fact that the historical record is quite clear here that countries can suffer enormous amounts of punishment in these sorts of air campaigns, and the population does not rise up against the government and overthrow it.
Okay, Google
And in
Chrome,
fact,
why
what
did you do
happens
that?
in most of those cases, if not all those cases, is that the population rallies around the flag. So if we think, or the Israelis think, that killing Iranian civilians is going to put pressure on the
Oh, I
government
see it. There you are,
to quit
J9.
the war,
Nice.
I think that is
Howdy, howdy.
erroneous thinking.
Well, we tried that in Vietnam.
We tried it in Korea. If you ever look at what we did to North Korea during the Korean War, it's horrific. It's much worse than what we did in Vietnam. And then you go back to World War I, World War II. Excuse me, not World War I, World War
Thanks for
II
saying my
in
nickname
Europe, and
right.
World War II
J9.
in East Asia against Japan. I mean, the number of people that we killed is just hard to believe. But it's very hard, if not impossible, to get, those air campaigns to cause a government to quit.
Well, is there an example of an air campaign that does break a government? I don't think so. Historically, is there?
No, I think the only case you
Okay,
could
let me
make
check
is
my
the dropping
bio.
2 nuclear
Oh my gosh, I
weapons
might have to.
on
If I
Hiroshima
can't figure
and
this out
Nagasaki on August 6th
soon, I might have
and
to
August
wait
9th
until
that
later
got the
because I gotta get
Japanese to
this
finally quit.
assignment knocked out.
The Japanese were at the edge of the cliff by August of 1945, and the question
There
was
might be a
the
small
question is
echo, but
what
it's
pushed
slight.
them
Like,
off the cliff. And some
oh,
people would argue it was the 2 nuclear weapons on those 2 days.
is there still an
I
echo?
actually
I'm
think
not hearing
that's
it.
not true. I think it
But if
was
you're
when the
hearing it, then it's
Russians
obviously
came
still
in on
there.
August 8th. Remember, the war in Europe is
Okay,
won on May
I'll shut
8th,
up.
1945. And at Yalta, the Russians or the Soviets had said that they would come in 3 months after the war in Europe ended. In other words, they would come into the war against Japan 3 months after the war in Europe ended. And the war in Europe ends on May 8th, 1945. And 3 months later, on August 8th, 1945, the Soviets invade
Whoops,
against
wrong
the
screen.
Japanese Kwantung Army in
Don't want that screen
Manchuria
up.
and quickly overrun it. Uh, I believe that it's the Soviet decision to attack Japan on August 8th, which is in between the two bombs on August 6th and August 9th, that is the critical factor that gets the Japanese to throw up their hands. But that's the only case you can make where one could say that air power helped a bit to end the war. But just quickly, Chris, on that case, because it's important to understand it, we start firebombing Japan on the evening of March 10th, 11th, 1945. And the first night that we firebomb Tokyo, this is March 10th, we kill more Japanese than are killed at either Hiroshima or Nagasaki. Just think about that. That's the first night we firebomb Tokyo. And then we're working our way down the list of large Japanese cities and firebombing them, murdering huge numbers of people. Just truly remarkable. And the Japanese don't quit. They don't quit until August. And that, of course, is when the 2 nuclear
Just learning
weapons are
TikTok.
dropped
LOL, I'm
and the
too old.
Soviets come
Ha!
into the war.
I got you beat.
And that's sort of the
Guaranteed.
coup de grace. But firebombing just didn't work. And it supports the basic point that I'm making, that you can murder, and this is really murder because you're purposely targeting civilians. You can murder huge numbers of civilians, and it doesn't work. The historical record is remarkably clear on this. And here we are in Iran. We're not going to send ground forces in, right? We're going to rely on air power. We're going to bomb, and we're going to bomb Iran and win the war. We're going to create regime change without sending ground forces in. Just going to do it through the air. The historical record makes it unequivocally clear that this is almost impossible to do. Absent a miracle, and I don't believe in miracles, it's hard to get regime change, or impossible to get regime change using air power alone. You got to send boots.
It is
You gotta put boots
historically
on the ground.
impossible.
This is what we did in Iraq. We had to invade Iraq to get regime change. And if you want regime change in Iran, you're going to
Braden
have to invade
joined.
that country.
Braden left.
And that's not going to happen. Country's much too big. There are too many people. And furthermore, we've been there before. It doesn't work very well. And even Donald Trump is smart enough to know that sending an army into Iran would be a real prescription for disaster.
Let's talk about the economic impact of shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, and just on the issue of desalination plants. Having worked in Saudi Arabia, you take these out, you have a huge humanitarian crisis. I mean, cities like Riyadh are almost completely dependent on desalination.
Absolutely. And the administration, the Trump administration, has told the Israelis to stay away from desalination plants. And we do not want to get into a war where both sides are attempting to destroy the desalination plants on each side. This would not be good because, as you say, it would be catastrophic disaster for the people in all of those countries in the Gulf region And I believe it would have devastating effects inside Israel as well if the Iranians were able to take out those 4 or 5 desalination plants that the Israelis have. So I think that, for the time being anyway, we'll stay away from
I'm pissed
that.
now because Canadian soldiers were harmed. I
The
don't know the whole story yet, and our
economic
government tried to cover it up. It was in
consequences, have not been
Kuwait.
fully felt yet.
Oh man,
Uh,
I know there's
and
2 bases
we'll
in
see what
Kuwait.
happens
I don't know
over the
which one
next
they're
little
hitting though.
time. Very
But
interestingly,
when
the
I was in the
Iranians are still shipping oil
when I was in the army,
out of the Gulf.
I had spent
Needless to say,
the
Iranian tankers,
the base in
or
not the
tankers
air
carrying
base.
Iranian
Um,
oil are
it was
not
in the
gonna be
southern part of
sunk
Kuwait,
by
I
the
think.
Iranians, and they can make their
Oh
way
my gosh,
through
why
the
can't I remember
Straits
the
of
name now?
Hormuz. So the Iranians are still
Camp Arif
selling
John.
oil.
Which I think
I'd
80%
spent
of their
like
seaborne
2
oil goes
total
to
years
China. Is
there.
that correct?
I think that's
I don't know
right.
which one's getting
Yeah.
hit though. There's the air base that's on the
But
northern
I
side.
think that if you look at China's
I've flown out
present
of the air base
situation
if that's
in
the one
terms
that's
of,
being
how
attacked.
much
But
oil
I don't,
it
like I
has
said,
in
I don't know
reserve,
if they're attacking
where
just the
it
air
gets
base or if they're attacking
additional
both. I have
oil
no idea.
from.
I don't think.
China is not going to be hurt that much.
I
at
think it's
least
just the
initially,
air
if
base.
the oil is cut off. It's Japan and South Korea that are going to be clobbered. Japan and South Korea are more dependent
Yeah, I was
on
there
oil
from
coming out of the Gulf
uh,
than the Chinese are.
2015,
It's quite interesting here, Chris, but
I
if you
think like
think about it,
April or May
the
of
Europeans are
2015
really
to
gonna be hurt
2016,
badly if
and
the
I was
oil
there
is cut
from
off, for a
May
sustained period of time.
2019 to
And you wanna
June
remember,
of 2020.
The Europeans are already in trouble because they're not getting oil and gas.
Thank you for your service. It was one of the news days ago.
in
Yeah,
the
I
way
remember
they
seeing
used
it.
to from Russia. And
I remember seeing
now
them
they're
hitting the air
depending
base,
more
but
on
I
the
didn't see them
United
say
States
anything
and
about
the Middle
the other
East.
base.
So if you cut off the flow of oil and gas from the Middle East to Europe, on top of the fact that all that oil and gas coming out of Russia has been curtailed, you can see with the European economies, which are already struggling, are going to be even in more trouble. So Europe is going to be hurt. It looks like Japan.
You consider going back to
and,
service? No,
South
absolutely
Korea are
freaking
gonna
not.
be hurt. And then there are countries,
And even if I was
that
in
are
for
less
10
developed,
years
like
and I got.
Nigeria,
Oh, hey, what's
that
up?
are going to pay a real price
Oh,
as a
hi.
result of what's
Yeah, I was in for
happening here.
10 years and I got
so the
medically
economic
retired.
consequences, which are just
But no,
beginning
I would.
to be
There's no doubt
felt,
I'd be a conscientious
could
objector
be
if I was still in there right
significantly
now.
worse. And the consequences of this for the world economy could be catastrophic. And of course, the Trump administration fully understands that. They understand that, to some extent, it's hard to predict exactly how this plays out. But they surely understand that you can tell plausible stories as to how this ends up being one giant nightmare. Again, it's not to say that will happen, but you can tell plausible stories about how this becomes a nightmare. We go far enough up the escalation ladder, and the Iranians really go after
Sorry, let you finish
the
your
Gulf
assignment. Awesome.
states and really go to great lengths to destroy their oil infrastructure and gas infrastructure. The consequences could be disastrous for everyone on the planet. And the Trump administration understands that. They don't want to take any chances here. This is why you see evidence that the Trump administration is looking for an off-ramp.
Well, the Iranians aren't going to give it to them, are they?
They'd be crazy to give it to them unless they get a good deal. You hardly see any talk about this in the mainstream media, but all of the talk revolving around the question of an off-ramp and ending this war.
Oh, Liberty, what's
has
up, man?
to do with how
Thanks for coming back.
think we fared.
Can we
in the
destroy
end,
more countries?
and how we think the Israelis.
I don't know.
fared
It's
in
not
the end.
something
In other
the
words,
U.S. has
the
considered
Israelis are
stopping
fearful that if we cut a
since like
deal now without regime
World War
change and
II,
without
so probably
destroying
not.
Iran,
We
this
have
would
our
be a
hands full enough
victory
destroying
for
our own.
Iran, and
Yeah,
and the Americans might be
unfortunately.
happy, but we're not happy. And President Trump and his people are thinking that given that we have the midterm elections coming up, the war is not going well, we have to end it. And even if we don't have a decisive victory, so be it. It's just important that we get this war put to bed and declare victory and then start worrying about the election in November. That's the way the discourse is evolving in the West. But nobody seems to understand that to get the Iranians to quit, you have to offer them a deal that they find acceptable. because they're in the driver's seat now. The war is
It's
playing
probably
to
on
their
Trump's list now that he's got a
advantage.
taste of
They've
it.
figured out that they
Yeah.
have leverage over
And he's
the
so
United
freaking
States
gullible, too.
and over Israel. The fact that they have all these ballistic
Oh, well,
missiles
it's not
and
like
all these
there's an
drones,
off-ramp.
and
There
they're
could be, if they
operating
made
in a
one, like, they're
target-rich
expert liars.
environment.
They could say
understand
whatever they wanted,
don't
and
wanna
their base
quit
would
here,
believe them.
right? They want to
They could say,
use
"Oh,
this
we won, we're
capability
done."
to give them leverage. Now you say to yourself,
But they won't,
leverage for
because
what?
they're
Leverage to get a
they
deal
can't fathom the
at
idea
the end of this conflict
of
to get
looking
some
weak.
sort of arrangement put in place that leaves
And
them much
the
better off
the
than they were
IRGC's
before
like,
February 28th.
we're waiting
So
for
what
you. Come on.
exactly does that mean? First
See
of
you in
all,
person.
They're going to want sanctions relief. They're going to want major sanctions relief. They're probably going to want reparations. And they're probably going to want some sort of arrangement that guarantees that the Israelis and the Americans can't pay them a return visit in 6 months or a year. Remember, last June, there was a war against Iran. And here
I
we
mean,
are
not really,
in
because
March
there's only two
with
people.
another
So
war against Iran.
there's one on
This
TikTok,
is
one
in
on
less than 1 year. Iran
one
has
on
been
Twitch.
attacked 2 times
It's not really.
by the tag team. They don't want a third war.
I mean, I can't
And
focus
the
on
question
both
is,
at the
how
same
can
time,
they
so I have to
prevent a
pause one when I
third
do the
war?
other. But
How can they get these sanctions
luckily, this
finally taken
is
off
only like
of Iran?
I have like one paragraph
These
to
are
write for
issues
this
that they
one.
care
This is
greatly
the
about.
week 8
And when they negotiate
learning journal, and then I have
an
one page I have to
armistice
type
or
for
a peace agreement,
the
some
module
sort of
2
deal
learning
to
journal.
put an
So
end to this
once
war,
I open up my
they're gonna
notes,
have demands.
it's pretty
And
easy
we're
to
gonna have
get
to
into
meet
like
those
a
demands. And if we don't
like
meet
remembering,
those demands,
you know, what was
they have an
what we
incentive
went
to
over during class.
continue upping the ante until we do agree to certain of those demands. And this is why I say it's hard to see where the United States has a clear off-ramp today, because it's not just getting the Israelis on board with quitting this war. You have to work out a deal with the Iranians. And given the balance of what looks like the balance of power now between Iran on one side and the United States and the Israelis on the other side, in terms of the conduct of the war, they have no incentive to quit. They should continue to fight.
Let's talk about the consequences. Let's say this does become protracted, weeks, months. You use the word catastrophic. Paint a picture of what the global economy could look like.
Well, you could have a worldwide depression. You could have something less than that, like a worldwide recession that would have huge consequences for people all over the planet, especially in developing countries. Less so in developed countries, but even in developed countries, it's quite clear that the importance of oil for running the international economy simply can't be underestimated. You know, it's very interesting, but for people who study grand strategy like I do, and you talk about what areas of the world matter to the United States, where are our vital interests at stake? Almost everybody says that outside of the Western Hemisphere, East Asia and Europe matter enormously, and they have both mattered enormously over time, because that's where the other great powers are. But then the question is, why does the Persian Gulf, not the Middle East, but the Persian Gulf, why is the Persian Gulf considered to be the third most important, or the third important strategic area? You can understand East Asia and you can understand Europe because that's where the great powers are. But why the Persian Gulf? And the answer, of course, is not because there's any great power in the Persian Gulf. There is not. It's because that's where the oil is. And we have long understood the centrality of oil, this natural resource, for fueling the international economy. And if something went catastrophically wrong with the flow of oil coming out of the Middle East, this would have disastrous consequences for the international economy. We've long understood this. And this is why we consider the Persian Gulf to be a vital strategic interest. All of that tells you that if this war plays out in ways that you have a serious cutoff of the flow of oil out of the Gulf, or it's almost completely cut off, this will have disastrous consequences for the international economy. And it won't be just a case of not being able to get gas for your car at a reasonable price. That'll be the least of our problems. The fact is that if you cut off the flow of oil from the Gulf, the effects of that will ripple throughout the economy. It will have a tremendous effect on the industrial base as a whole. It will have a tremendous effect on the cost of electricity. Inflation will go through the roof. Production will be curtailed in serious ways. As I said, you could be in a global recession or a global depression, and people talk about that possibility all the time. And I want to be clear here. I'm not arguing, Chris, that this is going to happen. And in fact, I think that once it becomes clear that we're heading in that direction in a serious way, to put it in slightly different terms, once it becomes clear that we're heading for the edge of the cliff, I think the Trump administration will pull back. I think that President Trump and his lieutenants, who are not the world's greatest strategists, will understand clearly that we have to be very, very careful here because of what the consequences would be.
Let's talk about Russia and China. There have been reports, not surprising, that Russia is providing intelligence, maybe China too, to the Iranians, help with drone technology. This is, of course, what we have done against Russia in the war in Ukraine. Maybe you can just speculate a little bit on their role and the consequences for Russia and China.
Well, the first thing we should just talk about is the incentives that the Chinese and the Russians have to help Iran. And the fact is they have huge incentives, both of them, to help Iran and to do everything they can to make sure that the United States suffers a humiliating defeat in Iran. The United States is a mortal enemy of both Russia and China. And I believe that Putin and Xi Jinping fully understand this. I believe they don't say that publicly for diplomatic reasons. They're smart enough not to advertise just how dangerous they think the United States is, but they surely understand that they're dealing with a country that's basically a rogue elephant that can't be trusted and is incredibly powerful. So seeing the United States pinned down and in serious trouble in Iran is to both Russia and China's interests. Now, in terms of what the Russians and the Chinese are actually doing, there are limits to what they can do in terms of direct intervention. The last thing the Russians want to do, given that they're fighting this major war in Ukraine, is get bogged down in another war in Iran. So they're not going to get directly involved. And the Chinese don't have the power projection capability to do anything significantly to help Iran. They can't get involved directly either. But both the Russians and the Chinese are still helping Iran, and they're providing intelligence. By almost all accounts, the Russians are providing significant intelligence information to the Iranians that they're using for their advantage. It's quite clear that they've helped them with technology. There were all sorts of reports before the war started that the Chinese had sent in air defense missiles to Iran, and they had sent in a radar, a long-range radar that could track stealth aircraft. And that, coupled with the fact that the United States, that Russia is providing China with detailed intelligence information, has really helped the Iranians wage this war against Israel and the Gulf states and the United States military assets in the region. So they're helping for sure. And I think, very importantly, that as time goes by, Russian and Chinese assistance to Iran will grow. I think the problem that Israel faces in terms of destroying Iran as a functioning nation state will only increase with time, because I think the Chinese and the Russians will go to greater lengths in the future to help Iran than they have in the past. And as China in particular develops more power projection capability, and you want to remember China's building a blue water navy, and China's Belt and Road Initiative extends into the Middle East, I think you'll see the Chinese getting more and more involved in the politics of the Middle East and more involved in Iran. And they'll help Iran more than ever. And this will make it increasingly difficult for the United States and Israel to attack Iran, which in my humble opinion is certainly all for the good.
What is this going to do to the projection of U.S. power within the Middle East? These bases, as I pointed out in the introduction, were purportedly set up to protect countries like Qatar and Dubai. The opposite has happened. In fact, there are reports that most of the interceptors that the U.S. has are being shipped to Israel. How is that going to play out?
Well, I think you can tell two very different stories, Chris. First, you can tell the story that you were effectively telling, which is that we have turned these countries into giant magnets for Iranian ballistic missiles and drones because they're joined at the hip with us and because we have all these military installations sprinkled inside of these Gulf states. When a war breaks out with Iran, the Iranians have a powerful incentive to target these Gulf states. Again, they become magnets for Iranian ballistic missiles and drones. And given that story, you would think when the war ends that what the Gulf states will do is put a lot of distance between themselves and the United States and tell the Iranians if there's another conflict that they're staying out, they're not helping the United States, and they will not let the Americans use the bases on their territory, and maybe even they'll throw those bases out. That's one story you can tell. A different story, which points in exactly the opposite direction, is that when the war is over with, the Gulf states will move even closer to the United States and work closer with the United States to form a defensive shield against Iran, because this war will prove to the Gulf states just how dangerous Iran is. In this second story, Iran, not the United States, is the principal threat. In the first story, it's the United States, not Iran, that is the principal threat. I find it hard to say where the Gulf states will come down on this one when the war ends. But I do think there was evidence even before the war started that the Gulf states were moving away from the United States. I think if you look at the Saudis, they had serious doubts. This is before February 28th, as to whether the United States was a reliable ally. As I'm sure you remember, the Saudis formed a strategic partnership with Pakistan. And Pakistan literally said it would put its nuclear umbrella over Saudi Arabia. And now the Turks are trying to help, or trying to join that Saudi-Pakistani alliance, make it triangular, because the Turks are worried about the Americans as well. The Turks and the Saudis see that the Americans and the Israelis are a tag team, and that the Israelis at least, but even the Americans, are willing to use military force very liberally in the region. And who's to say they won't use it against a Gulf state? You remember that the Israelis actually attacked Qatar in the past year. That had a shocking effect on countries in the Gulf. The Israelis, right, who are joined at the hip with the Americans, attacked Qatar. What does that tell you? Are we safe? Are the Americans going to protect us? They didn't protect Qatar from an Israeli attack. So I think even before February 28th, these countries were getting skittish, and certainly after February 28th. Because you want to remember here, as we were talking about earlier in the show, if the Iranians really unleash the dogs and really go after the Gulf states, they go after the desalination plants, and they go after the oil infrastructure, and they try to destroy those sites completely, you're basically talking about destroying those countries. It's not clear that they can survive after that. uh, the damage would be literally catastrophic. Uh, and what I'm saying is this is a real possibility. So you see what your close alliance with the United States has done for you. So you would think that this would, at least to some degree, push them away from reliance on the United States. Uh, because it seems to me that it is the United States, not Iran, that's the principal threat. But as I said, you could make the opposite argument.
Well, there must be a deep feeling of betrayal. They weren't consulted. They weren't part of the decision process, and they're paying a horrific price.
Absolutely. But as we know, the Trump administration doesn't really care what its allies think. The Trump administration does what it wants. President Trump is, not into he's not into taking the allies' interests into account. He's a unilateralist par excellence. He does whatever he wants. And I think, as I've said on numerous occasions, he treats allies worse than he treats adversaries.
So, John, let me just close by asking you about the effects on Israel. There's heavy military censorship. You're not allowed to film the aftermath of strikes. The interceptors apparently cannot do much against Iranian hypersonic missiles, which they have held in reserve. What do you see happening in Israel?
Well, as I said before, it's important to understand that in the initial week or so of this conflict, the Iranians have concentrated more on attacking the Gulf states and the American military assets in the Gulf states than they have focused on Israel. And they now have indicated that they're going to turn their attention to mainly attacking Israel. And it's very hard to determine what's been done so far to Israel, what sorts of damage the Iranians have done to Israel, because of the censorship, as you described it. It's really quite remarkable how tight and effective the censorship has been. But I would imagine that quite a bit of damage has already been done, even though the Iranians have not been focusing on Israel per se. But with the passage of time, I believe more and more damage will be done. I believe the Iranians have the assets to attack Israel and to do great damage. And as you and I both know, Israel is a postage stamp size state. It's a small state, and the Iranians, with all those ballistic missiles and drones, can do a substantial amount of damage, especially if this war becomes a protracted conflict. So I think that Israel is going to suffer. And I think the fact that Israel is constantly at war against its neighbors, and you want to remember the Israelis are now engaged with Hezbollah. They're not only fighting against Iran, they're fighting against Hezbollah in a serious way as we speak. And of course, the genocide is ongoing in Gaza. So you have this multi-front war. There's no sign that it's ever going to end. As you and I both said, they're not going to destroy Iran. Iran is not going to disappear from the map. You're not, in all likelihood, going to get regime change. The person who's now in charge in Iran is more likely to pursue nuclear weapons than not. He's more inclined to pursue nuclear weapons, certainly, than his father was, who was the principal bloc against Iran getting nuclear weapons. So you can easily imagine a situation where Iran has nuclear weapons or is beginning to push down that road. And the question you have to ask yourself is, what effect is that going to have on Israeli society? If you're an Israeli citizen and you're constantly fighting these wars and you're running to bomb shelters when either Hezbollah or Iran is lobbing missiles and shooting drones at you, what does this say about your future life there? And then when you begin to hypothesize a situation where maybe Iran has a nuclear weapon and you know Iran is a mortal enemy, and you've been telling yourself these stories for decades that Iran's principal goal is to eradicate you from the earth, and as soon as they get a nuclear weapon, they're going to attack you. I mean, isn't that going to incentivize you to leave the country? So I think Israel's future is very bleak here, and we haven't even begun to scratch the surface when you talk about the state of affairs in Israel, because there are just all sorts of other cleavages in this society that don't bode well for the future. So I think Israel is a country that's in real trouble. And I think the idea that they can get themselves out of trouble by fighting more and more wars is a fallacious argument. I think war has a corrupting effect on societies. I think the founding fathers fully understood that when they created this country, and they wanted to create a situation where we went to war as infrequently as possible, and that was wise thinking. I say this as a realist, IR theory person, right? I understand that war is an instrument of statecraft and that states sometimes go to war for good strategic reasons. But at the same time, I think you should go to enormous lengths to avoid going to war unless you absolutely have to. But Israel has the opposite view. It lives by the sword. And I think if you live by the sword, you turn yourself into a modern version of Sparta. The end result is not going to be happy.
Oh, we've done the same thing. I mean, we've eviscerated our diplomatic corps, militarized our embassies. And this predates Trump.
Absolutely. I mean, I believe that if you are addicted to war and you become a crusader state, which is what we have become, you're going to undermine liberalism at home. And I think we're doing exactly that. I think it's a tragedy what's happening to liberal values in the United States, the extent to which people like President Trump trample on the Constitution, trample on the rule of law, ignore Congress. I mean, I think, it's terrible what's happening here. And I think it's due in good part to all these wars that we fight, as well as our attachment to Israel. You want to remember that we are joined at the hip with this new Sparta. And when you're joined at the hip with Sparta, Sparta's values are going to percolate into your body politic. So one does not want to underestimate the negative impact that Israel and the Israel lobby has on liberal values inside of the United States.
Great. Thanks, John. And I want to thank Diego, Sophia, Max, Victor, and Thomas, who produced the show. You can find me at chrishedges.substack.com.
Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome to a very special edition of Bulwark Takes. I'm Tim Miller. I'm kind of excited, I guess, to be here with JVL. It makes me a little more excited to know he's a little nervous. And we're bringing in another special guest. I'm improving as a host. I've been practicing, been working my chops, but I'd still like to aim higher. I'm still trying to get better and better. I'm trying to learn from the best. And so, we're hoping to do this today, maybe a little bit more. It is our good friend of the board, Katie Couric. I'm going to pass the host chair over to her. Thank God.
This is so exciting. We'll watch and learn, Tim and JVL.
I'm taking notes. I've got my notes app out right now.
Well, listen, I had so much fun with you on election night. And when I had an opportunity to just do this weekly catch up with the two of you today, I jumped at the chance because huge Bulwark fan. I watch you guys. I read you guys. I pay attention to what you say and the things you're talking about. So I'm really grateful to be able to be a part of this conversation. And you're right, since I have a little more experience, Tim, emceeing things than you do, I thought that I would be sort of the maestro of this little get together.
JVL's blushing. I don't know if you noticed.
I feel like Sarah meeting Pete Buttigieg. There's a guy.
Well, I'm very excited because JVL's kids apparently knew who I was. And I said, Is that from Shark Tank? How do they know me? And he said, no, it's from auto tuning the news.
Yeah, from the Gregory Brothers, the great Gregory Brothers band.
And I have to apologize because I have a bloody nose.
Oh no! There's a lot
Well,
of
you
TV.
guys, I've had this terrible cold for about the last 10 days, and I've been blowing my nose nonstop. So
So
perfect
it's not
timing.
it's not
It's
toilet
starting
seat.
to bleed.
Is it toilet seat Coke?
I have,
You can be
I have my
honest.
toilet paper. This is
You-
a very classy operation
So
here.
can
high
be
class.
honest.
I love that.
You and
So-
RFK were doing some blow off the toilet seats, and that's the
So,
real reason.
I may have to go like this for some of my hosting duties.
That's okay.
I should
You
actually
just
be
shove it up
putting
there
my.
and just leave it dangling.
Yeah, I
That'd be
think
good luck.
no, I'm not going to do that.
No,
That's going to
okay.
make Us Weekly or something, JBL. So
Now,
I'm not
nobody
going
on
to do that.
nobody on
I'm
the
just-
internet would ever screenshot that.
Well,
Don't
that
worry.
is something I've never had to worry about. That if I did something embarrassing, it would make Us Weekly. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
life goals, Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, well, listen, hopefully we'll keep it under control. And maybe I don't know what I'm going to do, but let's talk first on a serious note about this terrorist attack at the synagogue in the Detroit suburb of Bloomfield Township, West Bloomfield Township, right? The guy rammed his car into a synagogue. He was apprehended. He was killed, actually, by the authorities. How worried are you all about an increase in terrorist attacks here at home, given what's happening in Iran?
Go for it, JBL.
I mean, not super worried, but reasonably worried, especially for my Jewish friends, because, I live in the New York City area, and, like a lot of the larger synagogues, there's always a police car parked out front because they need to have security and protection. And, I am not super concerned about Iranian drones crossing the Pacific and hitting California.
Right. Well, they were
but
reportedly going to do that. I read that
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yeah, but I am reasonably concerned just about like upticks in anti-Semitic attacks. Not even organized, just because there are things happening in the world, and the world is full of crazy, terrible people. So
I guess I would just add to that obviously the risks of this are higher. I mean, it's added to a lot of the different potential unintended consequences for starting this conflict. I know it could be Iranian, could be a crazy person looking for an excuse. I mean, we saw it in Austin. We don't know a lot about that guy at this point, I guess, but he had a shirt that had the Iranian flag and had other kind of radical language in a sweatshirt. And
you had the Gracie Mansion attack.
Yeah, you had that, and then you've seen this across the region now. In the Middle East, like a lot of people in Iraq are upset. You've seen like anti-American protests there. You've seen stuff at the embassies in various countries. Italy, I think it was today or yesterday. So, when you there is always going to be a counter reaction when you do something like this, and it doesn't really seem to me that there was a lot of thought put into the potential risks that could come following this attack, and it doesn't seem like we really have the top guys in charge. I mean, look, there was this New York Times article on all the people that left the FBI,
Right.
who are experts in various things. We fired the Iranian counterintelligence experts. So, I was not an intelligence person. I don't have a ton of visibility into how many, plots are foiled by the experts inside, our federal agencies, but it's not zero. And they've hollowed this stuff out, and we've got Cash running the show now. I think it's legit. And the rise in anti-Semitic targeting, I think, is also very real.
well, and there's just overall, I would say you do not have an overabundance of confidence in the competence of the people running things. So so Katie, they might attack California with drones story from yesterday. So Carolyn Leavitt puts out a statement today in which she is demanding that ABC retract that, because she says, to be clear, no such threat from Iran to our homeland exists, and it never did. Okay, but that does run counter to things that the president has said as justification for the war. You look at this and you think, is anybody who's in charge here?
Well, the whole thing has a
least bit
who's
of
on
competence
first feeling,
job?
doesn't it?
Yeah.
From the
yeah.
very beginning, whether you were listening to various rationales for the attack, whether, timetable of the attack, I think the administration isn't exactly working in lockstep. And I think they're not the most disciplined messengers. So it doesn't surprise me that Caroline Levitt said that. And I know that Gavin Newsom just a few minutes ago assured Californians that they weren't in danger of a drone attack. On the other hand, a doomsday plane apparently was flying around over Fresno. So I think everyone is feeling a bit more anxious than they were prior to this attack
Yeah.
and prior to Operation Epic Fury.
I mean, in the Bush years, we had the colors, and so I do think that the color threat would have gone
Oh,
up,
right.
if we were still doing that.
Gosh, I forgot that. I wonder if they are. Well, let's talk about what's happening in Iran because I'm really curious to get your take on so much of what's transpiring. And there's so much to talk about. Now, we finally heard from Junior. I guess he's probably not called Junior in Tehran, but the new leader is a man named I can't say his name, Mojtaba Khamenei. Who is the son, the 56-year-old son of the Ayatollah Ali Khomeini. And we hadn't heard from him. We've heard rumors that he had some lacerations on his face, that he had fractured his foot. People were wondering, is he alive? Is he too afraid to come out in public? Is he afraid to be targeted? But he did deliver a message to state TV read by an anchor, basically doubling down on the sort of the theocratic messaging of the regime. So it doesn't seem as if this replacement is going to be any less hardline than the one that was there before. And if anything, JVL, it sounds like it's going to be more hardline. And this guy is sort of not, saying the same is going to hold.
Yeah, the big thing about this is that Iran has just passed a stress test, right? So, autocratic regimes they tend to be very strong but very brittle. And, so the advantages you get in an autocracy are that you have top-down control, you can do things reasonably efficiently, you can exert a lot of power, but the weakness is that the structures don't have the ability to really flex and bend. They'll break and snap apart. Iran, previous to last week, had only ever had 2 rulers in the post-revolutionary period, and they have now made it through a transition period from one ruler to the next. That's always a fraught moment in any autocracy. And they successfully endured A, the decapitation of their regime, and B, the transition of power. Those are pretty big hurdles for the regime to have successfully mounted, and they have now successfully closed the Strait of Hormuz. This is like the top. If you go back and look at Iranian doctrine, this is the thing that they've been developing for 30 years, ever since the Iran-Iraq War. What would we do if Israel and the United States came for us? And the big weapon they have is the controlling the flow of oil through the strait. They've succeeded in getting that closed. From their perspective, they're absorbing a tremendous amount of punishment, and they're taking a lot of body blows, but they're achieving their strategic objectives. And so I think they probably feel reasonably good about their position just from the perspective of the regime, right? And so when you think about these things just from a geopolitics perspective, what do they care about most? They care about preserving the regime. Well, they're in pretty good shape to do that. And so they look like they believe that at some point soon, America is going to come to them and be asking them to deal.
Can I add one thing to that? I think that Israel also feels like they're achieving their geopolitical objectives, their strategic objectives right now, right? Because if you're Israel, you're looking at this and you're like, well, and the ideal situation would be that there was a transition of power, a regime change where you have a less hostile leader to something that looks more like whatever, Jordan or whatever. That was a stretch goal, I think that they would like that, right? If there's chaos, though, and there's infighting for Israel, that's a win. That's superior to the previous situation. And in the situation if they had now, if status quo kept and the regime stayed in power, you had a new leader, but their military capabilities are lessened significantly. We've taken out a lot of missile launchers. We've taken on the other, the type of material they have to attack Israel with, like their finances, like their ability to fund other terror groups is diminished. Like that's a win for Israel, right? And it's not ideal. It wouldn't be their ideal situation, but you could understand why they would want that because the threat to them was actually imminent and serious. Maybe not imminent, but serious. And so, from both of those perspectives, you can understand why they'd feel not happy about what's happening with the war, but like that the strategic imperatives are being met. What about us?
At the same time,
What are
though,
our strategic
yeah.
imperatives? We don't
Right.
have any strategic imperatives.
And
So
at the
ours
same
aren't being met.
it seems like, to me, you guys, it's like a waiting game. So they might have really weakened Iran's capability. Not so much, I mean, it still has some nuclear capabilities they haven't been able to get to, but conventional weapons and some of the things you mentioned, Tim. But Iran has some things up its sleeve, which I think the US didn't, or Israel maybe didn't anticipate. These autonomous drones. I think we have a picture of one. They're like $30,000 a pop. They can produce them in huge numbers and to shoot, and they can do pretty significant damage. And to shoot them down, you need a Patriot missile that costs millions of dollars, $30,000 per drone, like 3 million. I could be wrong, but something like that for a Patriot missile. We have a limited supply of these things. So they have those that are everywhere. Then they have these mines, I guess, that they've lined. Nobody really knows how many mines have been put in the Strait of Hormuz, but those are incredibly dangerous to ships passing. Plus, they have air power that they're attacking ships, like that Thai ship. So I feel like they may have been significantly weakened, and of course their leadership decapitated, if you will, whatever military term you want to use. But they still have some things that they're able to do to prolong the conflict. And it seems to me they want to prolong it as long as possible, to JVL, to your point, so that the US will say, okay, we're going to stop now. Do you
Yeah.
see that as a potential thing to just like drag this out until the US almost runs out of defensive weapons?
No, I mean, I think look, war's unpredictable. Anything can happen. I think the most likely end game for this is Trump realizes he has to get out. And so he has to go and bribe Iran in order to get a deal that he can then use to declare victory. And so what you'll have both sides declaring victory. Iran will say, look at this, we stood up to Israel and America, we survived. We are now getting XYZ. XYZ is probably something like easing of sanctions and the ability to sell oil on the international market, et cetera, et cetera. Trump will say, look at that. It was the biggest, most hugely strong war in the American history. They said it couldn't be done, but we did it. And Iran will exit, the regime will exit in a stronger position than it was months ago when there were tens of thousands of people on the streets trying to topple it.
Why do you think that? Why do you think they're going to be stronger?
Because I think they're going to wind up leaving this in they succeeded in killing all those people. B, we have then stirred up, I would say, a bunch of internal people who may have been on the fence with the Iranian regime who now look and say, well, hold on, you just blew up our whole neighborhood. You killed all these girls and children and civilians. Maybe that all the propaganda we've been hearing about how dangerous America and Israel was correct. And C, I think they're likely to get something out of it on the back end economically. I think sanctions are likely to be lifted, and they're going to wind up with a better deal than they would have gotten before the war when they were negotiating.
And all these things have momentum, right? Like the Khamenei regime before was dealing with all the protesting in the streets. They are also weakened. They're weakened economically. They're weakened militarily. Like obviously Israel, at least, and probably it seems like us too, had internal anti-regime assets that were helping us identify where these people were. They were able to take them out so easily. So like that, and that I think underscores like how opposite the reality of on the ground was to like the pitch for why we needed to do this now. Right? Like the regime was not at its most threatening to us. If anything, like you could imagine a counter pitch. I don't think it would have landed with the American people, which is like, these guys are so weak that like now is the moment to go take them out, and who knows, maybe we can get a better leader out of this. But that's not the pitch that anybody made. And so, to just back to what JVL was saying about how the regime could end up being stronger, like it's not that high of a bar to clear to be stronger. I mean, the regime was about as weak as it had been in a long time.
But
Yeah.
it was
And
also the
also,
pitch. I was going to say, JVL, it
yeah,
wasn't the pitch that we had all these leaders in one place and this intelligence, and this was a once in a lifetime opportunity, not to mention that the conventional weapons threat against Israel was imminent. That was another big argument, right?
that does seem to be an argument that the Israeli officials made to the Americans. Who knows whether or not it was true? I mean, Israel clearly wanted to walk American power into the conflict. They succeeded in doing it. Honestly, look, the Iranian regime is a terrible, horrible regime. And the things they've done over the last 47 years or whatever to their people, not to mention like lots of other people in the region, just awful. You could have sold me a few months ago as the protests were really starting to take off in the northern provinces. Oh boy, these guys look weak. If you establish a no-fly zone and carve out room here for, popular protests to gather force, then you target the Iranian leadership, like you maybe could have sold me, hey, there's a real chance to accomplish regime change there. If you had done it with a little more foresight. Instead, what we got was, hey, Bibi says that we can get everybody right here, but we got to do it right now, right now, right now. Come on, let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. You know you want to do it. Let's do it. And with
When Blinken said he
no
made that
idea.
same pitch to Obama. Tony Blinken said that.
Right,
Right?
I
That's not like a
remember that.
conspiracy podcast that said that. Tony Blinken said he made basically the same
Yeah.
pitch to Obama 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah. So I just, again, I am not averse, like theologically, to trying to topple the Iranian regime. It just doesn't seem like there was ever actually a plan in place. And honestly, it's not even clear that it was ever really the goal. It's
The
like,
goal
who
What was the
knows?
goal?
to
Who
topple the
knows?
regime. Yeah. It's so interesting. I just interviewed David Petraeus, who I got to know during the Iraq War. We walked around Fallujah together. It was very interesting during the surge, if you all remember,
Hmm.
when they added
Yeah.
tens of thousands of troops. And I was really surprised when he didn't think that we had any responsibility other than to bomb the hell out of Iran. I want to play the question I asked him and just get your reaction on the backside.
JBL is a big surge guy, so we'll go to him first.
What about regime change? What about Colin Powell?
Do we have it?
Right?
Yeah.
You break it, you own it, right?
Well, in this case, we're not on the ground, so we don't own it. They own it,
Who's they?
the Iranians.
So you're saying that the United States and Israel have no responsibility in terms of what replaces the current theocracy? And how do you usher in a more stable, saner, if you will, Iran, if basically you're just blowing the place up and then getting the hell out of Dodge?
Well, you're not in Dodge to begin with. What the objective of this operation, I read them to you, really. Again, is to take down some of the regime leaders, the air and ballistic missile defenses, the missile program, the drone program, the Navy, regime forces, infrastructure, and so forth, and any of the remnants of the nuclear program. And
I mean, does it surprise you that there was so little thought put into what comes next?
I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. I am anyway. It's you think to yourself, I can't believe that monkey is gonna fling his crap at the well. Oh no, I guess he did it. Look, he did it again. It's always amazing to see him do it. Petraeus, that was such a weird interview with you.
It
He
was.
really.
I was so surprised.
Why did he? Do you know why did he do it? Just because you're old pals? It's kind of like you didn't force him to
honestly,
do it, right?
No, I asked him. I was interested in sort of comparing Iraq and to Iran and what happened there. And I had so many questions. He filibustered. The first answer must have been 7 minutes
Like
long.
11 minutes or
honestly.
something. Yeah,
It was
crazy.
insane. And he said complex questions, can't be answered in a soundbite, basically. And it almost seems like he was advising the White House on some aspect of this
Yeah.
war. And I thought he was going to be a little more critical and a little more detached. But I think he wanted to really support the military. Um, but I think he doesn't like to talk sort of about the political ramifications and
Yeah.
the political equation that goes into an operation like this. But I have to say, I was surprised how sort of in lockstep he
It's
was with
it's
the
not
administration.
it's not
He was
just
steel
him.
manning everything. Right. He
Yeah.
was steel manning everything. He was, it's like, I just read you the 4 goals that were their objectives. Well, there's been like 17 objectives.
I
You read the
know.
4 objectives that you think that you can support, right? And it just depends on which day, what time, and which person in the administration you're asking as to what the objective is. And the weirdness of him, he even you asked him something about, well, but Trump is saying one thing and then saying another. And he's like, well, many times it can be of huge advantage to try to confuse
Be
the enemy.
unpredictable.
Right, to be unpredictable. It's like, oh, come on, buddy. Like,
Yeah.
this is a weird attempt.
And I
to
didn't have
cover
time
everything.
to ask him, did the administration properly prepare the American people as they did with remember the buildup to
Yeah.
Iraq? I mean, it was
Yeah.
months and months and months. And I said, and then of course they got congressional authorization, but his answers were so long. And then at half hour, he was like, I gotta go. And I was like, wait, don't leave me. I have so many more questions.
Here's the thing: it isn't just him. I mean, you're seeing a lot of this on like CNN and stuff too. I think that some of the military commentator types, not our guy Mark Hertling, some of the other military commentator types, do want to like grade this, as if they are commentators in a sports match. And it's like, oh, hey, I mean, it is true that if you're just grading this on like who has eliminated more of the other side's military, weapons and material and missiles, like we're crushing them, right? Like we're winning 28-3. It's like the Patriots Falcons Super Bowl. Like the Iranians are not, there are 8 Americans that have died. That's tragic. I think like 1,500, some odd Iranians have died, depending on what reports you're looking at. And so I think that from a military standpoint, what he said there, like those 4 goals of how we're going to take out their capacity on, medium range weapons and their drone capacity and hopefully their nuclear capacity, like that might end up being true. And I circle back to kind of my original point is I understand why that would be an important objective for Israel, because that's a real danger for them. Like none of those weapons are ever going to reach us. And so like there's this question of like grading this like it's a sports match on who is taking out who more, or like it's a military video game about like who's degrading the other side more. Like doesn't make any sense in the American context, because we don't know why we're there. Like we don't know what victory looks like. And so taking out some of their missiles, like who cares?
I also think, JV, I don't know if you do, but there's been such little discussion about the geopolitical ramifications, not only with Petraeus, but just in general with what comes next and how does this destabilize the region, and, gaming out what happens with either a more hardline Iran or a different regime or any kind of diplomatic or political effort to try to form some kind of opposition to the current theocracy. I mean, it's just like there's no discussion about that. It's all about war games and video games and using these weird videos that are intercut with, Nintendo games. We have an example. I think they just put one out today where they're interspersing war video with video games and wrestling matches and all kinds of weird stuff. It is so bizarre, and it seems so sophomoric, doesn't it?
Lower, and you're like 16 when you're a sophomore, so I think it's like elementary
Right?
school.
The world is run by
Juvenile.
12-year-olds.
Yeah, juvenile. Yeah.
Can you imagine Eisenhower doing that?
Right.
Patton, like it's crazy, absolutely crazy that we're going like. I guess we're speed running all the video game systems. We've done Grand Theft Auto, we've done Call of Duty, we've now done Wii. Next up is, I guess, Switch. Maybe they'll do Switch 2 with Mario Kart or something. But here's the real question: who do you guys think this is for? Right? It's not for the enemy, right? It's not like wartime propaganda trying to demoralize the enemy to get in. It's not a psyop in that way. Is it for domestic consideration for
one.
which
I got
ahead,
this one.
please.
Go
I
ahead,
got it.
Tim.
I know who it's for. If you look at the polls, it's interesting, like the crosstabs of the polls of who supports the war. The kind of independent Trump voting independents are not happy with it. But then if you look at the Republicans, if you there's one poll that broke them out between, do you consider yourself a MAGA Republican or a regular Republican? And one might think that like the MAGA Republicans would be more hostile to this because like the whole point of MAGA originally was that it was a rejection of George W. Bush's neocon and globalist interventionism, and that the regular Republicans might be more for it because they were around for Iraq One and they liked it. So you might think that. Wrong. The MAGA Republicans are like 95-4 in favor of it, and the non-MAGA Republicans are like 70-30. And so what that tells me is that this stuff is for the nationalist MAGA. You need to give them a reason to be for this. Like you've been telling them for years and years, we're not going to do these stupid wars. You know, we're not. I'm not dumb like those other presidents that cared about this stuff. And so to get them on board, you like got to give them something. And I think what they're giving them is like rah rah America, hell yeah, we're killing the bad guys, jingoism, and I think that that's who it's for. That's my.
I think
my
that's
answer.
interesting because there is sort of this, you know, if you listen to Pete Hegseth and his slam poetry and you listen to sort of the way they are portraying this whole conflict, there's this very muscular, macho, you know, our soldiers won't let us get into a quagmire like the soldiers who were in Iraq and Afghanistan. I saw Bill Kristol talking about this, which was so insulting to the military who served honorably and bravely. It's not their fault that the mission was not, you know, didn't lead to what they wanted it to lead to, and was in many ways for nothing or for naught. But I just feel like it's just part of this, to your point, Tim, this rah-rah, manly, let's kick the shit out of the enemy.
Yes.
And, you know, isn't this fun? And kind of the same vibe as the Trump video of releasing excrement on the on the protesters for the No Kings Day. This kind of I don't even know how I would describe it, but you know, I wanted to ask you about as a transition to Kash Patel, because he is trying to prove his manhood, as we know, in some really cringy ways. There was that locker room video with the U.S. men's hockey team. And now he is literally bringing in UFC fighters. I don't know if you all saw this, to train FBI agents. So is that more of the same, you think, appealing to this hardcore MAGA base with this super macho, like let's get them, and when the men are men, and you know.
I've got something for you on this. You ready? I just pulled it up. This is another Bill Kristol, 2 Bill Kristol shout outs. Maybe like 4 years ago now, I was working on a project that didn't come to fruition, and Bill Kristol was like, have you ever read Umberto Eco's Fascism? And I was like, I don't know, maybe in college or whatever, but I don't recall it. And he's like, you should reread it. And I said, okay. And so I was rereading it, and this, Eco like lays out the qualities. He tries to describe what the qualities of Mussolini's fascism are, and what it and how it's different from typical politics. And number 12 is the one that stuck with me. I just Googled it. Since both permanent war and heroism are difficult, the fascist transfers his will to power to sexual matters. That is the origin of machismo. The fascist hero tends to play with weapons. Doing so becomes an ersatz phallic exercise. That includes, they also have disdain for women and intolerance and condemnation of non-machismo sexual habits. That's what it's just that. Like that's
You're
all
right.
it is. It's like goes back to it's the same shit that they were doing in 1942.
Having said that, this is not landing very well in the manosphere. We have a bite from Joe Rogan talking about this. I think it was yesterday or the day before. Let's play it and talk about how this is playing with young men, because apparently not very well, despite this macho man attitude.
Crazy. I know it's going to be very high security and high
Oh
stress
my gosh.
and weird
Okay,
to have a fight
I had a
at the
catastrophe.
White House in the middle of a fucking war. But I would hope the war
absolute
will be sorted out by
catastrophe.
June, but quite honestly, I'm not confident that that's
There
gonna
was
be the
a
case.
No.
There was a moth flying around,
Okay, so I know you guys have read all the stuff about
and
Gen
one of
Z
our
men,
cats
all the very same
has
young men who
absolutely
seem
no
to support
self-control,
Donald Trump in
jumped on top of the
2024
computer,
suddenly saying, "Hey, wait a second."
knocked a bunch of
He
stuff
said
off
no
of it,
forever wars. He said no,
disconnected the
you
camera.
know, entanglements internationally. God,
Anyway,
am I going to get drafted?
all right, thanks for sticking
And by the
around. Still
way,
working on
I
this
feel
assignment, and then I'll get
scrupulous
to
about
gaming.
my
But in
future.
the
How
meantime,
come he's not responding to that? So
I guess,
talk about
I mean,
sort
if
of
you
the political
if you watch,
ramifications of this,
I have a
you
giant
guys.
dog like that.
JVL,
Oh
what do you
God,
think?
jumps on computers.
I mean,
I'm willing to
I'm
bet
at
that if
him
you
on this because
watch
I look at it, and
Hassan's
part of it,
stream,
like, yes,
then
Echo and
I don't really
Earth
think there's
fascism.
many
The other part is like Cash Patel
there's many
is like
like
one of the Make-A-Wish
answers
kids,
I could
and
give
he's just like
to further
Donald
expand on
Trump's
what he says. He's
election
got more
in
political experience than I do.
2024 has allowed Cash to just like live out all of his
But
childhood dreams.
I
and
am
one of
studying
them was
political
to
science,
hang
so
out
maybe there's
with
something. I don't know.
real UFC
My focus is
fighters
on like political
Quantico.
behavior,
And so what's a way to
policy
hang out with
analysis,
guys that probably wouldn't wanna, like, hang
stuff
out
like
with them
that. So I don't know.
otherwise?
Maybe there's
Well, I'll
something,
just
but
give them honorary
if you got
G-Man badges and pretend that they're
it's okay. I'm
training
here to hear your opinion. Yeah.
agents, which, again, I'm sorry. If you know
Yeah. If you
anything
got
about
like
either law enforcement
I'm pretty
or, you know, mixed martial arts,
pretty progressive.
it's
You know.
preposterous. Mixed martial arts is like a highly technical
That
discipline
is for
which
sure.
adheres to weight classes and
Oh, wait a
rules and
second.
all sorts of stuff and
Yep.
point scoring. And when you're in law enforcement, that's
I
not.
think
those things are
where
not
someone
applicable.
like
when they're learning, you know,
oh my
to
gosh,
fight and box and wrestle
getting
in law
distracted.
enforcement, it's much.
I think where someone like myself would differ from Hassan would be that like in my own personal life, I am conservative. Whereas I don't think he is. You know, I think that'd be like one big difference between the two. But in terms of like social policy, you know, economic policy, like the way I am in my own personal life, it should have no bearing on the way other people act in their personal lives. You know what I mean? So when it comes to politics, you know, economic policy, social policy, it's always going to be like super progressive, you know? But that doesn't mean you shouldn't listen to each other's sides. Absolutely. Feel the same way. Yay. Alright, let me get this. Okay, now while I was dealing with that, I fell behind on my homework, and I still have
much more
to finish
central
writing this
combat
page.
techniques. So what is this really about? It's about Cash getting to live out his dreams. And
Freaking
for Trump
cats.
to bring UFC to the
They're
White
freaking
House
toddlers. That's all they are.
is-
Toddlers.
I think he just. I mean, it's just.
They're
like
toddlers that
going
can jump and
circuses,
run
I
fast.
think. Like
Because I'm old,
pure
so I'm kind of
Caligula
conservative but
stuff.
progressive.
It's
No?
interesting
Yeah.
to see that Rogan is opposed to it. Because
Like,
I
you could
understood
take some of the
Rogan being
most
frustrated with the
popular,
war, because Donald Trump
typical
did, like, go on a show and
political
says he wasn't gonna do a
policy.
war in Iran, and so
And
you feel
in my own
stupid,
personal
kind of,
life, I would
actually. You
sound
feel
like
you got fooled. So
I would sound
understand
like a
why you'd be mad
Republican.
and be against it. But being against the MMA fight on
Like
the
abortion,
White House lawn,
you know,
it's kind of like
I've said this before.
Because
Like
no one
me
takes it
personally,
seriously.
I don't
right, but
I don't agree with it
since-
unless it's medically
right,
necessary to
since-
save,
yeah,
you know,
and maybe he
the
considers himself
the life of the
serious,
mother.
But right, it's like
Like, I
he's
don't-
been part
But
of
at the same
the,
time, there needs to
um,
be
like disintegration
a,
of the
there
type
needs to
of
be increased,
seriousness
like,
with which we used to expect from our politicians, right? Like,
you know,
and
social
leaders,
funding
you know?
to
And so
help
it's like,
these help mothers care for
was
their children.
I hate
Like
to pick on Shane
that should be
Gillis, I was
obvious,
watching 'cause
you
he's,
know.
like, probably the most normal of the Man
I
of
guess
Steel
like you
guys,
could
but
say I'm
I saw a
legitimately
clip of him
pro-life.
where he's, like, making fun of just
You know?
the same thing, like making fun of all these guys and the Make-A-Wish part, and they're at the MMA.
I hear
thing,
you.
and
There's a
yeah,
lot of
it's
gray
like,
areas in that one.
cool,
Yeah.
but it's like, guys, you're the FBI director now. Shouldn't you be, you know, getting bad guys and protecting our communities? Like, don't you have real work to do? And it's like, I don't think it clicked with any of them that they liked that, you know, Donald Trump was a good hang. Like, he was a better hang than Hillary, right? And so
The old,
and they liked
who would you
that.
rather have a beer with?
And they
question.
liked that. But now that he's in there and it's so unserious and it's comically unserious,
Oh,
you know,
not
it's
that one.
almost like there's some cognitive dissonance that hasn't quite been resolved yet for these folks, which is like, wait a minute, maybe maybe the good hang part was not what I should have been prioritizing. But anyway.
But what is going to be the impact politically, you guys? I mean, the midterms are what, 7 months away? Or
And I mean, I
something
believe
like
more
that.
in prevention, so prevent
Do
all
you
the ways you can
think
get pregnant.
that
Yeah, exactly.
This is
I have
going to hurt
zero issues
Trump?
with any
He's
form of
trying
contraception, you know,
to
because
get
I'm
the
not
MAGA
I'm not a
base, as you
controlling
mentioned,
freak
Tim,
like the U.S. Republicans are.
excited about this.
And
But
again,
there are a lot
even
of
if I was
independents who are
against it,
saying, "Hey, this is not what I voted for." You know, we
my
don't
like
even have
foundational
healthcare in this
principles,
country, and
like I should have no
uh,
say in what goes on
you know,
between a
what
woman
do
and her
you
doctor.
see?
So
And
even if
also
I
oil
disagreed
prices,
with
right?
contraception
Gasoline prices
in
have
my own
increased. I
personal
don't know if
life,
that's going to be a
I
short
still don't
term
believe I have any
pain
right
thing,
to
or if
prevent
it's going to be
someone else
temporary.
from
But
using
they
it,
do
you know?
say that it could take weeks, even months, to open up
Like, I
the
don't
Strait of
understand why
Hormuz. So
it's
this
so
could
hard
have
to
a serious
convey.
trickle-down effect,
I
not
don't
to
understand
mention
why it's so
grocery
hard to
prices,
convey these
et cetera, et
nuances, you
cetera. I
know?
mean,
I don't get it.
are you hesitant to talk about
That's
sort
big
of
of you. Well, thanks.
the impact of this for the midterms?
I'm not. I'm more optimistic than
Like, to
JVL,
me,
I
that
think. So
seems
do you want
like,
optimism first,
even
or
if you're like a
pessimism?
religious, like
Let's
a
have the
religiously
bad news
conservative
first.
person,
Okay, JVL, I'll let you go,
like,
and then I'll
I
follow.
don't know.
What-
That maybe you're more optimistic than I am.
I don't understand why
So
people
I
can't
have
hold
been,
these
you know,
two
I do not have a
these
Bloomberg
two
terminal
aspects at the
account
same
myself
time. I don't
because
freaking
they're
get it.
really
Like,
expensive,
you don't
but I
have to
have
do,
some
you don't
buddies
have to
in
like it
finance,
in your
they
life,
Jeremy, who
but
have
you
been
also
sharing their
shouldn't
stuff with me.
be,
And
you shouldn't
so
feel
I've been
entitled to
obsessing with oil
to
futures
enforce that on
curves,
other people's. I don't freaking get
and
it.
I mean, we are projected to be well over $80
Like,
a barrel
in a
out
perfect
into
world,
July,
June, not the
like
only two
automatic.
people that
So
should
we're only
know
30
what
weeks
goes
away.
on
I mean, think about it. There are about 30 weekends
in
left
a
between
By the
doctor's
way, that
office
Barron's
is
piece,
the woman and her
JVL
doctor.
said it
That's
could
it.
go up
That's
to
it. No one else.
$150 a barrel.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, at that point, like, I don't even know what the world looks like. You know, I mean, but as the, you know, Tim's got this landman.
So
line
even
he's
these
been
douche
using. You
nozzle
know,
Republicans,
you
they
get
should
near
never
90
even know that
$90 a
abortions happen,
barrel,
if you want to know
and
the truth.
everything in the American economy
Or a woman
has
and her
to
husband, I'm
readjust
sorry.
its prices.
I mean,
And
I guess that's
if
a
the war
fair,
ended next week,
you know,
it would
if
still take
the conversation
several
should be
weeks to a
had,
few months
you know,
to get all
if
of the
one of them
logistics. Like, right now we
feels
have
that
thousands of ships
they want to
lined
have
up.
that
We have
conversation, it
plants
should
that
be
just come
had.
offline.
However, at the
Fertilizer
end of the day,
deliveries to, like, Brazil,
like, it could be a red
where
line for the
they
husband.
plant
You know what I
crops
mean?
that are gonna come
And that's fair.
mature in late summer. Those are already
But at
gone,
the end of the
right? So
day,
you've
it's
introduced
her
this
call.
gigantic
But
logistical,
if she goes through with it,
you know, cluster,
you know, it's
into
not
the
a
global
medical
economy.
emergency. It's
That
just
even if
like, you know, she just
stopped
doesn't
it
want to have kids.
tomorrow, it's going to take weeks and months to work
At the
itself
end of the
out.
day, it's
And we're
her
only
right
30
to do it,
weekends away from
but
the
it's
election.
also his
So
right to
I don't know how bad it can get. but I
break
can
off
tell
the
you it can't
relationship
get much
because of
better.
it, if that's
Like,
not something
we
he
have a
agrees
really
to. You know what I
hard
mean?
Cap on the potential upside for good news for the administration.
Then she should have been on birth control.
And
Yeah, that's
just
true.
Why are
I
you
mean, but I mean, we're
pessimistic about the
humans.
midterms?
No,
Like,
that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
not
I don't
gonna.
think maybe,
I just
so
thought
maybe
I
Tim's more optimistic
mispredicted.
than that.
You predicted my
Like, I
bit
can't
on
fault
Landman.
people
I
for
have
that.
so
We're
few
humans.
bits,
It
and so
happens.
to get called out like that was kind of
Yes, I do
embarrassing.
get it.
Sorry,
Yeah.
it's just a
I mean,
blur.
I think most
I
people
thought
do get
that
it. I
you
really
did
think that most
too,
people do
the-
get it.
The people are.
I just think that,
stupid. And,
social
they
media,
voted for Trump, even though the economy was
Wait for
good
episode
anyway.
and,
I thought that's
you
where you
know,
were gonna go. So anyway,
politicians and special interest groups
here's-
have
I'm sad. I agree with
propagandized
everything
and
JVL
polarized
said. Turns out we don't have a disagreement on this, but
the
I'll just add on
loud
the campaign
minority.
side of it. Like, you can already see
I like to
on the map,
believe
like, the way the
a lot
map
more
is
people
shaped.
could get it by now.
You
Yeah.
know, and like you have in Montana, both Republicans in the House and the Senate drop out of the race. All of a sudden, that race is like now on the map. It's not something anybody was talking
second
about
is,
at the beginning of the year. You look at that Nebraska.
Liberty, you still in here?
independent race,
Or did you
like,
give
a
up
lot of
because,
people giving that a second
because I wasn't
look.
talking?
You know, Mary Peltola gets in. You have Alaska. So I think that
Where's my
6
chat
months
arena?
ago, I would have said that the Democrats had no chance at the
Oh,
Senate.
yep, Liberty's in
and I
here.
think it would have been in part because of like Democratic
I might
strategic
fall asleep soon, but I'm gonna leave the stream up.
incompetence
Awesome. Well,
and just like
I
the
appreciate
map and
I
the
appreciate you
Democrats'
following.
issues right now with
Appreciate
the
you sticking
demographics
around.
of the country and how
Me
the
not
Senate map
talking.
is biased towards working
But
class
anyway,
white
I got
people.
videos playing, and I got to get my homework done.
But
So go to
Trump
sleep.
has fouled this up so bad that the Democrats, I think, have a real chance to take both houses of Congress now. And it's not really a lot of what they've done, even. I mean, I think that they've nominated Peltola and Tallarico, who were better than alternatives. So they've added a couple of states to the map. You know, they haven't done everything I wish the Democrats would have done in my dream world to make to expand the map, but it's been pretty good. And so
Don't forget
I
Graham
think
Plattner.
Plattner, Maine. Yeah, okay, we'll talk about that later. I keep getting
Plattner
in trouble talking
2028.
about that. Keep getting in trouble on that. And so, look, I think that you combine the people who are upset about the war, who are in Trump's coalition, who are off.
Absolutely.
People
Thanks
that,
for
like,
chatting.
What's
Yeah.
the point of voting? I
Anytime.
think a lot of MAGA voters will just be like,
Once I'm done with school, I hope to be able to stream more than just Fridays. But
about
as it is right now, that's all I
John
got.
Husted in Ohio. Like, you're a MAGA person, you don't know who this guy is. He's a generic white guy that looks like an old school Republican. You're pissed about gas prices. You're pissed about groceries. You came in to vote for Trump in the first place. You're gonna vote for John. You're gonna take the time to go vote for John Husted. I don't think so. Like, I think that a lot of the Democrats will be very excited to vote. So I think that right now, the map is expanding and things are looking worse and worse for the Republicans.
I want to talk to you guys about Texas for a minute because I am obsessed with James Tallarico. I am.
Have you seen the memes about him that if he like changed his look and grew a beard and put on a gold chain and they're like some AI pictures of him? I'll just send him too. He looks very cool. Like, you can make him look really cool. He's got the pastor look, but it's like we gave him a full makeover.
That's so funny. Well, look, he got my attention during the whole reapportionment battle, and I interviewed him, about a year ago, and I was so impressed by how eloquent he was and how measured. I love seeing him go on Fox News and basically embarrass some of those anchors because they weren't listening to what he was saying. He asked him a question, and I don't even know this anchor's name, but he was totally flummoxed by the whole thing. Do you think James Tallarico has a chance? And do you think that John Cornyn has recently been sucking up to Trump, hoping to get his endorsement? Ken Paxton, more MAGA.
Ugh, I'm in Texas.
Really, I think
Cornyn's such a bitch.
What do you think the Democrats could actually?
Paxton is a lazy-eyed fuck.
The Senate seat in Texas.
We're in Texas next week for our live shows. Come.
Oh, wow.
Tickets left in Austin. Theboard.com/.
Are you getting Tallarico to come do an interview?
Maybe. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see.
Whenever his image, if I'm watching a Hassan stream and he brings him up, like an image of Ken Paxton, I try to get Hassan's attention by asking him if he can tell which way he's looking. He hasn't replied to that one yet, but I'm going to keep trying because I can't figure it out. I need someone else to tell me.
By double digits, and you got to kind of figure out. Like, everybody dogs my boy Beto, but that first race he ran, he almost cracked the nut, which was you have to simultaneously excite the base and you have to demonstrate to traditional Republican voters that you care about them enough.
I'm not normally an insulting person unless that person is a degenerate themselves. Then I have no issue pointing out every single physical flaw that they may be self-conscious about. Absolutely none.
Some hard feelings with black voters.
I would have no issue asking Greg Abbott if his DEI initiative is going to remove the handicap ramps from the Texas Capitol building.
You end up having all this focus.
But anyone else?
Some of their,
I would never even think of doing that,
and that maybe turns off some of the red part of the state. I just think it made the task a little more challenging. You have somebody like Peltola in Alaska, for example, who I mentioned, who's like not a firebrand on any of that stuff, and she's fish family freedom, and that is maybe a little bit more of a logical path. So I don't know. I think Texas might be a little tougher than some of the other red states, but he's talented. And I think that if he can manage to give a message to Trump voters, and if he can get an assist by the economy tanking, maybe. Though I do wonder, Texas might be the place best suited to weather the economic storms ahead. I mean, I think that they're opening champagne bottles in Midland this weekend.
And who is
Those
it going
guys
to be?
are cashing.
Yeah, who is it? Right, you're right about that. But who's going to be Ken Paxton or John Cornyn in the runoff? What is that, next month, you guys?
Yeah, depends on how hard Trump goes for Cornyn is the answer. Like, if Trump half-ass endorses him, I don't know it's a guarantee he wins. Like, if Trump goes down there, endorses him, cuts an ad, makes a big deal out of it, Trump can drag anybody across the line still in Republican primaries. But he'd have to, like, really try, I think. You disagree with that, JVL?
I don't disagree. I think that the incentives actually suggest that Trump probably won't do that.
He bails. Yeah, it was like a trial balloon, and he saw what happened, and it's like, you know what?
What's he going to put himself out for?
For John Cornyn?
For John Cornyn?
Who cares?
He's got other things. if you're Trump, you think to yourself, why would I put anything of mine on the line for this guy who I don't even really like?
Megalomania. He likes to endorse. Would be
And
like
what
honestly
about-
the reason. I
What
can't-
about
he's
what
that
he's
sure
doing
thing.
to Thomas Massey in Kentucky? You know,
BRB.
he's going
Take your
down
time.
there.
You're
He's
good.
trashing him because I guess Thomas Massey had the audacity.
It's just
to
me and
speak out
a
against him. What did Thomas Massey
non-communicative
do
Master
anyway that pissed
Liberty.
Trump off so much?
Epstein.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it was Epstein. And I think it's going to work, right? He'll unseat Massey.
That's interesting.
think?
Sam and I talked about it on the pod today. It's fascinating. It's the first real test of Trump in a Republican primary ever. Like, none of these guys, they've never done what I've been begging some Republicans to do this for like 10 years, which is oppose him on something from the right and then try to fight him, stay Republican. Don't be Tim.
Brian Kemp. Brian
Yeah.
Kemp did it.
Yeah, that's true. Brian Kemp did it in a state election.
It's the only other one.
You're right. Yeah. But a federal, this is like a House or Senate election. You're right. That was a governor's race. In a House or Senate election, bucking him and holding line. Like Liz Cheney bucked him and then kind of mailed in that House race. Like, let's just be honest. Like, she didn't really try that hard in that House primary, right? And then most of them retire. And so
Yeah, my
Massey's,
girlfriend.
yeah,
My girlfriend. Marjorie
MTG
Taylor Greene.
retired. Yeah. Massey's sticking it out. And if Massey could, I don't think it's a 0% chance Massey could hold on. And if he does, that
That'd
would
so
be,
good.
yeah.
Well,
it
what
would
about,
really
you know,
matter.
Andy Bashir, obviously extremely popular governor in the state. So, I mean, if that's any evidence that conservative voters or Republicans can cross lines in Kentucky, maybe they'll appreciate. Plus, that the Epstein issue is such a interesting
And they have
issue, and
Rand
there's
in
so
the
much
state.
crossover, right, in terms of Marjorie Taylor Greenes of it all. So a lot of those voters in Kentucky may appreciate Thomas Massey, right? Even if they're MAGA, for standing up for the Epstein survivors.
His district is kind of interesting too, because it's Kentucky, but it's like he's like the Cincinnati suburbs. He's got a little bit the parts that are in Kentucky, so you have a little bit more of the college educated kind of. I don't think I think he could potentially survive. It would be delicious if he did.
But JVL, you think that he's in trouble?
I mean, I think it's at best a coin flip, but I haven't seen. I'm sure he has some internal polling. I haven't seen it. It would be nice if he survived.
Well, we were going to talk about my Gavin Newsom interview, which we'll do another time, because I almost feel like that's really in the future in terms of talking about 2028 and candidates. So we wanted to
Just tell me what you thought about him, though. Can
You
give
know,
me 30 seconds on what you thought about him?
Yeah, of course. First of all, I really liked him. I thought he was, we talked a lot about his book. And so his sort of origin story, his father abandoning, for all intents and purposes, the family when he was 3 years old. His mom had to work multiple jobs. He had this weird kind of duality in his childhood with his father, was kind of a consigliere to the Getty family. And so he had exposure to this great wealth. And yet his mother is, humping it at 3 jobs, trying to support his sister and himself. He had severe dyslexia as a kid. That was really interesting. He was much more humble than I anticipated. I did have this whole conversation with him because I've been in LA for the last 6 weeks. So of course, whenever I see people or meet people, have friends out here, I ask them, what do you think of Gavin Newsom? And rarely do they have much substantive criticism. This is what they always say. And I said to him, Governor, what do you think the one word people use when I ask them about you? And he said, resilient. I said, no.
Slick.
I said, slick.
Yeah.
Everyone says you're slick. And
that's
I
not a
thought
good
he
thing.
handled it pretty
Not anymore.
well. I said, is it your hair gel? Can you de-slickify yourself, or it's just you're too polished? But I thought he was pretty self-aware and surprisingly self-effacing. I made fun of the best is yet to come, Kimberly Guilfoyle. We kept talking about, we had to do other podcasts to talk about these little sidebar issues. I think that I did ask him a pretty tough question about California, about the budget ballooning and what has it gotten him. And obviously some of the bad things about California with the highest poverty rate in the schools, Nick Kristoff's article about, worse than Mississippi. And, you know, he's pretty good with the comebacks. I don't have this intimate knowledge of California public policy to be able to say, well, wait a second. But I thought do you want to hear the
What
soundbite real
the
quick? Do we have time, or
hell?
do you want to do that? We'll do that another time about California.
sorry, I
People
didn't
can
mean to
go.
derail
Why
you.
people should go over there to the Katie Couric and watch the whole thing.
Yeah,
My
'cause-
my Gavin thing is, just in one sentence, is I think that his problem isn't slickness. The question is, how does he avoid what I call the Kamala conundrum, which is that the progressives and
frickin'
liberals
mosquito.
think you're a corporate shill, and that the centrists think
Oh, I
that
have a
you're a
gift.
California liberal.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's like you want the opposite. You
He
want
is
to
kind of a
answer that.
man without a country that way, isn't he?
Yeah.
2 words.
Two
Giga
words.
Chad.
You giga Chad. You just Chad
You just
people.
Giga Chad it. You just Chad the whole way.
Alpha male. You're just like
You frame mog.
dominate
You
them.
frame mog
Frame
everybody.
mog the whole electorate.
oh
Okay,
my
you're gonna
God.
have to explain to me what you guys mean by that, because I have no idea.
Well,
what
you're
you're...
frame mogging us right now. So you
Oh,
don't have to know what
I
it
hate
means
the
to do
fact
it.
that I know
Okay,
what he's
good.
talking about.
Well, you'll have to explain that to me
Okay.
offline. All right, so we wanted to end with talking about my current obsession, which is Love Story, which is on Hulu, Ryan Murphy's latest extravaganza. You know, it's been interesting for me to watch because I did the last TV interview with John F. Kennedy Jr., and we actually have a clip of that, so you guys can just look and see
Yes.
how truly ridiculously handsome he was. So go ahead and roll that, you guys.
Come from a political family. I think there was a lot about politics and the life of politics, especially for young children, that she thought was heady stuff, and that it was better to have a sense of who you are and your own place in life before you really took that on. So that kind of healthy skepticism, I think, was an important part of her parenting, and probably made my sisters and I life easy.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, if you look at a lot of political families, and a lot of families who grow up with the incredible glare of this spotlight that you all have, and you see you and your sister, you think, God, they're remarkably well-adjusted, or seem to be. You know, who knows?
Seem
John?
to be, exactly.
But you know, I think it's a real tribute to your mom that you all turned out to be really nice, productive people.
Well, thank you. She would be glad to hear you say that. She took a lot of pride in being a good mother.
Talk about frame mogging. Wow.
So I have a 2-second story about this. So this is slightly before my time. I spent 25 years at the Weekly Standard with Bill Kristol. In a weird confluence of events, I best knew JFK Jr. as the editor and publisher of George magazine.
Oh, I gotta
Right.
quit
A
getting
very
distracted.
cool,
I was trying to
glossy
figure out why there
political
might be an
magazine.
echo
I
on
was on the cover, JPL.
freaking TikTok,
Were
but I
you
still
on the
gotta finish
cover?
writing this.
Oh my God.
this
Yeah.
Ugh.
So
Do you
that,
have that?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't think
boy.
I should have had it ready. It
they
was-
can effort that while I vamp.
Okay.
Oh, I got
so
it.
it came out a year before the Weekly Standard, and while Bill Kristol was trying to set up the Weekly Standard and get it going, JFK Jr. came down to the offices just to like sit down with him and like give him some lessons learned. Like, you know, very, very
Really?
unbelievably gracious. And the story about this is that like every woman who worked at what was becoming to the Weekly Standard came in dressed like they were going to breakfast at Tiffany's or something. That they were all like, you know, it was very much magazine. People just dressed like magazine people, like this basically. But when John was going to be in the office that day, everyone came in like cocktail dresses and pearls and just.
Have you been watching it, JVL?
No, I haven't. I just saw that.
Oh, there's
look
the
at
cover.
that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
What?
You got
what
the little press thing
is-
in your fedora.
Is this a
and
Charlie Chaplin thing? Is that what?
No, it was sort of
No.
like, you know,
Newsman.
It's
Yeah.
a newsman. It's a newsman.
exactly why everyone fears Katie Couric. LOL.
That's so funny.
It's true,
Um,
friends.
But
Timothy
I saw
McVeigh.
the Daryl Hannah.
Rush Limbaugh losing his bite, if only.
Yeah. I saw the Daryl Hannah op-ed about it. That was my first, and I just immediately, again, I don't know anything from anything here, but my sympathies were automatically with Daryl Hannah.
Yeah, I think they did her dirty in this series and really treated her unfairly. And as she said, it was sort of the needing to have some kind of villain to play against Carolyn Bessette. And I thought they were pretty unkind to Caroline Kennedy too. Made her seem really cold and judgmental. And yeah, I having said that, I mean, it's eye candy. It's fun to watch. It's kind of a trip down memory lane in the 90s pre-internet. And, you know, it's fun to look at the clothes and the fashions. I think the actor who plays JFK Jr. Looks very much like him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, now, all
he's-
right. So
and
here's my disagreement.
Sarah Pigeon, less so to me. Carolyn Bessette, I always describe her looking like kind of like a Modigliani painting, kind of interesting and different, but somehow really beautiful, but very unique looking. And Sarah Pigeon, I think, is more traditionally, classically beautiful. But go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
this is so interesting. I just want to hear you talk about this. I'm going to give one sentence about the show. I know nothing. Like, I was a child, so I don't know these. I've loved it.
Don't
I've loved
rub it
watching
in.
for the drama. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I've loved it for the drama, but my impression, not knowing these people, is that like the JFK Jr. guy just doesn't have the it factor that the real JFK Jr. does. Like, I literally, I was blushing just watching you talking to him for 1 second. And I love Sarah Pigeon. She's amazing. Like the character, again, I don't know Carolyn Bessette. I knew nothing about it. Like the show, I've learned everything. Calvin Klein, and I would have spelled her name wrong. Like, it just wasn't my, so to me, this is like, I'm learning about these people
Not so sure.
in a way that's different from whatever
Too much.
their, you know, like the two-dimensional view I have about John and the Kennedys. So I am kind of interested. So you have a opposite view. Like, you lived this. I mean, literally, you interviewed him. So
Yeah,
critique
I
it. Like,
remember.
does it feel real? Are there
I
other
mean,
things
you know,
that they're
so much
getting
of it
right
is.
or wrong?
I haven't read the book it was based on,
Yeah.
which was written a couple of years
Ugh.
ago. You know, I think a lot of license was taken with their story, obviously. Did they get the essence of their relationship? Perhaps. It feels a little creepy and voyeuristic.
That should get rid of the echo.
But I think it's.
I hope.
think they were
on TikTok.
They were so beautiful. Honestly, it's just kind of fun to watch.
Hopefully.
Really, you know, ridiculously good-looking people.
What about Ethel? Did you ever interview Ethel? Her
No,
character
but
on the show is so interesting. She's so
awful.
severe. Again, something I know nothing about. She's
Well,
so severe on the
Ethel-
show. I felt so bad for her I went to look to see when she died. I was like, did she at least die before RFK Jr. did this nonsense?
Is
And
RFK
sadly,
Jr. in the
no.
show?
She
Is
was
he in the
alive.
show?
Yeah.
No,
barely.
his character isn't in the show.
At the dinner, isn't he? He's at the dinner.
Oh yes,
Just
you're
like
right.
eating
You're
a
right.
bear in the background.
You're
Just
right.
eating a bear's
No,
brain.
Tatiana, my watched one episode with my daughter, and Tatiana's a little girl is in it. My daughter started crying because, you know, my daughter went to Yale at the same time Tatiana Schlossberg was there.
Oh.
And she was just so crushed by, you know, her death at 35. And they do portray Tatiana as a little girl with Caroline in the park.
Yeah.
And it's sort of heartbreaking. But I don't know. I think it's been interesting. You asked about Ethel Kennedy. One of my very closest friends was Ethel's secretary at Hickory Hill. And she told me, I said, was Ethel Kennedy that horrible? And she said, well, she did make me cry a lot. So I guess she was tough, but I guess she was tough. But what she clearly resented, and who knows, it makes sense, was that, you know, I think in one line, doesn't she say, Tim, something like, I could wear a green dress and nobody would look at me. They would all still be looking at Jackie. And, you know,
The quizzing people about politics at the dinner table, I was like, that is going to be, I'm stealing it from Ethel and I'm a grandpa. I'm like, that is going to be me. It's like, come to dinner at the house. We're doing a news quiz before.
I
you
thought
get
that
to
was
have any
so
drinks.
rude, so
You
rude
did?
to her. And I was mad at him for not signing her up for breakfast too. You know, he was kind of a lunkhead in some ways. And I don't
Yeah.
think he fully appreciated how clannish listen, I'm acting like I know this, but how
Yeah.
clannish the Kennedys seem, and how, you know, how difficult it was to integrate into that whole world. Well, I promised you a heart out.
Thank you.
So
We should have done the whole hour on this.
I know,
More.
it's
The
so
series isn't
fascinating.
over. Maybe we can just do it when the whole series is over.
yeah, because I have some funny stories about how I got that interview with JFK Jr.
Good tease.
And,
I'm going to follow up on that.
But I just want to remind everyone, just because while we're here with your audience, I have my Substack show coming up in an hour. And I'm going to be doing a lot more on Iran with Richard Haas. And we're going to be talking about the Epstein files to get everybody up to speed on Substack. So if you want to join me. And so enjoy Texas, you guys. When is the live show?
Dallas Wednesday. Austin Thursday. Dallas is sold out. Austin, we still got tickets. Go to the
And where do you have these events?
In Texas, it's at the Paramount. In Austin, I mean, it's at the Paramount, which is like downtown, kind of off 6th Street. I've been there. I forget where we're at in Dallas.
So in Dallas, I forget the name of the place, but it's where Lee Harvey Oswald was hanging out at the movie theater.
Oh my God!
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I had no idea.
Now we kind of just brought it full circle.
We did.
So, in a very sick way.
I didn't want to say it.
Okay. Anyway, you guys, thank you guys so much. This was really fun. Let's do it again. I'm going to go take care of my bloody nose.
Please. Thank you for fighting through it.
Okay.
See you soon. Bye, Katie.
Good to see
cities. Instead, we spent it on this war. And our intel agencies say that for the $11 billion we've spent, Iran's leadership is still largely intact and not at risk of imminent collapse. This is per Reuters. On that note, we got the first public statement from the new, younger, more extreme Ayatollah who vowed to take revenge on Israel and America. This is a day after the FBI issued an urgent warning to local law enforcement that, quote, Iran allegedly aspired to conduct a surprise attack on California using drones fired from a ship off the coast. And Trump said that he's been briefed on the existence of terrorist sleeper cells in America, but, quote, we know where most of them are, I think. Naturally, the president's public remarks this week have reflected the seriousness of the crisis at hand.
Operation Epic Fury! Is that a great name? Well, it's only good if you win, you know.
Okay, I see why there was. It was picking up an audio input and a mic.
We won the bet.
I don't know
In
why.
The first hour, it was over.
Won the bet. First hour. He's now using the name of
Just be the mic
military
and
operation
the desktop audio.
that
Yeah,
led
okay,
to
that's
a
weird.
Gigantic
I don't know why I
war
did
in the
that.
Middle East, the biggest U.S.
Glad that's
deployment since
resolved.
the Iraq War.
Shouldn't have even freaking started.
Dead,
That's so dumb.
Hundreds wounded, thousands of people dead in the Middle East, and he's using it as an applause line at a rally. You tired of all the winning yet, Dan?
I will admittedly say that I have pretty low expectations for Donald Trump on any issue, particularly one as complicated as the Middle East. But I have to say, even I am blown away by what a gigantic clusterfuck this is.
Yeah.
Just at every single level, at every point, they have screwed this up. The military is obviously doing what it's supposed to be doing. They are executing the mission, obviously not flawlessly, given the missile that hit the girls' school. But at every, there is no, it's just the messaging around it is terrible. There seems to be no strategy. We are 2 weeks in and there's still no definition of victory. Trump can't describe what's happening in any coherent way. And it seems to be spiraling out of control in a way that going to have really serious short, medium-term implications for the world and Americans, American safety, security, and our economy, and potentially dramatic long-term consequences for the world order, the shape of the Middle East, our allies, both in the region and in the world. I mean, it's just an absolute mess. And the thing about it is, it's one of the worst own goals in history. There was no argument for this. There was no strategic imperative, no threat. Trump just stumbled ass backward into something that could become World War III.
Yeah. When you listen to some administration officials like Marco Rubio, and the White House has been putting this out as well, they say the objectives now are to destroy Iran's navy, which they have almost done, to seriously degrade their ballistic missile capabilities. So destroy the missiles, destroy the factories that make the missiles. I guess they have made good progress in doing that. They have talked about making sure, and then the other objective is making sure they can never, ever build or seek a nuclear weapon again. They have not done anything else on that front. The enriched uranium.
And that's an impossible test.
Right.
What does that even mean?
Because you can't do that with airstrikes alone. You'd need ground troops. We don't have ground troops so far. Obviously, that would be a terrible idea. But the enriched uranium is still there. And so that hasn't been achieved. And, the goal of regime change, which was never an official goal, though Donald Trump talked about it all the time. And now there's reporting saying the Israelis think it's a goal. Benjamin Netanyahu wants regime change for sure, and now the Americans are saying, well, it'd be a bonus, But either way, doesn't seem like it's close to happening because we got the Ayatollah vowing revenge, and the Strait of Hormuz continue to be closed, and attacks from Iran continuing to happen. There's an Axios story about all this, like what Trump's thinking, because the way we know what Trump's thinking now is he goes to events like this and says crazy shit, and then I guess he just takes the call of any reporter who dials him up. He talked to Axios, and someone told Axios, sorry, maybe this wasn't Trump, but someone told Axios, a source who spoke to Trump on Tuesday evening described the president as, quote, enthusiastic about continuing the war for at least 3 to 4 weeks before making a decision.
Ugh.
3 to 4 more weeks? We're going to continue this into mid-April? What's going to happen in that time period if this has been a clusterfuck after fucking a couple weeks now?
Think about what it's going to do to the oil markets. Like, there's an estimate out today that if the strait is closed through April, oil will
oh my god,
reach
this country's
$140
being
a barrel.
run.
I mean, this is the
like
greatest
absolute
shock to
morons.
Our oil supply in the history of the world.
Unfathomable.
And with the global economy was
Sure
already
is.
fragile. I mean, it's an absolute disaster. And there's just no, like, you say Marco Rubio is articulating some set of goals, but that's not even really goals. That's just slightly more coherent than the verbal applesauce that Trump is putting out every day.
What?
And he's the person who's supposed to
Yeah,
know. Like,
I know.
there's
I'm
a
just not
world-
feeling hungry.
We've seen this in other things with Trump where
Okay.
what he says makes no sense. But then there are people behind him who are saying things that it's not a worldview we would agree with, not one that we think would even be effective. But it's like a plan of some kind. And here there is none.
What'd you make of the New York Times story headlined, "How Trump and his advisors miscalculated Iran's response to war"? Because there's like, I wanted to laugh and then I wanted to scream when I realized that it was all reality, even though it sounds so fucking buffoonish, the whole piece.
This is one of those things that I do think is scarier if you've actually worked in a White House and you know how it works. And like, they obviously seem very stupid. These are unserious people who don't even take their jobs that seriously. We've been wargaming and thinking out what a war with Iran would look like since the day the Ayatollah took over in 1979. And there's a reason it hasn't happened in all this time. It's because these are the consequences. They can control the Strait of Hormuz. If that closes down, every wargaming of this has shown this to be the case, but they did it anyway. They ignored all of that so-called expert advice to go forward. And there's a part in there to me that's, I think, is the most scary. It says in there that a lot of aides think this is going very poorly, but they're afraid to tell Trump because he keeps saying it's going great. And if you can't tell bad news to the president, then the president is going to operate from a false set of facts going forward. And that's an even bigger problem when that president lives in a hermetically sealed right-wing news bubble that tells him what he wants to hear. So he has no information that actually would allow him to make a decision that would move this in a better direction because he thinks it's in a good direction.
Yeah, it's incredibly unsettling, scary that we're living through this. And also the fact that even if Trump wanted to stop the war today, even if he said, okay, we're declaring victory and we've bombed everything we can bomb and all that, Iran's not going to stop. The regime is in place. And what do we think is going to happen? They're going to stop firing missiles all over the Middle East. They're going to stop trying to incite terror attacks, have their proxies incite terror attacks all over the world. What? It's just the idea that the war stops when Donald Trump says it stops is just so fucking stupid and flies in the face of all history.
Also, the reports are the Iranians are mining the strait. And once you put mines in the strait, it's not countries that decide where they go to the strait. It's companies who have borrowed tens of millions of dollars to buy these tankers. And what guarantees do they have that their tankers are not going to run into mines? It is. So even if we were to stop tomorrow, are we going to trust the Iranians to go tell us where all the mines were so we can go pick them up? Of course not.
No, they've it seems like they have laid at least 10 mines in the Strait of Hormuz, according to reports. They're also just firing tankers. They've had a couple tankers who are going through the strait anyway. The Secretary of Energy this week posted a tweet saying the Navy has accompanied its first ship, oil tanker, through the Strait of Hormuz, and then immediately had to take down that tweet because it wasn't true. Don't know what's going on there. He just announced again before we started recording that the Navy will be sort of accompanying tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know why that's like a magical solve, especially if they are laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz, because they can lay mines without Navy ships. Iran can. They can do it with smaller ships. So I don't really know that that's gonna solve it. You mentioned, oil prices hit $100 a barrel again, and the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, has threatened to push prices up to $200 per barrel, which would cause gas prices to exceed $5 a gallon. So that's something to look forward to. But Trump was asked about this complete fucking mess in the Strait of Hormuz the other night, and here's what he said.
Straits are in great shape. We've knocked out all of their boats. I think we're in very good shape.
The Straits are in great shape.
So everyone, that's what people are saying.
The Straits are in great shape. Guess there's a couple now. President followed up those comments with a post. Was the post to correct himself? Was the post to offer more information? No, here's what the post said. The United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far. So when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. Never thought of it that way, Dan. Are you impressed with Trump's cunning political jujitsu there? Actually, higher prices are good.
We've been saying for months that Trump needed a message on affordability, and now he has one. High prices are good. And just, it is worth just like stepping back and, like, I hate to say this, but dissecting that truth, because it does speak to his, like, how his brain works, which is, if prices go up, who makes more money? Oil companies. And how do they make more money? Because prices have gone up on American consumers. So if big oil is getting rich, that is a win for our country in his mind. If companies make money and the American consumer has to pay more and higher prices so those companies can make money, then that's a win.
It's so I don't even know if he really believes that. Like I part of it is this: he sees everything through his own interests, and the country. He now equates the country to him, and so if the country makes money, if some people are making money, then he can point to that. Then everything's wonderful, because it's sort of like what he does with the tariff things. Like we're being ripped off by the tariffs, and now all the money's coming in. The money's pouring in from the tariffs. It's like, even though Americans are paying the extra tariffs, just like Americans are paying the higher gas prices. But as long as money's coming into companies, America's great. Things are going well. His country's going well. He did a good job because America's rich now.
But at least with the tariffs, the money does go to the U.S. government. The higher prices go to the Exxon guy. Like, what? I mean, I think that obviously we think the tariffs are stupid, but you can at least point to like an increase in revenue for the federal government. Here, the government gets no money. In fact, we're getting less money than we should because we've given all these tax breaks and subsidies to big oil anyway, and the big oil companies get rich. And I think you are correct that what is happening here is like a heavy dose of cope to try to explain away the terrible situation and say, oh, no, don't worry. $140 barrel oil in the middle of a rapidly escalating global crisis in the Middle East is fine. Look how it's good for, like, I think that's the main thing happening here. But there is, I think, something about his mentality, which is if American companies get rich, that's good for America. And that doesn't work if the people who are if the way the companies get rich is by charging more money to American consumers who are already struggling with high prices.
They also don't have a lot of tools in the toolbox left to do anything about this. They announced a release of like the largest release ever from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and oil still went up to $100 a barrel. So it's like, I don't really know how. I mean, I guess they can start doing, maybe they'll do export controls on oil to keep the oil here, and that's like a short-term solution. But that's that long-term, that's even worse for us. So like, there's nothing really to do here except, I don't know, just try to continue to tell ships to sack up and take a chance going through the Strait of Hormuz, which is basically what Trump and Brian Kilmeade, the Fox and Friends host, were doing. He's like, you just gotta, these ships gotta have some balls and just go through the Strait of Hormuz. And if you get blown up, you get blown up. They can't get all of us, right? It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
That's right. If there are 10 mines and 12 ships go through, at least 2 of them are making it.
Oh. I have to say, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but we kind of skipped over the FBI bulletin about California and the drones. Now, the White House has since said that this was like unverified intelligence. Of course, we can believe everything the White House says, and Gavin Newsom said that he had heard about it, and everyone's on high alert. It seems like this was intelligence from February, that the Iranians aspired to do this. I do think that would, require somehow getting a ship out to the west coast of California, and then the drones, and who knows. But I do think that one got a lot of Americans' attention. I think that might have broken through.
It broke through to the school mom group chat in my house. Yes, I had some questions for Tommy and Ben from a lot of people. I needed good responses.
Yeah,
and then Hallie didn't trust me to do it, so she wanted me to screenshot their text and send it to them, just like as proof that things were okay.
I mean, I also saw in that what's resonating newsletter that posts about and stories about that FBI warning were like one of the most shared stories yesterday by far, because I just think that we Americans right now don't like the idea of this war. They don't like the idea of spending a lot of money on this war. They don't like the idea of high oil prices. They certainly don't like the idea of like American troops risking their lives and potentially dying in this war. Some already have. But if there start being credible threats to the homeland, and terror attacks, God forbid, like that's when shit's really going to hit the fan. And the fact that Trump was talking about sleeper cells and terrorist sleeper cells, and we've got an eye on most of them, I think, is fucking terrifying. We're sitting here, and just today there was a shooter at Old Dominion University in Virginia, and they believe that was someone who was ISIS-inspired and had been in jail already for some ISIS-inspired activities back, I think, as far as 2017, got out of jail in 2024. There was also just an attack on a synagogue in Michigan, and early reports say it is a naturalized Lebanese American who was, I guess, just last night posting pictures of relatives who died in the Israeli attacks on Lebanon, which is just fucking horrific, that now we are seeing potentially attacks or attempted attacks play out across the United States. And I don't know. I just have a real fear that this is just the beginning of that.
Yeah, I mean, that is it's not just that the war is happening, it's the way in which Tommy and I talked about this on YouTube yesterday, but it's also the way they're messaging the war, right? It's like seemed almost designed. It's the video game footage, the triumphalism, the snuff porn videos of things blowing up that they keep tweeting out as if it's like a joke. And like that seems designed to radicalize people against the United States, whether they're in Iran or elsewhere.
Yes, it does. That is certainly the scariest effect. I also think I've been thinking about this a lot because it's really bothered me, the video game shit, and they keep doing it. And some of them are like sports related, and they'll show like NFL clips, and they'll like cut it with like every touchdown. They'll cut it with like a missile that hit, like actual footage of a missile that hit. They did it with baseball too, like baseball highlights, and they just keep doing this shit. I kind of think it's meant to numb us to the real consequences and risks of war. And this idea that like, oh, it's all fun, it's no big deal. You're scrolling through your feed, you're seeing a million different things anyway, and when you see stuff about war, it's just one more thing, and it's a game, and we're winning it, and everything's awesome, and America's fucking great, and let's keep going. And I realize that like every government uses propaganda to sell war, but this is like, feels like it's propaganda for the sake of propaganda. Just to like not even sell a war, but just to convey a message that everyone should go about their business and not think this is a big deal and not worry about all the scary headlines that you're reading or all the people who are upset about this. Just like, we're great, we're fucking awesome, good luck.
I think you are correct that that's the net effect of what they're doing. I think that gives them way too much credit for strategy here. I think it's just a bunch of fucking incel grapers who got social media jobs at the White House just doing shit to like get like kudos in their local discords. It's so stupid. It serves no actual purpose. And I think even there's because of the way the media works now, and because of the fact that it's happening in Iran, a place where there is essentially almost no Western media at all, and they can shut the internet down in a second. Like, this already could just be happening without us ever seeing anything, right? It's just, but they put out I think they put out these videos because they're unserious, terrible people. Like, that's what it, like, they don't,
but it has been their digital strategy since their campaign in 2024 that they have carried into the White House, and they've done it around deportations. And yeah, it is a bunch of incel groypers. Like those are the people who are now staffing the government at some of the highest levels. But their view on like communication, if you want to call it a view, like it doesn't have to be like a strategy that was on a whiteboard anywhere. But the way they do this is just pump out shit, troll people. Everything's fucking LOL. Nothing matters. Like
that's for sure.
That is their strategy per se, and it's just it's nihilism, and it's really scary.
On my show, Runaway Country, we go where the headlines hit home, from communities under threat. I think a lot of people have seen the video so many times, but it's still very surreal to see that's where he was killed, to the people fighting to be heard.
It's hard to wear all the hats that you kind of need to as an immigration judge. And as a human, it's devastating.
This idea of like journalists shouldn't have bias. Of course we should have a bias. We should have a bias towards democracy. We should have a bias towards freedom.
What is it like to be trying to do what you're doing when the president himself has put a target on your back?
Frankly, when I was a CIA officer, I used to study other countries that would do these kinds of things.
The entire U.S. Congress was basically held accountable by you guys.
I just got chills.
You do want accountability for everybody, and the more that comes out, the more pernicious it all is.
New episodes of Runaway Country drop every Thursday. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts or watch on YouTube.
Pod Save America is brought to you by Simply Safe Home Security. Most smart cameras are like cable news pundits. They just sit there, watch the chaos happen, and tell you about it later. Hey, looks like you're being robbed. Back to you, John. You don't need a pundit in your living room. You need Simply Safe. Traditional security systems only act after someone has already broken in. That's too late. Simply Safe's Active Guard outdoor protection can help prevent break-ins before they happen. While other security companies lock you in, Simply Safe comes with no long-term contract. They earn your trust every day. They're so confident in their protection that they'll back it with an anti-theft guarantee. Simply Safe protects over 4 million people. They have 20 years of experience at home security. They were just named Best Home Security of 2026 by U.S. News & World Report. They've been named the best customer service in home security with industry-leading customer satisfaction scores to prove it. I've set up a Simply Safe, and the customer service was so reliable. If the alarm went off, I really did count on them. I heard from them instantly, and the app is really easy to use, so I recommend it. Right now, our listeners get 50% off their new Simply Safe system at simplysafe.com/crooked. That's simplysafe.com/crooked. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
This show is brought to you by AG1. Spring is a season of change, but it doesn't have to throw off your foundation. As the days get longer and your schedule shifts, your health routine shouldn't get more complicated. AG1 helps you shake off the winter slump and embrace the new season. Easy-to-use travel packs means your routine goes wherever your spring adventures take you. Use that extra daylight to kickstart your morning with a boost of B vitamins and superfoods for sustained all-day energy. Formulated with 75 high-quality ingredients, including 5 clinically studied probiotic strains, it replaces your multivitamin and digestive support supplements in one single scoop. Powered by antioxidants, probiotics, and functional mushrooms, AG1 delivers daily immune support to help you stay at your best. I love AG1. I'm a big smoothie in the morning guy. And AG1 just goes right in there perfectly. It tastes good. It doesn't overwhelm the flavor, but it's like gets you all the vitamins and minerals you need, gets you that gut health, gets you all those good antioxidants and probiotics and all that stuff. And I don't know, I like it. I highly recommend it. Visit drinkag1.com/crooked to get 3 AG1 travel packs and a bottle of vitamin D plus K2 free in your welcome kit with your first AG1 subscription. That's a $72 value. That's drinkag1.com/crooked.
Despite all these efforts, the war still isn't popular with most Americans, including some prominent podcasters whose support for Trump in 2024 probably helped him make inroads with younger Gen Z men. The most prominent, of course, is Joe Rogan, who has been on something of a tear about Iran. Let's listen.
It's terrifying, and it's exactly the opposite of what we were told leading into this administration, that it's going to be America first. Right.
Use Trump.
Unnecessary foreign
Say
wars.
Trump by name,
it's gonna
Joe.
Be bad. I mean, if
Come
oil
on.
prices spike,
By name.
we're fucked.
Call him out by name.
And
call him out
the
by name, bitch.
Republicans are really fucked. Yeah, he's 80. He doesn't have much to
Call
lose.
him out by name, you
That's
bitch.
the scary thing about old leaders. You're making decisions for babies and children.
See,
and
old
the future of the
leaders,
world.
huh?
And you've
Huh.
only got 10.
Still can't
maybe
say it.
10 years left on Earth.
I mean, the last part is quite like telling of our times.
No, it's not.
Powerful way.
Because he didn't say his
also just
name.
made me think.
Nope, he's got to say the name.
You know who wasn't 80?
It doesn't matter.
Who's still not 80. Kamala Harris. she was a candidate in the last election. She has hopefully many years to live and make decisions on behalf of the family in her life and everyone else and other children. It's fucking.
And I could pretty much guarantee with every ounce of fiber of my body that we would not be at war with Iran if she was president of the United States.
Yeah. I, as you know, don't like to scream at people who scream like "I told you so" at people who voted for Trump. I think it's a shitty way to win people over. And so, welcome.
No
Joe
mercy.
Rogan, right? to seeing the light on this one. I just hope that going to be another presidential election in 2028, and I hope that Joe Rogan and a lot of these other podcasters, just thinks about what lessons can be learned from 2024 and the lies that were told in 2024 and the people who told them. And it wasn't just Donald Trump. It was, his vice president, who is probably going to be the, front runner for the Republican nomination. Many of the other people around him in the White House, many of the other Republicans who are running for Congress and running for president. So I do think that all the people who are disappointed in Trump, who supported Trump, think next time around, the next election, that what they're hearing from Republicans, from MAGA Republicans like Donald Trump, might not be on the level.
And that every Republican has stood by Trump as he's done this.
Yes.
With the exception of Rand Paul and Thomas Massie, every single one of them is totally fine with this war.
So our pal Peter Hamby at Puck has a new piece with reactions from young men, including Trump voters, who participated in one of John Della Volpe's focus groups on the war. Talked to John a couple times in the show. Spoiler alert, these young men, not fans of the war. What'd you make of these groups, and how big of a problem do you think this is for Republicans as we look ahead to the midterms?
As we've looked at the polling over the last year, the group that has abandoned Trump the fastest are young men. And that I think it's primarily been driven by affordability and the fact that Trump ran on lowering prices and then has just found truly diabolical ways to keep raising them. Like if you thought the tariffs were bad, wait till you go to the gas pump this week.
Yeah.
But I think there is this level of consistency. If you listen to the focus groups in 2024, there was this very real concern. Obviously, it was based on bad information, but this very real concern that Kamala Harris would get us into wars and Donald Trump would keep us out of wars. Donald Trump said he was against forever wars all the time. This was people's views on this were complicated by U.S. support for Ukraine, and I think this fear also unfounded and based on bad information that somehow we were going to get involved in Ukraine because of our support for Ukraine. There was U.S. support for Israel and what was happening in Gaza. All was pushing to this, and Donald Trump was saying, "No forever wars, no forever wars, no forever wars." Now, he was also saying he was going to blow the shit out of bad guys all the time, and so when Pierre talks about in this piece is that he would go to colleges and talk to young men. They would be worried in 2024 about being drafted. That was the thing that got brought up during the campaign, that Kamala Harris would bring the draft back and draft you. And you're hearing that again. There is this, it is a consistent viewpoint, and Donald Trump has broken a core promise. There are three reasons why people voted for Donald Trump who were actually legitimately on the fence: prices, immigration, and by immigration I mean the border, and war. And he's raised prices. He has run a immigration strategy that went so far beyond anything he promised and is not what people want. And now he has gone and started multiple wars and now has us embroiled in the greatest conflict we've been in a decade.
Yeah, and I do think it speaks to the need for, and I know, Ben and Tommy talked about this this week on Pod Save the World, and have been talking about it for a while, but the need for Democrats clearly to become an anti-war party, or at least back to a war as a last resort, military force as a last resort party. Because, it is clear that the impression that a lot of these young men and other voters had about Kamala Harris and the potential that she might get us into war or start a draft is based on, a lot of lies and misinformation pushed by Trump and his supporters, for sure. It's also true that if you inspected all of Kamala Harris's positions closely, you would probably come to the conclusion that, yeah, she's not going to start World War III, nor is she going to bring back the draft, right? That's pretty obvious. But in the years that Joe Biden was president and Kamala Harris was vice president, and even in her campaign, did it seem like there was an emphasis on keeping America out of wars or on keeping America out of foreign wars? I would say probably not, particularly with the way that, like you said, Biden behaved in Gaza, and also the, I would argue, necessary support for Ukraine against Putin's invasion. But also, it was something that it wasn't just happening. That like, oh well, you know,
of course,
we're going to help defend Europe, and we're going to do this.
Oh,
it was
it's like 60%. It's
all the
fine.
time talked about, because it was, we connected this fight against Russia and Ukraine's fight against Russia to sort of like the global fight against authoritarianism. And again, lots of good reasons to make that connection and to offer that support. But I do think as Democrats run again in 2026, especially 2028, you got to be pretty clear about our stance on war and the use of force, and not do the thing that every fucking Democratic nominee does, particularly Democratic nominees who don't have military background, who don't have foreign policy experience, and just say a lot of words to show how tough they are, because we know that strength is important, and the only way to, and we somehow equate strength with talking tough about war.
That is the most important point, which is in the post-Vietnam era, and sort of really exemplified in Carter's presidency around Iran, ironically enough, in the effort and the
15 minutes left. I'm just going to turn it in. Whatever.
Missions to try to
whatever
rescue the people, the Americans held hostage in the embassy. Democrats became seen as weak, and we have tried to solve that problem by being pro-war, by being bellicose. That is how we stumbled into the Iraq War. That's why so many Democrats thought that they should vote for it.
Democrats are stupid.
I mean, the problem was worsened in the early 90s, when a bunch of Democrats voted against the first Gulf War, and it ended like in 30 days, and H.W. Bush went to a 90% approval rating. And so then we're like, we're not going to make that mistake again. When what takes actual strength is this to oppose war. Right, that was ultimately why Obama succeeded in 2008, because he was the candidate who was seen as strong enough, who had the courage to stand up against war. And if you think that, we are in these messes as a party because we have conflated being tough with being pro-war, and that is not how the American people see it. They want someone who is strong enough and smart enough to get us out of wars, to keep us from getting in these sort of fights.
And the media and punditry contributes to this, because
they're so fucking pro-war.
Because inevitably, every campaign, there's like a million stories at some point in the campaign about how this Democratic candidate must pass the commander-in-chief test, and then dutifully, the Democratic presidential candidate will say things like, "I'm ready to be commander-in-chief on day one, and I will use the most lethal military force," and all the fucking shit that the blob who's advising, the DC blob who's advising that candidate, tells them to put in their speeches. And no more. Like, and I get why some candidates feel the need to do it, because they don't have the background, they don't have the experience, they don't have the military experience. A lot of this is gendered as well, which is why Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton had to deal with it too. But like, it is like an artificial sort of facade of like bellicose militarism that no one's buying, first of all, and only makes you look more hawkish when people don't want that. So that was what the young men thought in that focus group. Marjorie Taylor Greene also tweeted on Thursday. We've been talking about people like Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly who were against this war. Marjorie Taylor Greene, certainly one of these MAGA folks. She tweeted on Thursday that she's been talking to other, quote, America First conservatives. She's not MAGA anymore. She's America First. There's a split now.
Tomato.
Yeah, and they all agree that the party has been hijacked by neocons and boomers. And that, quote, an entire generation of elected leaders, their donors, and controlling interests on both sides have to be, quote, removed by outside pressure. What's Marge got going on there?
Just as a point of fact, I'm pretty sure Trump's a member of the silent generation.
Yeah, that's true.
He's older than our problem is that the boomers
he not a boomer?
Are not the problem. I think he's silent. I think he and Biden were both silent generation.
Wow. Well.
Yeah, those are the people. We don't even think about the silent generation, but they're the ones pulling the strings in Washington these days. On the day that Jim Clyburn announced he's running for re-election at age 86.
Yeah, it's just a spring chicken.
So freaking absurd.
It's just as I can't. I don't even get into that.
Yeah,
it's bad. How about that? There's my take. It's bad.
Yeah, it's a good take. Here's the thing that I think this war is showing us more than anything else is that MAGA doesn't really exist as a lot of people think about it. I think we've talked about how, Trump is the symptom of a larger problem in American politics, and that is true. And we've talked about this idea of Trumpism as a sort of a movement or a philosophy that it would extend past Trump. And then, all these discussions, Trump's going around and ask people, who do you think's a better leader for MAGA? J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio? MAGA is fake. It's a cult of personality. If you look at it in this, there are definitely elite leaders, mostly in the podcast space, who are true believers of some of this shit, like the people Marjorie Taylor Greene's talking about. But in the polling, when they look at MAGA or self-identified MAGA Republicans and non-MAGA Republicans, the ones who are more pro-war are the MAGA Republicans, and because they're more pro-Trump. And so whatever Trump is for, they're for.
Yeah.
So what is going to happen when Trump fades into the background, and there is this, 2028 Republican nomination, is not a battle for who's going to lead Trump's movement. Trump's movement dies with him. It's what the rest of the Republican party looks like after Trump.
Right.
And I'm not saying it's going to look good because of the, decade of radicalization of people into this sort of depraved, nihilistic, megalomaniacal politics, but it's not America first. It's not nationalism. It's race-based grievance politics, and then take it where you want from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there.
I hate how my mic has to be at
an America First movement.
9 dBs of gain in the desktop audio.
Nationalistic,
-2.
xenophobic, populist.
Whatever.
Again, it doesn't look great.
All right,
but
I think
you could see it stand in contrast with the
play some Skyrim now.
Hawks that are left in the party, the deficit hawks that are left in the party.
I hope
There's
so.
not a lot of them, right? There's going to be some segments of the party that really are driven by more racial grievance. There's going to be and immigration. There's going to be others that are maybe driven by more economic concerns, even though they're not going to end up embracing any decent economic policies. But I do think I think the point is it's going to be a war for the soul of the party.
Yes, not a war to lead the Trump movement, because that's not a real thing.
Right, and I don't think it's going to be a battle between the never Trumpers and the rest of the party. I think that they're out for good. I think it's going to be the different warring factions of MAGA that we're seeing right now.
It's just it doesn't stand for any. If Trump came out tomorrow for Obamacare, they'd all be pro Obamacare.
Yes.
That's the thing that is here, and so it doesn't really mean anything. It is just the voters.
This is true. They are bitches.
The Republican-based voters serve Trump whatever Trump wants. They don't serve a bunch of ideas.
Oh man, I need a drink of water.
That Trump then has come to represent for them. You see this with abortion, right? This was the obviously Dobbs happened, but Trump has not said anything about abortion for years now, right, since the election, and you don't hear anything from the evangelicals about it because that's not what Trump wants. But if Trump were to pick it as his top issue tomorrow, that would be his top issue.
Sanitary?
Again. I think it's just important to distinguish between an America First movement that Trump's the head of, and a movement that is about Donald Trump that is sometimes called America First. And
General
some
chaos,
America First
looking at trying to figure out what else he can
Brought
break.
to you by Quince. A thoughtfully built wardrobe comes down to the clothes that mix well and last. That's where Quince shines. Premium fabrics, considered design, and everyday essentials.
Thought you could hide
that
drumsticks
feel
from me.
effortless to wear and dependable even as the seasons change. Quince has the everyday essentials I love with quality that lasts. Lightweight cashmere sweaters, short sleeve Mongolian cashmere polos, linen bottoms and shorts, tees in 100% Pima cotton, and European jersey linen. The clothes are versatile and it makes the wardrobe work season to season. Quince works directly with top factories and cuts out the middlemen. You're not paying for brand markup or fancy retail stores. Just quality clothing. The cashmere is 100% Mongolian. The same stuff luxury brands use. The Pima cotton is long staple, which means it stays soft and doesn't pill. The European jersey linen is breathable and lightweight. Everything is built to hold up to regular wear and still look good. Their clothing is rated between 4.5 and 5 stars by thousands of people wearing it every day, and they only partner with factories that meet rigorous standards for craftsmanship and ethical production. I'm a huge fan of Quince. I've gotten sheets from there, clothes from there, bags from there, rugs from there. They have really great stuff, and it just should be your go-to because they have all kinds of things, and you should just check to see that they don't have a better version, often for less. It's just a better store. So stop overcomplicating your wardrobe. You don't need a closet full of options. You need a few pieces that actually work. Right now, go to quince.com/crooked for free shipping and 365-day returns. That's a full year to build your wardrobe and love it, and you will. Now available in Canada too. Don't keep settling for clothes that don't last. Go to QUINCE.com/crooked for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/crooked.
Pod Save America is brought to you by Built. It's 2026, and if you're still paying rent without Built, it's time for a change. Built is the loyalty program for renters that reward you for your biggest monthly expense, rent. With Built, every rent payment earns you points that can be used towards flights, hotels, Lyft rides, Amazon.com purchases, and so much more. And here's something to get excited about. Now, Built members can earn points on mortgage payments for the first time. That means you can get rewarded wherever you live and unlock exclusive benefits from more than 45,000 restaurants, fitness studios, pharmacies, and other neighborhood partners. There's a lot of great options. I've been checking out. They got fitness classes. They have a Built travel portal. If you want to take a trip, you can just buy stuff on Amazon. They have Lyft rides. They have gift cards at over 120 brands. So tons of different ways to spend your Built rewards. It's simple. Paying rent is better with Built, and now owning a home can be better with Built too. Earn rewards and get something back wherever you live. Join the loyalty program for renters at joinbuilt.com/crooked. That's JOINBILT.com/crooked. Make sure to use our URL so they know we sent you.
Well, Donald Trump's still here, and Republicans are about to face their last midterm with Donald Trump as president, and they are clearly aware that their prospects aren't looking so hot, which is why this week's House Republican retreat in Florida gave us headlines like this one from Axios. Quote, White House tells House Republicans to stop talking about mass deportations. What? Here's House Speaker Mike Johnson valiantly trying out the new line on Tuesday.
We got a little hiccup with some of the Hispanic and Latino voters for certain, because some of the immigration enforcement was viewed to be overzealous, and everybody can describe it differently. But here's
overzealous, huh?
We're in a course correction mode right now. We're going to have a new
because shooting Americans in the head.
Mark Wayne Mullen is going to be
overzealous.
A great job in that
right.
role. I'm sure that
just a hiccup, just a flesh wound. And it could be, some people have described it as overzealous, and it could be described different ways.
By other, just you pick your adjective. I'm not saying it's overzealous in case Donald Trump is watching this right now. I'm not saying that. Some may have said that. Also, just like what an annoying doofus he is. It's just like he is. What
a good little Christian he is.
Describing mass deportation.
Wait, why am I talking? I'm by myself. No one's here.
Republicans have because of it.
Oh, remember
this,
that
weird sing-songy Ned Flanders voice. Like it's
very Ned
so
Flanders.
Bad.
Just a hiccup with some Latino voters over the fact that we have a paramilitary force hunting them down in their neighborhoods, regardless of whether they're citizens or not. So James Blair, who is this is the White House's top political guy, he's the deputy chief of staff. They always trot him out to try to say what the message should be, and then everyone else in the White House just ignores the advice. As do Republicans. Remember, he did that around affordability. He's like, Donald Trump, after the off-year elections, he's like, Donald Trump's now going to focus on affordability. We know that. We get it's really important. And the next day, Donald Trump's like, affordability's a hoax. So he also told House Republicans, he was the one who said, stop talking about mass deportations. He told them to turn the midterms into a choice election by reminding voters about Democrats' Biden-era positions on crime, cashless bail, and open borders. That was the quote. Would that be your advice too?
I wouldn't give them advice, John, but I would point out that this strategy is doomed to fail for one very, very bitter pill for Donald Trump and James Blair to swallow.
Joe Biden isn't president.
What's that?
Joe Biden isn't president.
Well, not only is Joe Biden not president, 60% of voters in a recent NPR Marist poll believe that that things were better when Joe Biden was president.
That's tough.
That includes 68% of independents.
That is a tough pill
to
swallow.
Your message cannot be, watch out for Biden's old policies. When even if they didn't like Biden's old policies, they think your policies suck more. Majorities think that their life is worse off because of Donald Trump's policies. And at a time of war with $100 a barrel oil, do you think cashless bail is going to tip the elections for you? Like, truly, these guys are so far up their own asses that it's like hard to see straight.
Someone from Fox called up the White House after that Axios story and asked about the mass deportations policy, and the White House said there's no change whatsoever in the White House's deportation or immigration policies. So they're still pursuing mass deportation, but they just can't talk about it. Can't talk about mass deportation. The war that you're seeing is actually over.
It's going great.
It's going great. The tariffs you're paying that the Supreme Court said are illegal, you're not getting a refund. The higher gas prices you're paying are actually great because, you know, we're all making money. Oil companies are making money and everything's great. And I don't know, what else is there? That's basic. Everything's wonderful. Everything's wonderful. Check out this ballroom. Look at that. It's great.
Yes, and don't worry, the president is spending at least 3 to 4 times as much time as he is on the war and the economy on decorating the ballroom he's building. Because his true passion is interior design.
I don't know what I would tell them the message is. Like, I mean, I guess, and then the other thing, you know, they're like, oh, you got to talk about the prescription drug thing, which, like, he didn't do anything on prescription drugs that's, like, anything of significance at all. But he did some, like, fake website and a couple things here and there that might help some people who don't have insurance if they go on the website and get some discounts on prescription drugs. I looked into it. It's very, very little. But this is their big thing. They think, oh, if the Republicans are out there, and they've done the polling on this, and they're telling all the candidates, go out there and talk about what Trump has done on prescription drugs. Like, that is the key. Okay.
No. You know, that's almost like, it is eerie how similar it is to some of the things we read about Biden's plans. And honestly, I don't know what I would tell them either, other than to go fuck themselves. But that'd be my advice, James Blair. But if they were going to do anything to be helpful, is they would kind of do what Biden actually did, which was just be quiet for the last 6 months. Like, Biden wasn't out there campaigning for anyone. He wasn't trying to make the election about him.
Yeah.
Up until he gave that democracy speech at the very end.
Trump can't stop himself.
That's true. He showed a lot of discipline, even though he was unhappy.
Yeah. I don't think Trump will be showing that.
Out of the way, Mule.
That's what I was saying.
Mule, move.
I also think if you told Mike Johnson to go fuck himself, it would fly in the face of his Covenant Eyes app that he shares with his son. So I think that's going to be
somewhere his son is just getting an alert on his phone.
Something I thought about. That message wouldn't be received as well. So basically, the president basically had one piece of advice for Republicans in Congress. It's become more of an all-consuming demand, which is to pass the Save America Act, a bill that would require.
Oh my God! If that passes, we're so screwed.
Every American to present their passport or birth certificate in person at a local elections office in order to register to vote. Trump is also demanding that the bill include a nationwide ban on most mail-in voting and a ban on trans participation in sports and gender-affirming care for minors, because why not? And he said that he won't sign any legislation until the bill is passed, and yet the votes still aren't there in the Senate without nuking the filibuster, which Republicans also don't have the votes for, as John Thune continues telling everyone who will listen. They did just get one convert, however. Texas's John Cornyn, who's locked in a primary runoff with Ken Paxton, who said he'd only consider dropping out of the race if the SAVE Act passes. So, because of that, Cornyn wrote an op-ed in the New York Post this week explaiing that he now does support
competing to gargle
ending the
Trump's
filibuster
nuts
to pass the Save America Act. Again, they still don't have the votes. But Cornyn is having a hard time answering questions about his change of heart after many, many years in politics defending the filibuster. Let's take a listen.
Previously said that nuking the filibuster would be taking a wrecking ball to Senate rules. Is that no longer true?
I said I'd be open to reforms.
What would you say to those who say you just changed your mind to win the president's endorsement?
I'd say that's not true.
You also said that if
I think we're through. Go ahead. Go away.
Yeah, I think we're through. Still
Can't
seems
have
like
you
there's
asking
absolutely
me
no way
serious
this thing is
questions.
getting passed, but am I missing something? There's some secret trick they got up their sleeve.
I'm not much of
a You're not missing anything. You should be clear. Trump's made this so much harder. It was almost impossible anyway if they could just pass the House's passed version of the original SAVE Act. Instead, Trump has decided to add all these provisions, including a ban, as you said, like these completely extraneous things around trans sports participation and gender affirming care, but also mail balloting. Like Susan Collins, who insanely supports the SAVE Act, has said that she is very concerned about a bill telling states how to handle their absentee ballot programs, which I mean, the Constitution may also have a thing or two to say about that.
Yep.
But so it seems hard for them to pass the old version. The new version seems like an impossibility. I've been trying to think, like, just to like take a dive on the dark side, like how could they actually do it? Because they can lose 3 Republicans, right? So you assume even if she supports the bill, is Susan Collins really going to nuke the filibuster to pass the SAVE Act?
No. She says
Nope.
no.
Lisa Murkowski?
Nope.
Tillis.
No. Mitch McConnell's still kicking around. That's 3 right there.
Oh, God damn it.
And Tillis has said he's not going to do it.
Antilla. So it seemed and then you also Kennedy has said that. So it seems
they just don't
hard.
have
Now
votes.
Trump, yeah, it doesn't seem like it is possible for them to do it, even if Trump has pulled off with at least House Republicans in the past, like what seemed to be impossible votes. But usually that's getting conservatives to vote for something more moderate, like, and more moderate, I'm saying with all kinds of air quotes because not particularly moderate. But it's getting. There are no moderates here, but getting the less Trumpy Republicans to come over to the Trumpy side is something he's had less success with. So it seems very, very hard as we sit here today. So I'd say that.
It seems like where this is headed is it fails. They have the vote. They try. They speak and yell and scream, and all the right-wing influencers freak out and all that shit. It doesn't go anywhere, dies, and then Trump announces he's doing an executive order that is the Save America Act, and he's just going to claim by fiat that it has passed.
Oh.
Or just EO the provisions into being, and then
know it could
into
do that.
law, and then
Wow.
it'll be challenged in court and thrown out, and that'll be that.
Yeah, that seems right.
And then maybe it'll be a pretext for when they lose the midterms, for them to all scream about how Democrats cheated, and if we had passed the Save America Act, and if the courts hadn't, the Supreme Court hadn't betrayed Donald Trump, then Republicans would have won the midterms, and so now we're going to see some voting machines. I don't know, but like you can see where this is headed.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's a good articulation of what's likely to happen.
Yeah, it'll be a real fucking shit show. One other story to file under Republicans acting fucking nuts. On Monday, Tennessee Congressman Andy Ogles tweeted, quote, "Muslims don't belong in American society. Pluralism is a lie."
Oh,
This
well, I
came
guess I gotta
after
go then.
Florida Congressman Randy Fine tweeted in February, quote, "If they force us to choose, the choice between dogs and Muslims is not a difficult one." Then just on Thursday, after a popular right-wing troll account posted a tweet juxtaposing a picture of the Twin Towers exploding with Zoran Mamdani hosting an iftar celebration, Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville
Yeah, that sounds like something
retweeted it
Republicans
with
would
the
do.
comment, quote, "The enemy is inside the gates," referring to Mamdani.
Who's this lady?
Maybe even more disturbing than those three, when reporters asked a bunch of Republicans in Congress this week for their reaction to Ogle's tweet about
I don't
how
know
Muslims
anything
don't
about
belong
it.
in American society, a lot of them just refused to condemn it.
Yep.
The number 3 ranked Republican in the House, Tom Emmer, was asked 6 times by a reporter whether he thinks Muslims belong in American society. 6 times in a row. Each time he refused to say yes. Just would not say yes. I don't know. I'm at a complete loss for this one. Like, it's disgusting. It is. If anyone said that about any other religion, Judaism, Christianity, it would be a fucking national uproar. This has nothing to do with, sort of Islamic-inspired terrorists or any kind of It's nothing to do with any of that, even though some of them in their backtracking try to make it. It's just people who are Muslim in this country, they do not want here. And you have elected Republicans saying they do not want Muslims in the society. You have elected Republicans saying that Zoran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, should be denaturalized and deported. You have other ones just calling for just people who practice Islam in this country to be deported. It's disgusting. And I don't even know what should Democrats say about it. I feel like I've seen a lot of tweets from a lot of Democrats saying that it's disgusting. I really don't know what else there is to do, but it's something people should realize is happening out there.
Yeah, I mean, I had the exact same reaction, which is it's so horrifying. It is an effort to make anti-Muslim bigotry socially acceptable, certainly within the Republican Party, if not in America. As you said, if you were to substitute any other religion there would be a fierce uproar. And I think Democrats who have called it out are good to do it. I always wrestle with this, which is these people are disgusting trolls, and they want our outrage. And are we giving them what they want by addressing it?
Oh wow,
You know,
yeah, you said stuff a while ago, but I was
it should be called out.
definitely
It absolutely should be called
preoccupied.
out. And no one should be afraid to call it out. This is not a situation where this might be politically precarious. No, you should call. I think this is terrible. It's not just disgusting morally. I think it's also terrible politics. I think people look at that and think that most Americans look at that and think that's disgusting. Like, why would you even say that? Like, why would you be so divisive? Like, Why would you be so hateful? Like, I don't think it's good politics. That's why I think it's the right thing to call it out. I think what to do here is
you are still there.
like you're never gonna get Andy Ogles, Tommy Tuberville.
I honestly didn't
Randy
even know if you were
Fine
there or
to
not.
Be less horrible.
I had said something
You're not
earlier
gonna
and you
have
didn't
an epiphany
respond.
one day and
I figured
not
you might
be
have like fallen asleep or
these
something.
disgusting people they show themselves to be. The thing to do is to deliver.
You were saying stuff earlier, but I was
fierce,
definitely preoccupied.
Powerful political punishment on the people who are enabling this in the Republican Party.
Oh yeah, this
Tom
stuck
Emmer,
out.
number 3 Republican. I mean,
You're
Mike
saying
Johnson
like
lets this go
not
every
like
single
there's an
day.
off
Yeah,
ramp. I don't know if I
right. They
replied to
could
that or
call
not,
this
but
out. They could.
there are
they
as
could
many
speak
off
up
ramps as
for
they
their
want to have,
constituents. There are Muslims who live
but
in every
they're torn.
district, almost every district, and certainly every state in this country.
Any
None of
off
them pull
ramp
out.
they choose to
Is the way
take
to do is to make them pay
is going to
a
make them
huge
look
political
weak.
price for this, to
One,
channel
and
our
two,
anger and our outrage.
there's absolutely nothing
for certainly into protecting. And
anyone can
thinking
say to
about and
convince
caring
me that
for
Netanyahu does not have
the Muslims who are being targeted
the
here,
unredacted
into efforts
Epstein
to
files and is
just
holding it over his
beat the
over Trump's
living
head.
shit out
Not
of these
like
Republicans
there's
in the
no
election.
question.
I think Mamdani had maybe
Because
the best
Trump will do
response.
things for
He-
money.
He quote tweeted Tuberville and said,
Like, that
"Let there be
explains
as much
his
outrage from
initial
politicians in Washington
capitulation.
when kids go hungry as there is when I
But
break
this
bread
is
with
something
workers."
more. Like,
Which is just
he doesn't have a
bringing the whole thing
problem
back
like
onto-
screwing people
onto
over after
his
they've
terms.
given
I
him
don't know how
money.
to deal with that, but it
If
is- it's fucked, man.
if he thinks that continuing will make him
all
look
right,
bad,
couple things before we
he has
go.
no issue screwing him
Elon
over,
Musk's
and he's not
Doge
doing
is
that.
back in the headlines
So,
thanks
which makes
to
me
a
think that it's
lawsuit
not money.
filed last year to reverse cuts
But
to the National Endowment for the Humanities.
that was my response to that question you
Apparently,
asked like 2.5 hours
Elon's
ago.
Doge Bros fed every NEH grant into ChatGPT and asked it, "Does the following relate at all to DEI? Respond factually in less than 120 characters. Begin with yes or no." That was the prompt. The result was the cancellation of $100 million in already appropriated funding. Congress already appropriated it. And the firing of 65% of the staff at the National Endowment for the Humanities, which some of the Doge Bros are having to answer for under oath as part of the
Well,
lawsuit.
I hope
Here's part of a video
chat
that
shows up on my
404 Media
TikTok.
put
I don't know if
together
it does or not.
with some of the highlights from
Whatever.
former Doge staffer.
Whatever, that's a
Justin
tomorrow
Fox.
problem.
How do you interpret DEI?
Here's your
There was the EO explicitly laid out. The
here's a
details.
Elon Musk
I don't
handpicked
remember it off the top of my head. It's okay. I'm asking for your understanding.
Doge
of it.
stooge.
My understanding was exactly what was written in the EO. So can you? I don't remember what was in the EO. So right now, do you have an understanding of what DEI is?
Fucking chode.
Yeah. Okay. So what's your understanding as you sit here today in this deposition?
Absolute fucking chode.
Um,
I could see him being cast
well,
as like
it was exactly what was written in the EO.
one of those
Why is it not
douchebag
treated
private
about
school
Holocaust
kids that like
survivors?
ties his sweater over his shoulders.
It's the gender-based story that's inherently discriminatory
Fucking
to
asshole.
focus on this.
Can't
specific
believe
group.
that it's people like this that
It's
like
inherently discriminatory to focus
stole
on what specific
everyone's private information.
the gender-based.
Ugh.
During the Holocaust. And you believe that that's inherently discriminatory? I'm just saying that's what it's focused on.
Like imagine, like
And this is
I
what
guess you don't have to imagine. You're in the U.S.
God, I hadn't seen that clip. That was a. It was
No,
a,
it's first
Like-
time. First time.
It's like
What?
watching somebody like
The-
damage your
the
home,
Holocaust is a-
steal things from your
These
home.
people are fucking stupid. Elon
and
Musk
like
is fucking stupid. The fucking people he hired are stupid.
the only
and
thing you can
everyone
do is
during
try
the
to
whole
tell
Doge
other
thing, it
people
was
in your
like,
neighborhood
these kids are brilliant and they
to
blah,
help
blah,
you
blah,
stop
blah,
them
blah,
from
just
doing
give
it,
them a chance.
and you can't
no,
actually do
they're all
anything
fucking
yourself.
Stupid. They should have been anywhere near the government.
I hate
and
this like
fuck them.
feeling of powerlessness.
Some
with all
of
this
the worst,
bullshit.
dumbest people were given the most important jobs, and with
Oh, because you
incredible
can
consequences.
code. Oh, good for fucking you. You can. What,
Yeah.
Like I
that's-
tell
yeah, that's why
everyone
you're-
I
that code
possibly
getting
can,
you
like
now?
please vote.
Yeah, replace with
And then
fucking
like the
Claude.
last 2 years, I've only been able to convince 2 people,
Exactly. Yeah, ChatGPT
2
my ass
previous
right there.
non-voters to
It's just
to
they're,
vote.
Like we are laughing at this, and we should because these clowns should be ridiculed out of polite society. But like USAID programs.
Okay,
gutted,
lady, I'm gonna break into
children
your home.
Died, people got sick.
I
People
know,
lost
I
their
know.
jobs because of a bunch of fucking goobers who had no idea what they're doing, who worked for the world's biggest goober, who had no idea what he was doing, got in
back
there.
to the Groiper incels.
Yes, exactly. Put in a bunch of poorly worded prompts into a old version of ChatGPT and fired a bunch of people and cut off a bunch of programs.
I just fucking you cannot run against Silicon Valley hard enough in the next race. That is just...
Yeah, there's a story today about a bunch of tech venture capitalists who want to raise $500 million to shape California politics.
Saw that. Yeah.
They can
I was just arguing
fuck
with
right the
Chamath
fuck
on Twitter.
off.
Although, I will say...
You were?
Here's the thing, Dan. He tweeted about the new Washington state millionaires tax, income tax. They've all been bitching about the wealth tax. And this is just an income tax that hits millionaires. That's it.
I'm a billionaire. If you
And,
take an extra 2% of my money, how will I
And
survive?
said, "Oh, this billionaire.
Why
This
does
billionaire has a problem with?
Why does the
with
government
millionaires paying
hate
a
me?
little
Why
bit
am I
more."
so
Something very, like,
oppressed?
anodyne. And he just like responded with this long fucking thing, and was just a complete asshole. You know what I did? I didn't respond.
You know what, John? I feel like it was 2 weeks ago we had what some of our listeners thought was a mild intervention on my part. It was, I think, it was more of an inquisition about your mental health.
And what did I say?
But
I said,
you've
if it's
grown in
not
those
an
2
adminis-
weeks.
If it's not a senior administration official, I'm going to let it go, which is I did. I let it go.
Does he not enough followers for you to get your jollies out of it? Like, is there a
Where is
level
this
which is no
lady?
longer thrilling?
Yeah, who cares?
I was
what
told
Chamath
she was
does?
in
But
here.
anyway, I do think that
The map lied to me.
People like him and the David Saxes and all the AI fucking overlords now, like this is the
there a basement?
politics there are so bad for them, and I do think that like people in this country are
Huh.
so angry and have fucking had it with like Elon Musk and the tech bros and all these fucking assholes that like, I like I said, I do not think you can run hard enough against that whole crew if you're a Democrat or a Republican for that matter running in 2028.
And you're going to get a chance to, because between the crypto industry and the AI industry, there's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars spent in super PAC funding. And even in Democratic primaries, we're seeing the crypto PACs have come in against Juliana Stratton, who's lieutenant governor running in
Okay,
Illinois.
where
So
is
she,
this lady?
got near the top of the polls. They dropped, I think $5 million in ads on her.
Oh,
So
God,
there's a
she's
real,
freaking
this is the real
drinking
thing.
at the
And
bar,
also,
of
this is a
course.
different topic, but these people
So
are also so
stupid.
fucking bad at politics.
Yeah.
Because like all these AI people who are in there being like arrogant assholes who are inserting themselves in
Oh, hey,
politics.
Liberty, while I got you.
They do not seem to recognize.
Is all the audio
'cause
coming
even though
through
they're making
okay,
a
or
ton
do
of
you
money,
hear an
there's, like,
echo?
Sam Altman sweeping
Or
in with the
is there any
ChatGPT
audio missing?
contract?
Because I can't
with
tell.
the Pentagon is that they have to get their data centers built in
Just at the moment.
local communities.
Yeah.
And if your brand is in the shit because you're being run by an arrogant asshole who is caping up to the least popular president in recent memory, then it's going to be really hard to get local communities to approve your data centers. It's like these people are really, they're bad at politics.
Oh, crap.
They're being advised
Crap,
by
crap.
greedy people who are bad at politics. Like, it's just, they're all fucking clowns.
Yeah, agreed.
This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. March is a time to celebrate
yes, fine.
women's
Awesome.
strength, but also
It's
to
good to
acknowledge
know.
the heavy emotional load they often carry. Between endless responsibilities and caring for
Yeah,
others,
the other,
your own needs can easily be overlooked. Therapy can provide a dedicated space to reclaim your time.
The other chatter,
and receive the
J9, that was
care
on here
you
earlier,
truly
said there was an echo.
deserve. BetterHelp therapists
I saw
work
that there was
according
an
to a strict
audio
code of conduct
input
and
capture
are fully
and
licensed
a
in the
mic
US. BetterHelp does the
capture,
initial matching
so
work for you so you can focus
I
on
thought
your
that might
therapy
have
goals.
been.
A short questionnaire helps identify
I
your needs
disabled
and
one of them.
preferences. And their 12 plus years of experience in industry-leading
Good
match
to know
fill
it
rate
worked.
means they typically get it right the first time. If you aren't happy with your match, switch to a different therapist at any time from their tailored recs. With over 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform, having served over 6 million people globally, and it works with an average rating of 4.9 out of 5 for a live session based on over 1.7 million client reviews. Your emotional well-being matters. Find support and feel lighter in therapy. Sign up and get 10% off at BetterHelp.com/PSA. That's BetterHelp, H-E-L-P, BetterHelp.com/PSA.
Pod Save America is brought to you by Sundays. Is your dog's food created to maximize your dog's quality of life or to extend the food's shelf life? Think about it. And while you do, let me tell you about Sundays. Sundays was founded by a veterinarian and mom named Dr. Tori Waxman, who got tired of seeing so-called premium dog food full of fillers and synthetics. So she designed Sundays, air-dried real food made in a human-grade kitchen using the same ingredients that you would use to cook for yourself and your family. Every bite of Sundays is clean and made from real meat, fruits, veggies, and no kibble. That means no weird ingredients you can't pronounce and no fillers. Compared to kibble and other brands out there, Sundays invest 50 times more in its ingredients to ensure premium quality. Because your dog deserves food made with care, not in the interest of cost cutting. And the best part, you just scoop and then you serve. No freezer, no thawing, no prep, no mess, just nutrient-rich, clean food that
How'd
fuels
she
their
go?
happiest, healthiest days, so you get more of them to share
Oh, come on,
together.
lady.
Listen, we all love our dogs more than almost anything else in the world.
whatever.
They're our companions, they're our friends. We want them happy, we want them healthy. We want as many days with them as humanly possible. They will love Sundays.
It tastes great. The dogs love it. They eat it instantly, and just can't recommend it enough. Make the switch to Sundays. Go right now to sundaysfordogs.com/crooked50 and get 50% off your first order, or you can use the code crooked50 at checkout. That's 50% off your first order at sundaysfordogs.com/crooked50, sundaysfordogs.com/crooked50, or use code crooked50 at checkout.
That's not the only Doge story we have. The Washington Post also just reported that a whistleblower has come forward alleging that a different Doge staffer at the Social Security Administration copied 2 highly sensitive databases so he could use them at his new job with a private employer. The guy in question apparently asked the whistleblower for help in transferring one of the databases off of a thumb drive to his personal computer so that he could, quote, sanitize the data, and said that he expected to receive a presidential pardon, of course, if his work was found to be illegal. One of the databases was called the Master Death File, included records from more than 500 million living and dead Americans, including social security numbers, places and dates of birth, citizenship, race and ethnicity, and parents' names. Doesn't that give you a warm and fuzzy feeling inside?
Should be one of the biggest stories in America, because it would be one of the biggest data breaches in the history of the federal government.
Yeah, and no one, and at the end of the story, they're like, and no one knows, was there one copy made of it? No copies?
Oh man,
A dozen
wonder
copies?
if Pam
100
Bondi
copies?
will investigate.
No one can say. I'm sure DOJ is looking into it. I guess right now there's an Inspector General internal investigation at the Social Security Administration. That's how we found out about this story in the Washington Post, because they had to notify Congress that they were doing this Inspector General investigation. But like, I don't know. Seems a little crimey to me. Seems like there could be some crimes here.
When you bring up a prospective presidential pardon in the discussion involving how to get something onto a jump drive, you're probably committing a crime.
Yeah, and when the stuff on the jump drive is the most private information for every American.
I can't wait to see what dipshit startup this guy went to go work for. It's like
probably OpenAI.
Yes, like, you could think it could be something like that, but it's probably something just so ridiculous, like like, I don't know, like Uber for bowling lanes or something.
Fuck.
One can hope.
Finally, this is a light one. A story about how our wartime president has been extremely focused on footwear. And not just his, either. Earlier this week, the Wall Street Journal reported that Trump has, quote, fallen in love with shoes from a company called Florsheim, which he keeps gifting to, quote, agency heads, lawmakers, White House advisors, and VIPs. So Trump has apparently been checking out people's shoes during cabinet meetings and then guessing their shoe size in front of everyone, which hilariously led to Marco Rubio saying he's an 11.5, which he's not, because shortly after the article was released, various photos of Rubio and a pair of obviously oversized dress shoes went viral. So, and JD Vance has told the story as well, that like Trump said to Marco and JD in some meeting, like, hey, you both have shitty shoes. I got these new shoes that I love. What are your shoe sizes? And so they give him the shoe sizes, and JD Vance says he's a 13. Fucking Bigfoot over there. And then Marco says 11.5 after JD Vance says 13, and Donald Trump says, you know, you can tell a lot about a man from his shoe size. So Rubio inflates his shoe size. Trump gives these shoes to everyone as a gift, and then they're all stuck wearing their shoes around. In Marco's case, the don't fit him.
It's so fun. I mean, just such small dick energy for Marco Rubio.
Lil Marco. Trump nailed that nickname.
Yeah,
nailed it.
Marco Rubio measures his shoe size from the base, so it's like. But could you just imagine, like, he wore them to Davos. Like, the man is on his feet like 18 hours a day wearing shoes that do not fit because he's afraid to admit to the President of the United States that his shoe size is smaller than he thinks. He didn't want to be more than a size and a half smaller than JD Vance,
who was also probably lying about his feet as well.
Yes. How many pairs of socks do you think he's trying to put on?
I was just going to say that. Well, also, the internet sort of did its thing and sort of they did like a Zapruder-like collection of like various Marco Rubio photos. So there's one where he clearly looks ridiculous. There's some others where you can still see a little space in the shoes. And then they have pictures from before he got the shoes when he was wearing other shoes, which clearly fit him quite well. So you can just see the evolution, and suddenly Rubio's just walking around, tripping over his fucking feet in big dumb shoes that Donald Trump gave him. Oh, also, by the way, Business Insider helpfully pointed this out that Florsheim's parent company has sued for a refund on Trump's tariffs.
Fucking perfect. Perfect.
Well, enjoy your shoes, everyone. Why is Trump? It really does speak to something that's going on with Trump in these. It's very like aging dictator. Declining empire vibes, where he's just like it's very in line with the caring about the ballroom and the decorations and the Kennedy Center and the armrests, and it's like, you know, he's just sitting around these meetings, probably like they're talking to him about fucking missile launches or oil
about the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, oil prices, or, you know, any number of other important things. And he's sitting there looking under the table, and he's like, what shoe size? I don't like those shoes. I got to send you some Florsheim shoes for $145 a pair. And will it be your size? Who knows? Who knows? But you better tell me a big size. You better tell me a big size, or I'm going to think you have a small dick.
Do you think we would not be in war with Iran right now if Marco Rubio had shoes that fit?
Unclear. Oh boy. Well, that's our show for today, Dan. We're gonna end on that note. Hope everyone.
It's a good note to end on.
Hope everyone's wearing the shoes that fit them. Love It will be back in the feed on Sunday with a conversation with Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. Maybe he'll find out how big his shoes are.
Boo. I do not like Josh Shapiro.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Not a fan.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. It's a real pleasure to welcome back to the program Professor Juan Cole, Professor of History and Middle East Studies at University of Michigan, founder and editor in chief of Informed Comment at informedcomment.com. Professor, welcome back to the show.
Thanks so much for having me, Sam. It's great to see you.
So give us a sense. I mean, what I really want to get to is, you know, sort of like what's going on within Iran on some level, because I have to say, I mean, you and I had dozens of conversations about the Iraq War over the years, you know, starting, you know, over 20 years ago now. And there was a massive buildup. There was, you know, like a wind-up, I should say, to the war. There were multiple countries involved across the globe. There was, granted, embedded reporters in Iraq, so and there was occasionally independent reporters. We're just not getting like the same level of information. I guess CNN has folks in Tehran, but we're not getting information outside of Israel. It's unclear. It seems much harder to access what's going on.
Big time. Well, I think, you know, I can remember, Sam, when we first started talking, there were these alarmist reports that all of our media was controlled by 8 corporations.
Yes.
I think we're maybe going towards one, and we've become more and more of an oligarchy, both with regard to socioeconomic affairs, but also with regard to media. So the major, even when we started talking, Facebook didn't yet exist, and Twitter now has become X. They have algorithms that suppress things that they don't like, they suppress news, they suppress controversial postings. So the media landscape is very murky. And you know, back in Iraq War days, I could go on the internet and look at local Iraqi newspapers from towns in Iraq. I find it difficult to do that in Iran because they're also highly controlled. So it is a very different situation, but I think it's because our politics have shifted so heavily towards oligarchy.
That's fascinating, and I was hoping that you would still have access to those things, frankly.
Well, but I wanted to mention this because we were right on the topic here. We had meant to ask you about this, how the satellite company Planet is essentially delaying its imagery out of the Middle East by 14 days. This is a stark change I sent this in our chat. This is a stark change from how they'd approach the war in Ukraine, where that satellite imagery was more readily available. I'm wondering what you take from this announcement, because this also comes as the Israelis are heavily censoring information about the efficacy of Iranian strikes within Israel.
Well, I don't know the details of that satellite delay, but it certainly makes things murkier, and probably deliberately so. You know, Israel is not actually a democracy and has very heavy military censorship. Sometimes newspapers appear with blanks in the front page because the military censors didn't let the news through. So we don't know, I don't think, very much about what's actually going on the ground in Israel. There are a few people like Ori Goldman who have tweeted out when they're very heavily hit, but you would be arrested if you showed up with your iPhone trying to take a picture of the damage in the aftermath of an Iranian strike in Israel.
It's weird.
So
they won't
we
let
don't know
journalists.
very much about that front. Lebanon, we
won't let journalists
know
into
more
Gaza.
about because the Lebanese
Won't let their own citizens film.
Natural anarchists, and they are sending out
attacks.
reports. But and Iran,
It's like
itself,
their
of
entire
course,
image was built on a lie. It's so
autocratic,
weird.
Government, and we don't know everything that's happening there.
So weird.
So it's very murky. But I mean, I think Emma, to your point, the overall picture of what's going on is not so hard to discern. The United States and Israel are bombing the bejesus out of Iran. They are attempting to
bombing out of Iran,
inflict attrition on Iranian drone and missile launchers in order to make the country helpless, and they haven't succeeded. And moreover, Iran has figured out it may be a kind of self-defeating strategy, but also an effective one of not only hitting at Israel or at U.S. bases, but of interfering with the commerce in petroleum and gas that comes out of the Persian Gulf, which could throw the whole world into a deep recession.
All right, I want to get to that. Let's sort of like tick down this. Let's assume that it is the case. I mean, we can see images, obviously, and we've seen images of like the petroleum rain. I don't know how else to describe it, which, God knows the impact it's going to have on those 10 million people living in Tehran. I mean, just in terms of like cancers down the road and whatnot. But based upon your understanding of Iran, how effective, and it seems almost impossible to glean what the Trump administration's goals are here. Israel, it seems a little bit more possible that they're looking for some type of like balkanization or internal strife in Iran, which would theoretically preoccupy them for who knows how long. What are the chances of that? I mean, explain to us the difference between
jackass, pull out your knife.
The efficacy of the Iranian Revolution in terms of creating a stable, low to the ground regime, as opposed to what we would see in perhaps Latin American countries where you have like sort of strong men come in and fall in military coups.
Yeah, Iran experienced a revolution in 1978-79, which
backed by
social
the US.
Scientists find that's extremely important for the subsequent unfoldment of politics, because it was a mass revolution. And in the aftermath, they established a parliament which has representatives from all over the country, and in parliament they fight for their districts. So there's been enormous spread of education, rural schools, electrification, women's literacy has more than doubled. The whole country's literacy is quite high now. It is a mobilized
What? I thought they were backwards
population.
barbarians.
And for
That's
all
so
the
weird.
discontents with this government, it's not like a one-man dictatorship. There are regime supporters who form popular militias on the streets of all the cities in the country. And, you know, there's a lot of internal spying and so forth, but there's also an ability to mobilize people. There are layers to this thing. So, you know, the Israelis think in ethnic terms, and they hope to break Iran up ethnically, as they hoped to break Iraq up ethnically. But, you know, 90% of the country is Shiite. And it's a little unlikely that appealing to these small Sunni ethnicities like the Kurds or the Baluch is going to do more than, you know, cause some local turbulence of a minor sort. And doing that also brings in the neighbors, because Turkey is not going to be happy with a Kurdish resurgence in Iran. And Pakistan is petrified of the Baluch rising up, because they'll rise up on both sides of the borders. So all you're doing is giving Iran allies if you take that tack.
Can you talk
I
more?
just want to follow up on this. One more question. We should say that the regime is obviously very brutal. I mean, they've just killed anywhere from, like, I don't know, it seems 4,000 to 10,000 people in those most recent protests. But do we have
4
a
to
sense
10,000?
of
That's
how
so
many
weird.
people,
Fox News said it was 30,000.
Are finding,
I'm sure that they were 100% accurate.
have bought into the sort of like the theocratic revolution that took place there?
Opinion polling, such as it is, because it's difficult to do in an autocratic state, suggests that the regime's hardcore supporters are as few as 15%. People are not generally enthusiastic about this government, and we saw in mid-January masses of people in the streets. It looked like it was going towards a 1978 style revolution. And as you say, it was viciously repressed with very high casualties. They shot into crowds. But
Just
now,
saved your life, lady.
You know, things have changed all around, because if you can't come into the streets if you're afraid of being bombed. And the steam has been taken out of that movement. And moreover, then your neighbors will look at you and say, what are you on the side of the Israelis? And so I think, you know, this Israeli and Trump
it's almost like
intervention in Iran
regime change
has
wasn't their
squelched
goal.
what was becoming a movement, and quite unfortunately so. It has strengthened the regime.
I want to just go back to what you were saying about Turkey, because Turkey is a NATO member and Israel has been threatening them openly. And then you also have, of course, the relationships with the GRCC countries in the United States that are, financial in nature, perhaps less inextricable than our relationship with Israel, obviously. But Trump's financial involvement in the GRCC countries, I think, is also important here, because it appears like Iran's strategy is directed towards perhaps targeting them, because they know that they'll have more. It's more bang for their buck with drone attacks on GRCC countries than lobbing missiles into the Iron Dome that are most likely going to get intercepted. So could you expand on both Iran's relationship with Turkey and then also the other Gulf countries and how that changes the dynamic here?
Turkey, as you say, is a NATO
It's kind of
member.
funny that the U.S.
And
is
they
like,
have used their leaders
oh, well, it sucks to
in,
suck.
NATO
Arab
to
countries who we
marginalize
say
Israel.
are allies.
So because of the
We're going to be
Gaza
over
war,
here
NATO is not conducting joint military
defending Israel while you get
exercises
bombed.
with Israel any longer, on the grounds that Israel has violated the laws of war and is not a suitable partner. And the Israelis are furious about Turkey's access to the inner workings of Brussels. And
poor
the way
Israel,
it can
so
marginalize them. And they would
So
very much like
sad.
to take Turkey down a peg. I think it's very difficult for them
Poor
to do that
oppressed
because
Israel.
NATO has Article 5, an attack on one is an attack on all.
Why
If
won't the other
Israelis
countries
attack
just
Turkey, I think it will
let them
bring in,
keep
at least
annihilating
some
brown
of Europe
people?
against Israel. The Israelis talk big. The cabinet members, not marginal people with real power. They'll talk about, eventually we may take Damascus, or we have to take Turkey down a peg. And Turkey is a huge country compared to Israel. There's 7 million Jews in Israel. There are nearly 90 million Turks, and they have an excellent military, high-powered weapons and jets, and the only thing they don't have is a nuclear weapon, but then they have an American nuclear umbrella. So I wouldn't pay too much attention to what the Israelis say about Turkey. It's just it's threats, and the same thing can be said about Erdogan's empty threats against Israel from Turkey's side. With regard to
the Gulf countries, I mixed up IRGC and I meant to say GCC, the Gulf countries. Just clarifying that. Yes.
The Gulf Cooperation Council. The Gulf Cooperation Council is the Arab oil monarchies. They're largely, though they're Sunni, and they have given the United States bases to protect themselves. Iran has been hitting those bases, and in particular, it has been hitting radar and communications technology. They've been able to take out. I'm an Army brat, so I take no pleasure in saying this. I hope our guys are safe, but the Iranians have hit very expensive, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of radar and other communications technology on these bases in places like Kuwait in order to prevent the Americans from protecting Israel from Iranian missiles and drones. And they've been very effective at it. They have also hit hotels and airports and oil facilities in Bahrain, and so forth. So it hasn't only been a matter of targeting the Americans the way the Iranians portray it. They've also tried to inflict some damage on civil society in the Gulf countries. But the main thing they've done is that the Gulf Arab states live on oil and gas. I mean, 20% of the world's supply of
that was a freaking genius move.
20%.
Let's completely abandon renewable energy because it's woke.
Out of the Gulf.
Focus heavily on oil and gas, and then
in America don't seem to
attack the
understand
most
how vulnerable we all are to this.
the country with the most influence
Qatar, they don't have a place to store all this stuff, so if they can't export
in
it, they
the
have to stop
transportation
exporting
of
it. So the Gulf countries have been drawn into this by Iran,
oil worldwide.
as a way of
Freaking
punishing,
genius.
The United States, and it's going to work. We will be punished.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this. I mean, from what I've read, we're already 2 months out. If the war was to stop today, it would take at least 2 months for this to work its way through the system. To, like you say, you've got. If you can't export the oil, you certainly can't store it in many of these facilities. You can store it to a certain extent, but also this becomes a vulnerability, I would imagine, at one point. And so how much, aside from like what this country and perhaps the world is going to suffer from an economic standpoint, which is just going to increase, both in terms of fuel and in terms of food, because a couple of key elements of fertilizer is produced in this region. What's going to happen? Like, let's say this was to end tomorrow, and certainly it feels like Trump sort of is starting to realize, like, I may have gone in over my head here, and there may be more problems than I thought this was going to be. But be that as it may, if it was to stop tomorrow, what is your sense of like how these GCC countries, are they going to say, you know what, maybe we shouldn't have these U.S. bases here? Like this, if the idea is that we were going to get protected, I mean, I think, like,
and
at
they're
one
not getting
point,
protected.
Their protection came from their own people. but it seems like they've sort of like figured that out. Like, we're just going to have to disperse enough of the benefits to everybody so that as a regime we're secure. Then it became we're being protected from Iran. They clearly have basically marked themselves as a target because of this. So what happens? Are we going to see as much like, I don't know, the UAE having comedy shows or whatever? Like is it? Are we going to see a disinvestment?
Well, the Dubai, I think, is what you're referring to with the comedy shows and the nice hotels. And I've been to Dubai. It's a wonderful place, and I really regret the damage being inflicted on it. But it's been economically destroyed. It's a finance hub, and it depends on expat labor. It depends on an illusion of security, and I don't know. This is a heavy blow to it. I mean, it has had heavy blows before. The 2008 meltdown hurt it, but how it comes back from this is not clear to me. So there may be permanent damage to the Gulf over this. I don't know what they're going to do about security going forward. There are two things to say. First of all, Iran is not going to relent until it gets a reset on its security. It's not going to put up with, it's not Gaza. The Israelis have this cynical phrase, they talk about mowing the grass. They used to bomb Gaza every once in a while. Iran is not going to put up with that. They're a big country and not a poor one. And they have capabilities which they're demonstrating. So they want to fight this to a point where everybody understands you mess with us and you can't drive your car. You mess with us and you can't get in your car and go shopping for groceries. You can't get in your car and go visit your aunt. You mess with us and your way of life is over. They want that message to get through. So they're not going to stand down until they get an understanding of that sort. The Gulf, as you say, has put all of its eggs in the American basket. Some other countries have not, like Djibouti, this small port on the Red Sea.
You gotta be kidding me.
They gave the Chinese a base, along with the British and the Americans. And you may see something like that they may diversify their security arrangements. This whole thing could be an enormous boondoggle for the United States and a big boon for China.
Well, I mean, the fact that China already brokered these
come back,
talks
you little
between the
bitch.
Iranians and the
hell?
Saudis a few years back is really important to note here. The other part is how this benefits, I think, both Russia and China, because now you have these Asian countries that are going to be desperate for energy, for oil. They can go to Putin and he can charge them an inflated price. And on the China front, this gives them a partner in like the global global hegemon potentially eventually, or superpower that is gonna, perhaps say we'll have your back in the way the Americans don't. They're just all in bed with the Israelis.
Oh, I guarantee you that at embassies in the Gulf, both the Russians and the Chinese are telling the people that the Americans are fickle and they're not really supporting you and they got you in all this trouble. You should come with us now. And I mean, I heard a Russian diplomat say these things to the Qataris nearly a decade ago already then. But it fell on deaf ears at that point. That's right, Emma. The other thing to say, though, is that China has been diversifying its energy. So 53% of new automobile sales in China last year were electric. The energy analysts suspect that China has reached peak oil, that every year from here on in it will use less. This coming oil shock, because we haven't seen the real shock yet, the coming oil shock is a good argument for them to accelerate that process. They've got a program of buying up clunkers the way Obama did here. So they're trying to get the heavy gasoline using vehicles off the streets. And they've reduced their subsidies for the electric vehicles because it was costing the government a lot of money, but they may put them back, or there may be other kinds of incentives. But I expect the Chinese to go even more heavily towards electrification of transport. Most oil is used for transport. If China goes in this direction, it takes other countries with it. The Thais and the Indonesians and others are looking at these EVs. And the Chinese EV technology is so far ahead of what
BYD, is that what it is? Those things go 500 miles on a charge, and they are significantly less expensive.
Oh wait, I have 2 viewers now? No way.
Your average U.S. car. And
that
they're
ties
gonna
the
be making
record
them in Canada
earlier this
soon,
evening
too, right? I mean, within a couple of years.
I don't believe it.
I mean, so, I'm already thinking, like, how do I get over to Canada and smuggle one of those in? But I want to get back to what you had said earlier in terms of Iran. This is the thing that I don't think has seemed to have seeped into American consciousness, that we are at the point right now where we do not control the timeline of the it's harder to tell because we haven't seen images coming out of Tel Aviv, just very sporadically, and
I wonder why
the U.S. has the U.S. population has no idea of what's going on in the Gulf. I mean, it took 3 years before people knew, I think, in Iraq that there were Sunni and Shia Muslims. And we're
back down
all
to one
waiting
viewer.
to see if Donald Trump decides to end the bombing. But what you're saying is that Iran is basically dictating the timetable of this. From your perspective, how much pain, what are the pain thresholds that they can impose on the United States and Israel, and I guess to a certain extent the rest of the world? And where do you think that they'll decide that's enough?
Yeah, well, as I said, I think they won't stop until they get they're convinced that the world has gotten the message. They've taken our energy hostage. I don't know what you guys are paying
it's
for
gonna
your,
suck so bad, but
gas bill last winter every month.
Someone
especially
has
the cold snap in January.
put the U.S. in its
imagine it
place
doubling.
after decades of being the world's bully.
Some analysts will tell you, well, the United States has its own natural gas from fracking, and it has its own petroleum, and we mainly import from Canada and Mexico, so we're not dependent on the rest of the world. It doesn't work like that. It's one global market. I mean, it's segmented a little bit, but the prices track pretty closely between, say, Brent crude, which is the North Sea oil from Britain, and the West Texas petroleum, which is the American. They go pretty much in tandem. So it's because it's one world market. If there's upward pressure on prices, it affects everybody. It doesn't matter whether you have oil or not. Your oil becomes expensive because everybody wants it. If you take 20% off the market, it doesn't go. The price doesn't go up 20% because both demand and production are inelastic. It's very hard to produce a lot more oil, especially since the swing producers are in the Gulf. So you're going to compete for a lesser amount. Everybody's going to compete for it, and it's very hard to not use it. If you've already bought a gasoline car, then you've got to buy gasoline. You got to get to work that way. You don't have choices. You can't just absent yourself from that market. So demand is inelastic. Supply is inelastic. If supply goes way down, then you've got more and more people competing for less and less oil.
It becomes a bidding war, essentially, for every gallon of gas.
It's exactly right. And it happens all over the world simultaneously. It is going to happen in the United States as well.
Well, so in terms of Iran dictating this timeline, then the question is, how does Trump get to declare victory? Because we played a clip of Caroline Leavitt yesterday saying that Trump can declare unilateral surrender and he gets to determine what that means, which basically means they want to win the PR battle here. But I mean, if you have the son of Khamenei as the leader and you still have the regime in place, I'm desperate for an off-ramp for this, but I don't even know how Trump can spin this as a even regime change victory at all, because it's literally the son of the guy that he just killed.
Yeah, that's awkward.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's as long as Mojtaba Khamenei is the leader in Iran, relations with
Iran
with the United States are going to be tough. They may improve when Trump goes out, but yeah, you know, I think the Iranians really, as you say, are the ones who will determine when all this ends, and it's not. The Americans and the Israelis think, well, they have a limited number of missiles and missile launchers. We'll attrite them,
go
and
attack
after
then.
a while, they won't be able to do anything.
Go
But
attack.
it doesn't work like that. They have these Shahed drones, which cost like $20,000 or $30,000 to make a piece. They can make 400 of them a week, and they're making them as we speak. And they had a big stockpile of them. I don't know, 30,000, 50,000 is not clear. And many of them have can be launched from under the sand, so it's very hard to see where they're being launched from. So they can go on hitting near neighbors, Kuwait, Bahrain, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia for a long time. You know, attrition is not going to happen anytime soon. And as I said, again, the Americans don't understand who the Saudis and the Qataris really are in the world. They're like the world's country billionaires. You know, how we're always complaining the billionaires are pushing us around and so forth. But these guys, I mean, the Saudis have a $1.5 trillion investment fund and $1.5 trillion in reserves. They have like $3 trillion walking around money. This is not money that they need to build roads or run the country. I mean, this is just loose change in their pockets. Imagine what you can buy with that. So they're not going to put up with this stuff. They're going to put enormous pressure on everybody to cut this out and to make a deal with Iran that everybody can live with. And of course, they're peeved at Iran because Iran has attacked them and they're furious about it. But they also don't want to get involved in a war with Iran, which they know they can't win. They're small countries, they have small populations. Iran can outlast them. And it's nearby. Iran can even do guerrilla work against them. So they're going to be a major player in settling this thing, and they're very upset about Israel. People always think about them as potential allies of Israel, and the Israelis are hoping now the Iranians attack them, they'll swing around to Tel Aviv. I'm going to tell you, they are furious. They're livid with Israel for dragging them into this, and they're not going to have this going on, mowing the lawn every once in a while.
So, in other words, is the Abraham Accords, are those dead? A. B, is, MBS on the phone with Donald Trump and be like, thank you for letting me slide on the murdering of a journalist, but I'm going to need a little bit more. You need to shut this down type of thing. And I guess, like, the third question is, like, what was Israel thinking? Like, I can understand, frankly, Donald Trump, people coming to him and saying, you should do this. It's gonna be just like Venezuela. You're going to own part of Iranian oil, and you're going to be the guy who beat Iran, and him going, oh, okay, and just doing it, and then finding out 2 weeks later, it doesn't feel right. But what, like, is Netanyahu just doing this just to keep Israel involved in a war for his own personal thing, or does he actually believe, like, this could work out?
Well, Netanyahu is the victim of his own success. I mean, he's been in power a very long time, and he has accomplished many of his goals over time. He, has destroyed the Palestinians and reduced the Gazans to fourth world status, and deprived them of potable drinking water and so forth. And he's whipped the Egyptians into shape. The Egyptians are basically cooperating with him. And they're the major nearby military power. The government in Syria, which was an enemy of Israel's, has been overthrown. Hezbollah has been taken down. So Netanyahu went from what he saw as victory to victory in not only securing security for Israel, because security actually in the long term would require good relations with neighbors, but in acquiring power and fear. And so he thought he can do to Iran what he's done to these others, to the other neighbors. And Iran is a different kettle of fish. It doesn't work like that. He doesn't understand Iran. It was one of the problems with the Israeli elite is that although they are in the Middle East, they don't know very much about it. They're like, it's as if, you had Polish people running the place. In fact, of course.
It's as if the reality is what it is. But can you talk more about how Iran may react in terms of nuclearization? I know we probably have to let you go soon, but I was thinking about how the Kim Jong-un, right, the never promised to denuclearize, looking kind of good right now, especially when you see what happened to Gaddafi. After he made an agreement at the early part of the 21st century and then was impaled and assassinated. And now Iran, after they did a deal with the Americans, the JCPOA, okay, we're going to bomb your entire leadership, kill 1,300 people, including little girls, and also do a kind of an active ecocide and allow the bombing of these oil fields that are going to cause all this damage to the population. They are creating more incentives for more countries to create nuclear weapons as a deterrent.
Oh, absolutely. Well, from the inception, when the French and the British connived at getting the Israelis a nuclear weapon, they set off an arms race in the Middle East. Iraq had a nuclear program for this reason, and Iran. This is controversial, but in my view, the Islamic Republic has never wanted a nuclear device. They were pursuing what is sometimes called the Japan option. As you know, Japan, everybody knows they have lots of plutonium and they're good at technology. So if they wanted to, the Japanese could make a bomb pretty quickly. And they hope that since everybody knows that, it has a deterrent effect, that North Koreans won't dare come for them because, the response could be that Tokyo would suddenly be armed with nukes as well. So I think the Iranians were trying for that, but it didn't work. The Japan option didn't work. And they have because it's a theocratic state, and Americans, oddly enough, don't understand this. Americans are much more religious than most industrialized democracies, but they still don't understand religion. Like the Iranian leadership always said it doesn't want a nuclear device because you can't use it without killing large numbers of innocent civilians, and that's against Islamic law of war.
What can I do for
They genuinely believe that. And people push back against me. They say, well, they don't genuinely believe it, and they're hypocrites or they're lying or whatever. I said, okay, does anybody believe that the Pope has a condom factory in the basement of the Vatican?
No, I don't.
Because we take him at his word that he doesn't approve of birth control. He issued an encyclical. Well, the leader of Iran, Khamenei, issued numerous encyclicals that making an atomic bomb is illegal in Islamic law. Now they've killed that guy. And the way Islamic law works in Iran is that the fatwas, or the considered legal opinions of a dead jurisprudent, don't count. So now the new guy has to make a fatwa. And we don't know what that's going to be. And it could well be that Iran goes towards nuclearization. It has a lot of underground facilities. It still has a lot of highly enriched uranium. And I also think that the Saudis will. The Saudis are not going to put up with being vulnerable. The Israelis bombed Doha and Qatar last September, and that set off alarm bells all in the Gulf that we need better protection. So they went to Pakistan and said, would you protect us? And Pakistan has a nuke. And the Pakistanis said yes. But now the Saudis are calling Islamabad every day and saying, what are you doing to protect us? You promised you would. and the Pakistanis don't want to get involved. So I wouldn't be surprised, but the outcome of what Netanyahu has done is to push the entire region towards nuclearization.
Professor Cole, it is always incredibly informative to speak with you. Not always cheery, I have to say. But I suspect we'll be turning to you in the coming weeks. Hopefully not the coming months about this, but it seems conceivable. Really appreciate your time. Folks should also check out Informed Comment. It has been a read of mine now for 20 some odd years, which is also a little disturbing, but thank you so much for your time today. I really, really appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Sam. It's great to see you and nice to meet you, Emma.
Nice to meet you as well.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Like, I remember Candace Owens played one of my jokes on her show. And the second I knew which joke it was. I knew which joke it was. The joke was about, it was so hard because she's awful, but God, she's beautiful. And then it made like some just terrible misogynistic Holocaust jokes combined, because that's what the joke that she liked was about.
Lovely.
6 million Jews on your back, something like that. And it's like, it's this mix, it's fun.
Come on.
It's fun.
Welcome to Doomscroll. I'm your host, Joshua Citarella. My guest is Gianmarco Ceresi, a comedian and host of the Downside podcast.
And in the room, I would defend that, like, in the room, given the context and the trajectory of, like, the context of people in this room who know me and have seen me talk for an hour and who have me fully set it up, I do think it's fine. I do think whatever. But my girlfriend just being like, it just feels like the joke is like, I'd fuck her. And it's like, you're right.
Yeah.
Not a great joke. Maybe doesn't need to live outside this context.
Sure.
Maybe I don't need this to be part of my legacy. And then I have the additional thing that, given mediums like this, I can also kind of say it and explain the context, and I get to indulge in it that way. I get to indulge in that whatever fucked up need I have to, like, express every thought to share it.
Sure.
And it feels good. It feels good,
There should be some permission space where you can engage in those things, and maybe better to keep to the studio audience.
Let me say that.
Is there some kind of, like, they call it negative polarization sometimes, where people kind of accidentally back themselves up into a position where, like, oh, left-wing people are, like, retweeting me and saying negative things, so now I think I'm a right-winger, and then some big right-wing institution is like, oh, we'll pay for your next special, and then people kind of, like, find themselves in these camps almost by accident, it seems.
Yes.
Like, I don't think a lot of comedians have these kind of firm, ardent, ideological positions. They're just
No,
kind of
that's
like,
not what we got into
I
it
guess
for
I'm
usually.
part of this.
I think absolutely, and it's kind of up to the comedian to decide how much they indulge in it and how far they go. And I do think there's some that one day looked out at their audience and said, how the fuck did I get here? And
audience capture, a moment of reckoning?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Everyone has a version of it. Everyone gets a degree of, like, surprise of, like, oh, okay.
Have you been surprised by your audience?
Yeah. 2 moments that happened. So I did one show, and I was starting a joke about Charlie Kirk, and honestly it was tangential to Charlie Kirk, but I just said when Charlie Kirk got shot, and it was like a burst into applause, this huge applause and excitement, and now I should add, it was a furry convention that I was headlining, and
they have Nazi furries too now.
They do, the burnt fur community.
The what?
Burnt fur.
Burnt fur.
Oh
burnt
my
fur.
God.
Oh. Yeah. That movement's not making it. That movement's not making it. A furry community that wants to, like, unqueer furry culture. I'm like, good luck with that battle. But But so I remember I did it, and it was like, and listen, the jokes I say are plenty disparaging of Charlie Kirk and his legacy, but it was just like right there, this huge applause. And I, in the moment, I played with it. I said a second time applause, and then I was like, when Charlie Kirk, like I leaned in. But I noticed from then on, every time I'd say it, people would applaud. And if I told it to people who you know are friends of mine but not fans, they you know, they go, oh, I can't believe that. And I go, well, you better believe it, because that's the temperature check on the country right now. Comedians certainly get a temperature check. Now, mine's a polarized temperature check.
Sure,
Back in the day,
you have a very specific sample size.
I do think pre-Trump's first win, some comedians would express that, like, they're on the road when they were actually getting a mixed sample size of whatever city, and not just their ardent fans.
Yeah.
And they could see, oh, we're polling. Comedians are
polling in real time.
We're polling in real time, and now we all poll in the most biased circumstances. Our polls are now useless.
Yeah.
You know,
because your audience is already like self-selected to a degree. Okay, but you were saying before, the touring comedians that were polling in real time in Trump's first term, what were they learning through that polling?
I think they just got a sense of, like, people are annoyed with liberals, people like this guy. I think it's that thing, they like this guy.
Yeah.
Which was so unfathomable,
Yeah,
certainly in
yeah.
my bubble.
Right.
Like,
right.
how could people like this guy? It's
Most
like,
people seem to like
people
this guy.
This guy.
It's kind of a situation right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to ask you, the role of comedy has become, I think, much more significant in the last few years. If we look quantitatively, the biggest podcasts, the biggest things that cast influence onto our news media cycle are often shows hosted by comedians. Now, they tend to talk about politics, but how did these two categories somehow become the same thing, right? Why is every most popular talk show host a comedian who predominantly talks about politics right now?
I have to imagine, I blame mainstream media for being so god-awful bad. I think mainstream news is so dreadful. It is packaged poorly. It is.
You mean cable, or you mean
cable? I mean, and I
print
mean
media?
every single thing. You know, I see 60 Minutes, but I mean, like, the way all politics was discussed, it just became so, like, gross and corrupt, and the sound bites and the battles and the satellite interview, like, it all just became more entertainment based, more wrestling, more just combative.
Okay.
In a way that I think, like, it became indecipherable from, as comedy wanted to, like, podcasts especially, like, actually got deeper in a way that I think people liked, and suddenly they enjoyed listening to that more. This is all mixed with, I think, I don't know how dumb America used to be. So I feel remiss to be like, America's gotten dumber, because I'm like, well, I don't have a study of was it ever smarter. But it certainly feels like a lot of it is America getting, like if you look at Joe Rogan, and it's so easy to just go, look at this guy spreading misinformation. And I'm like, well, maybe when the news runs with a segment that says red wine is healthy for you, and then later they go, it's actually not healthy for you, and all these scientific claims are constantly packaged in a way that's clearly serving financial interests, and you do that 50 different times, and the science community doesn't know how to communicate. It was such a joke. Are eggs good for you, or are they bad for you? Is milk good for you, or is it bad for you?
Yeah. Eggs are a big
and
one,
I
yeah.
go, you start, people stop trusting anything. And it doesn't feel like there's any discipline to when you go, we know this, or we think this, or we have no idea, or this one study says we're not going to present it, that you understand why people stop trusting traditional news sources.
Yeah. The institutions are not trustworthy.
Yeah.
And so you see this guy who looks like an honest narrator. Let's tap into this for a little bit, because I feel like, particularly on the left, and definitely in the podcast space, there's a lot of criticism of these big shows. But they are, however, quantitatively the most popular shows, like no contest, right? And so if we are on the left representing the interests of most people, how do we also get to say that most people freely making up their own mind and choosing to listen to these shows must be dumb or misinformed or what have you? Like, how do we balance those two things, right? A commitment to democracy, but then also sometimes most people will make incorrect decisions about not just red wine, but maybe, let's say, vaccines, for example.
Yeah. It's a big question. I think some of it's like, sometimes people want to like solve things like at the top level, and I'm like, unfortunately, it's not solvable right now. You can't
I agree,
change
it's not
people's minds
solvable right
unless you
now.
want to become unless you want to become a fascist government and hold everyone down and give them a vaccine. Unless you want to do that, it's like you got to look at the educational system. And ultimately, it's like when it comes to vaccines, I could barely tell you anything about vaccines. It is just a general trusting of the grander institutions. And I think what's always so shocking and frustrating about people who would listen to Joe Rogan or anyone who goes on it goes like, okay, I get the skepticism about Big Pharma and all these institutions. How did you then trust this one guy who's pitching a product? How did you go for, I know there's all sorts of problems. How did you look at RFK Jr. and go, but he's got my best interests at heart? That's the part that's really hard for me to wrap my head around. If I have to choose between these two things, I don't know how you get there, but I think it's about education at the bottom. Again, I don't know these things. I'm a comedian. But I think, like, if I were a scientist, I go, well, you got to learn how to package things well. You have to learn how to make things entertaining. You have to, we right now, certainly we live in a hyper entertainment space. And it's somehow educating people of, like, why would you trust the person that's funny for medical advice?
You're just giving me the
how did these two things get conflated? And I ultimately think it's because people are bored and they listen to comedy and that's all they listen to. That's their only intake. So if medicine comes in there, that's their only intake of medicine. So what do? You make a science show that's more entertaining, so they tune into that too. You can try to talk to the Joe Rogans of the world and be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I would try to not give any medical advice other than comedically being like, I don't know, everything sounds crazy. But you can't. You can't just blame it on Joe. He's just some guy that a bunch of people, he's just shit talking.
What do you think about comedy being this permission space in society in which you can kind of break the rules of, polite civil discourse, right? You can say a kind of edgy joke, you can slip things under that are not allowed elsewhere. And so as our legacy media has erected all of these taboos discussing certain things like vaccines, we don't have to hesitate, we don't have to marinate on this topic because we're definitely going to get demonetized talking about it. However, there's all sorts of things that have taboos erected around them, and so the truth can be spoken in these comedy circles to some degree.
You need a space where you can be flippant and people enjoy to hear the truth. And again, it's that balancing where it's like the news becomes, no one says fuck on the news. And then Trump says fuck in a thing and people go like, whoa, this guy's authentic. And I can totally see the pendulum swinging back where every news story is like, news from the Middle East. Fuck, holy shit, fuck. And then you go, okay, now I see why we developed decorum because but it went too far the other way of decorum where no one was saying the truth. And it's like with Epstein is like a perfect thing where it's like, there was stuff to talk about there, and no one in the mainstream news, who knows why they didn't talk about it? We know why, because they're connected. We know why.
Yeah.
And then it's like, I'm like, so you're mad that they went to the podcast people because they talked about it?
Yeah.
You sold yourself out. And that's why everyone is getting into, whether it's the independent journalist or whether it's the comedians, because they get to actually talk.
They fill the void that the legacy media can't.
Yeah, and
or the market
those people are
demand.
compromised too, though. Like that's the thing that people can't seem to wrap their heads around, where they show that these conservative podcasters are getting grants from this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
And it's going to gradually be more revealed that everyone's compromised, and I don't know if we'll swing back to these institutions or somewhere in between.
You have something like a small donor campaign, I don't take PAC money type of equivalent for podcasts, where it's like, oh, my opinions aren't bought. I want to ask you though, so we're the same age. Do you remember like back when Bill O'Reilly was the biggest show on Fox, and then there were view numbers that you could compose, you could compare Jon Stewart to Bill O'Reilly, right? And so at this time, we're probably in like middle school, but more people watched The Daily Show with Jon Stewart than watched Bill O'Reilly, and people thought, well, this is how the progressives win. It's just a kind of popular influx of this audience. And I feel like to some degree, like, we're actually responsible for this. Our generation of progressives is responsible for this because we started to put news into the responsibility of these comedians who would give you their editorial input with that weekly events in the news cycle. And then that format just kind of ran away, put the internet into it also. And then now we have this enormous platform for editorial voices, mostly on the right. And the process kind of ran away from us.
Yeah, it's hard because it's like, well, why did people flood to this thing? It was because like people like Bill O'Reilly, they were just so full of shit, and they were just presenting this like, you know, with Jon Stewart, at least from my younger memory, it was just the thing where politicians would say this, you play the clip of them saying the opposite 6 months earlier, and you reveled in this like,
those were
you're full of
very, very
shit.
powerful. Yeah.
Very powerful, but ultimately
They also
useless.
invented the crowd work outside of campaigns or outside of like rallies for presidential candidates, right?
Yeah.
Like The Daily Show would go around and talk to all these like dumb bumpkins at the Republican convention, and then like 10 years later, like Ben Shapiro realized, oh, we can do the same thing, and liberals are just as freaking ridiculous. You can embarrass them on these clips.
Yeah, it's all failed. It's all failed, and I think also what when I look at comedy, when it felt, I had a friend when Obama did Funny or Die. I forget when it was, and it was maybe leading up to Trump versus Hillary. What?
This is when we're growing up. When did he do that show?
No, I feel like he may have done it when it was Trump versus Hillary.
Okay.
It might have been like a get out the vote thing or whatever. But my friend like didn't like it. Like something about he didn't like the president engaging in this.
Yeah.
And I remember at the time I felt very much like, shut the fuck up. Like this is how you reach the youth.
Yeah.
And
right.
And then I do think I witnessed so much of these of my comedy idols cozy up to the Democratic Party in a way that felt, I understand the feeling because you looked at Trump and it felt like such an existential threat.
Better than the alternative.
Better than the alternative. But then they're cozying up to these they're just corrupt centrist Democrats that are Republicans in their own right. And I can understand why a generation of people who like comedy were like, oh, fuck this. Fuck this interview with Elizabeth Warren that's so like funny and blah 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 and that's they created that space.
Yeah.
So I also think like comedy didn't stick to its guns of like fuck everybody. It's got to be a fuck everybody type thing. And I do think plenty of people on the right are having a moment where people are like, wow, Ben Shapiro, he really seems perfectly aligned with Netanyahu. This seems like, And I do think they're having that moment too. And I don't know, like, I don't think I'm big enough yet to have influence. But like, for example, we don't have politicians on the podcast.
Yeah.
That's like just something that is my of course.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. But I think
it's gonna happen to you.
It has. The offers have been made.
Yeah.
The cool offers I would have loved
Are
to
you
have taken.
Are you vetting the candidates? Like, what's your policy platform?
But that's not what I want the podcast to be ultimately. I want to be like, come here, not just for comedy, but I'm going to talk flippantly about things in a way that like you shouldn't take it as. And listen, sometimes I share real thoughts, but I don't want to bring on people. If I'm going to bring on people who have legislative power, I have a new responsibility, and that's holding them to account, or else I'm just promoting them. I'm just helping
You got
provide
to do a lot of
propaganda.
research. You have
and
to
I don't want
ask
to
a
do that
hard
research.
question.
I don't want that to be that. So that's my rule. For now.
So I empathize with that, but I also feel like it is, it's like an attention economy singularity, that politics and comedy are just moving towards each other and they're going to converge. And so it is unavoidable. And so it's not fair and it shouldn't be this way, but it is this way. And so now in this, unique, strange moment of history and media, thrust upon you, unbeknownst and unasked for, is all of this political responsibility.
Well, I'll talk about things. I'd love to talk about things. I literally think it's like I don't want politicians. We once had a wrestler on, like a professional wrestler, and I don't think he fully understood, because at the beginning he was doing the interview like in his character, and I was like, well, there's a shallowness here that we're not doing the podcast, and I very stuck to my guns of like gradually got to be like, I'm not talking to this character. I need to have a conversation with you.
Okay.
That's what talking to a politician is. And they're not dropping that character.
Yeah.
And some of them are good at it.
No, they don't. They don't.
Some of them are good at it. And I think when J.D. Vance comes on Theo Von's podcast, like, they're good at presenting what seems like a real conversation between two human beings. And I think I go to Theo Von, I go, fuck you, why are you providing that to this person who's not telling you the whole truth? We know that based on, him calling Trump Hitler in 20 whatever, and now he's this, or Theo Von will do one video where he's crying because he feels bad for Palestinian kids, and then has on J.D. Vance and doesn't bring it up once, like, you are lying to your audience. And I don't want to lie to my audience. I don't want to lie to myself. I don't want to have politicians. I honestly don't want to know politicians too well that I would be scared to criticize them. And of course I've been tempted. I spoke at one of Zoran's rallies, and I said, okay, it's the city that I live in. He can't be president. And I met him, and he was you get it, charismatic and charming, and I was starstruck. And
finally.
And I would, at other opportunities, should it be available, probably do something again. But if I start having someone on my podcast, suddenly I feel responsible for their decisions. If I know them personally, I might be more hesitant to go, fuck this guy, or really criticize, or really be a comedian about it. The same way that news people have the corporate interest, they can't talk about Epstein because their boss was on the island. Like, there's a degree of, it's like, well, if you know someone personally, you are more hesitant to talk about them. And I just think I need to keep a certain degree of distance so I can feel free to talk shit about them. That's what I want my comedy to be. And if it strays too far from that, if you start being friendly with people in power, when does it become propaganda?
Have you maybe fallen into a niche where I've seen you do a few routines about picking up political audiences almost by sheer accident of social media? Like, do you feel like there's a kind of responsibility now thrust upon you by having, you were outspoken about a few issues maybe a year ago that accumulated a whole new audience that maybe wasn't familiar with your work before?
Yeah, people, there are times people, I hope you were going to joke more about Israel. And I was like, I don't have a joke about it. My challenge is more like, okay, if I have an audience that agrees with me on a bunch of things, how do I write jokes that make them go, oh, like, because I like that. That's what I want my comedy to be. I don't want it to be pandering.
I was going to ask you about some of that.
If they applaud on the setup of a line, that's fine. Like, if the setup to a joke, they applaud. Like, for me, I think you see my belief. You can see my beliefs in the setup. That's fine. I don't want the punchline to be an emphasis of my beliefs, because then that's pandering. Then I'm asking for applause or approval because you agree with me. If anything, I want you to trust my heart. I don't know. I don't care, really. But I want the joke to be funny even if you disagreed with me. Now, the setup is going to reveal, what I am. The setup's going to be, I'm a trans ally. The punchline cannot be, I'm a trans ally, because that's pandering. The punchline should be, I'm a trans ally for the most insane, funny reason you've ever heard, and you understand that's a joke.
Sure.
And that's the challenge for me, as opposed to a responsibility. I think my responsibility is I want to be funny still.
To watch part 2 of this episode, you can support the show on Patreon. You're a little based curious, perhaps. I've heard you challenge your
mean?
audience.
Based
curious.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
I've heard you challenge your progressive audience on some issues.
Yes.
What for you is then a successful joke, right? Because there's a huge phenomena of audience capture that's very present now. There's a lot of like, you know, ego rewards. There's also a lot of financial rewards of just catering to the same people. So what makes a successful joke where you provoke your audience in some cases?
I think
there's been overreach in the past few years. I've heard you speak about this before, right? And people on the left can sometimes sound censorious. They sound like speech police.
Yes.
And
Yes, okay.
that has been catastrophic. It's backfired in many cases.
Yes.
So how do we, having these predominantly progressive audiences, how do we challenge them in ways which are productive?
Mark Maron put it well in a recent podcast. Mark Maron put it well in a recent special of his, where he was just like, we're annoying. The left is annoying. And I think that is like a starting point. Of like, so like
that's
an example.
baseline,
Yeah. And so yes, I think like part of it is it's somehow investigating those sensitive things that maybe you're not supposed to talk about, and especially sometimes like they don't want to hear a white guy's perspective on it, understandably, but can I make a joke that makes you go, but have we thought about it this way? So like a joke that I'm like still working on right now is and again, let me just preface this. A joke never works comedically outside of the context of it. So it's just presenting the idea, and oftentimes when people just hear the idea, but this is the beauty of comedy.
Yeah.
It kind of like greases the wheels to discuss.
Yeah.
So
I'm on board.
Okay, so in this recent one I put out, it was about like, I worry that we canceled too many actors. And it didn't matter when it was the untalented ones, whatever. But I'm worried we canceled enough actors to make a pretty good movie. And it was basically saying like, the problem with canceling these people, and I maybe I preface it or used to of like, I'm not saying they didn't deserve it. And that's my like, listen, I hear you.
Sure.
I'm not saying, I'm not gonna give you a list of 10 people I think we should forgive or what lines we should make.
Okay.
But I go, they still exist. They're still alive.
They do still exist.
These actors still exist. And they some of them want money, some of them need money.
Yeah.
And they're not gonna go away. They're going to work in projects that you don't like, and some of them are really talented. Now the non-joke version would be like, listen, I think some people are so talented that maybe we have to adjust the rules for them, because if we cast them out of society, they will use those talents for even worse things than you can imagine. Now that's not my I'm not putting that as a policy proposal.
Artistic deterrence?
It's certainly a thought.
Okay.
It's just a thought of like,
yeah.
And sure enough, Jonathan Majors is going to do this movie for the Daily Wire.
Yeah. You have the greatest propagandists of your generation, and then you cede their tools, their ability to the other side, to your opponent, maybe.
And again, the comedy, non-comedy would be like, thus, we should accept what Jonathan Majors did to this woman. The comedy is like, this is happening, and it's really bad. And then I go further, and if in this I go, if Israel makes a propaganda film starring Kevin Spacey, written and directed by Woody Allen, produced by Harvey Weinstein, with an R. Kelly with a P. Diddy soundtrack, I'm
And R.
gonna
Kelly.
see it. And like, again, and that's where again, that's a joke. I have absolutely seen things and indulged in artists who have been quote unquote canceled by most of the mainstream. So it is a joke, but it's not a joke.
Yeah.
And there are some people who would look at that or go like, fuck you, I don't like that. And that's fine. it's on me to go, sorry, that's what I believe.
Yeah.
I do believe we unethically consume so many things. I don't think art for some reason, and ultimately I think if you police people's art, it backfires tremendously.
This is kind of a big deal right now. I'm going to summarize something that will only be of interest to you and me, but people will maybe be familiar with the phrase blue chip art. This is like the fanciest art at the biggest galleries. It's super expensive. In the last few years, Annie Armstrong wrote about this. It's called red chip art. And it's artists who are equally financially viable. Their work is just as expensive, but they don't come up through the usual institutional vetting process. They're showing in different galleries. They're published in different magazines. But it's the same amount of capital in circulation. And so when you see these things, or when you exclude them from like the proper channels or the permissible channels, like this hideous monstrosity appears to come back to haunt you. And I feel like there's a similar thing happening in entertainment and comedy, where like when these people get canceled, they kind of show up on the other side in weird instances. You had mentioned before about bad comedy on the left. What might be an example of bad comedy on the left?
I think bad comedy on the left is one where it's less reliant on being funny and it's more reliant on feeling like you're right or you're morally good. I just don't think that's the same thing as what comedy.
It's kind of like Rob Schneider for progressives.
Yes, and it absolutely is. It's there all the time. It's especially for me. It's a lot of like, well, Trump's a bozo. And everyone's like, yeah, or someone's like, it's like,
great.
Someone's gotta do something about this guy. And I go, well, go storm the Capitol. But there's so much.
Okay.
Like, we got it.
I think we tried that once.
Not the right people, but it's like it's just this. It's to me that's always one of the most frustrating, because I'm like, you're right. Do we want to go do that? Or are we just here reveling like someone should? Wouldn't it be nice if someone did?
That was a meme a couple months ago. Someone should. I'm not going to say that.
Of course, but there's again, you can still talk about that, but then you have to have funny, or it's not comedy. Or instead of what comedy, it is just like we all agree, and if that's what you want, I don't see that as comedy or good comedy or comedy that's going to sway people or move people or shake people up or bring in an audience of anyone other than people who go like, yeah, I do think that.
Is there some kind of flip that has happened in the last few years, whereas when we were growing up, there was this transgressive and rule-breaking quality to art and entertainment, and now it kind of feels like progressive media is holding the rules in place?
I think so, but Charlie Kirk was a very perfect example where I suddenly was like, and we're back to my childhood of conservatives saying you shouldn't say that.
Yeah,
and
that's the flip.
It was nice only because I ultimately, most comedians in general, even if they don't fully publicly express it, will usually be out more on the side of like, you should be able to just joke about, not necessarily hatefully, but like, you should be able to tell jokes about anything.
Sure.
To a degree.
Yeah,
and so it was just nice where the people I so ideologically disagree with were also contrary to my beliefs on like speech.
And so is this a moment where this thing can kind of flip back again, right? Because I was thinking about the Epstein files too. Like, Alex Jones has spent his entire career talking about like elite ritual child abuse and cannibalism and all this stuff. And now like he's like, he can't touch it at all. He's like, oh, it's a nothing burger. That's his like position on it. Trump is, completely implicated, but also can't talk about it. And so there's this space that's kind of opened up for progressives to be like, actually, the elites are engaged in some pretty dark stuff. And maybe there's this like permission that flips, where the conservatives are like, oh, don't talk about that anymore. They're no longer on the side of like free speech as they were for basically up until October 6th.
Yeah, it's very challenging because I do think so. I mean, obviously, like I think part of the reason people gravitate towards like the Hassan Pikers of the world is they talk like a little bit flippantly. They talk aggressively. They curse. They're willing to just say some shit. And that allows a space, again, to be comedic, to be flippant, to speak truth to power in a way that people find exciting. But it's always hard. I think it was hard before, where the people who are now more right wing, where they were like, well, why can't I make that trans joke? Why can't I make that gay joke? Why can't I say the R word? And it was tough to square sometimes, because it's tough to police. It's tough to police language without being the police.
Right.
I don't, I think my personal belief is that, like, it's always going to be kind of a losing battle to police language. That language is ultimately, I don't have a good metaphor for it, but it really is like the last thing. It's about the core beliefs and society, and like, if no one says the R word, but you have a society that doesn't care about disabled people, who cares about this thing?
Sure.
I'd much rather have and I think ultimately these two things, just because it's so easy to identify language.
And you can also shame your peers for behaving the wrong way. In some cases, that benefits you and your upward mobility in like elite fancy institutions.
Yeah. We don't live in a good world. And do I need to add this fucking shit on top of everything that a disabled person is going to deal with? Well, the other part of me, as a comedian, I look at, some of Louis C.K.'s best bits. I look at George Carlin. I look at some of the greats of all time, and I go, wow, they had a real freedom of language. I am more cautious in a way that I don't always like. At the same time, I think I'm more politically honest and mean, or than some of those other people that have the more freedom of language. We all choose. I think I talk about political violence in a way. In my mind, I think at least this last thing I was working on, like talking about Charlie Kirk in this way, did feel like something that some of those free speech warriors, those ones who were did not touch with a stick. And I want to say, fuck you. You want to say the trans joke, but you didn't believe this freedom of speech. And I think I think that's the problem. I struggle with it. Like.
Well, it is very difficult, because you don't
A
want
lot of people will say to you,
sound-
hey, fuck you, why do you need to say that? And I don't, I can say to them, well, like, what does it matter? This word exists. It said here, it said there, it said there. It's said by some comedians you liked, you just don't want. But at the same time, it's like, but why do you need to? And it sucks, because it ends up feeling so, it becomes the conversation, when the conversation should be about like our deeper cultural dealings with people. So that's why, at least in my mind, and again, this could shift, it could shift if I think of the greatest joke of all time, but it could shift, but ultimately I go, at least right now, I'm not gonna censor other people saying it. I'm not gonna say it as of right now, because the internet takes something and spreads out the context. There was a beauty before things were filmed, where you could go to a club and you did get that feeling of like, when we're in this space, we're gonna really,
it's actually
we're gonna
private.
really, we're gonna,
It's-
it's actually private. We're all kind of friendly, and we're gonna push it even more.
This is a big deal in comedy right now, right? Because like people are afraid of having their sets, like they're afraid to test out material because everyone is filming at the club.
I do believe another thing that the left did that was challenging it, but I don't know the solution, is they said, how dare you platform these people? I'm sure you've dealt with this.
This
I'm
platforming
sure you've dealt
stuff
with
is
this.
like ridiculous, bro. This is, I mean, how do you,
it is ridiculous,
people say,
but
like you're platforming the president in some cases. It's like, how do you, what are you platforming the most famous person on earth? Like quantitatively, this doesn't make any
Sure,
sense.
but if
And
you're gonna
also,
have
it's a hesitancy. It's a fear to actually engage with
It's a
disagreement
fear
at
to
some
engage,
point.
but why do people feel that? Because
They feel that because they can't defend their positions. That's why they don't want someone platformed, because they know that the things that they're saying will appeal to a large audience of people who will agree, and they won't agree with them, who has a niche minority
I would argue that
activist
the reason
position.
people are against this platform is because they've constantly seen so many interviews where I didn't like Andrew Schultz having Trump on the pod, because I go, well, you're not gonna talk to him about Epstein. You're not gonna talk to him about these things.
He is horrible. He is a terrible interviewer, and his political takes are garbage. So yes, his platform will just be utilized.
But that's why
exploited.
people are allergic
Right.
to platform. It'd be fine. I mean, this is why I go
Like the
I
Nelk
need
boys
to step
with
away.
Netanyahu.
Yeah, this is why. Yeah, of course.
Literal
course.
fucking Mossad agents in the background.
And that's why it is tough. Where it's like, if you're gonna. That's why I want to stay away from politicians, because I can have someone on who I disagree with politically if I can go to their face. If I can't go to their face, fuck you. I don't want that to be my show. I want a show where I can do that.
The problem is now that we don't have the constraint or the monopoly of legacy media, where you had to go on CNN. To reach an audience, you had to go on CNN or MSNBC or Fox or whatever, and there's only so few venues that you could access that many viewers. Now, because you can pick between 100 different podcasts, people can self-select and go on the one that's going to be the most friendly.
Of course.
And so there's not really a solution for that unless you decide to like nuke YouTube and go back to the old media model. It is actually a real problem, because then these people can be, if you can't buy Tim Pool, for example, you can buy the next guy, and there's 99 people after that.
Yeah.
And so politicians just get more and more friendly interviews,
Yeah.
and nobody is actually diving into the hardcore issues in the way that alt media used to do. That was its promise.
But that's why
legacy can't talk about this, and so alt media will go into it. And now it's just the opposite. It's more exploitable. It's more exploitable by people with capital.
Of course, but that's why, like, ultimately you have to make an entertaining show that people, like, really tune into. You have to make it a show where, like, the politician has to go on that show if they want to get their word out, and has to take the risk of, like I think a lot about, like...
But we have that right now in the form of Rogan, right? Like that is as much as there is a monopoly, it's just the sheer concentration of audience where people have to fight to get on that spot.
Yeah, but then he doesn't really challenge them, or he's just a fucking idiot and just like kind of is high and goes along with it. I think about, like, I don't know if this is a crazy thing to think of, but like in a rap battle, if you were able to get two people in a room in front of an audience, and you see who walks away the winner, it changes. I mean, it makes me think of like Kendrick and Drake, where like it was this cultural thing where like when you heard that song, you're like, fuck, it's over. This person's point won the day. And I think there's so much of like, and like Jubilee will try to do it in this way that's so overwhelming, where they have the 20 people and the one, and that's entertaining, but it's not necessarily informative. I don't know.
It's pornography for discourse.
It's pornography
for
discourse.
It's a discursive gangbang.
But it is interesting. I do
It's a
see Jubilee.
spectacle.
It's a spectacle, but it is interesting to watch that coworker, or someone you disagree with, to have like an expert, like who knows how to address them. And I feel sympathy for, whatever scientists go, fuck, I don't know how to do public communication, but you need to, or you need to find the Bill Nyes of the world, the younger Bill Nyes that are aggressive or flippant. You need the Hassan Piker of science. And I hate when people, Joe Rogan to the left, Hassan, but like a scientist who goes, fuck you, and is willing to talk in a way that's interesting if you want to get in there. And it's up to the audiences to demand those things. Like, you should debate that person. You should do that boxing match. I think we need a little bit more of that.
Do you know comedians who have made like a right-wing pivot in the last few years?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like that particular dialogue, you can't make jokes anymore, has kind of faded to a degree. Well, to answer your question, I do know some comedians who have pivoted there, and everyone has its own origin story of what got them there. I know one in particular where it was about the vaccine, and again, this is all what I say the public persona.
Touring?
They weren't allowed in some venues in New York that they normally performed at because they didn't get vaccinated.
You had to have the card to get in.
You had to have the card. Even though I saw people bypass that system quite easily. I worked at a club called LOL Comedy Club. It's closed now. But I just remember someone didn't have a card, and the bouncer said, just show me your phone for the security cameras, and I'll go like this, and then you can go in.
You could also just like Xerox the thing. You could just make a copy of someone else's and make a fraudulent card.
Yeah, but that certainly for him. Now, who knows what radicalized him first?
Sure.
A comedian named Matthew Broussard once said, like, nothing radicalizes a comedian more than not being on TV for 12 years, which is very true.
Yeah.
You get mad. You get mad at the world. So I think, like, this particular person, it was a mix of the vaccine stuff. It was, I think there was also, they were an actor, and there was definitely a significant segment of time where agents or managers or other people would say things kind of bluntly of like, we're not looking for a white guy right now. It just was like, and it was so hard to discuss in any way because if in my position, if like you were talking about it, it just sounds like you're making excuses and complaining while you're not working. And acting in Hollywood is one of the most inauthentic ways to like learn about what's really going on because everyone's working in their own self-interest to such a deep degree, no matter what side of things.
What do you mean learn about what's really going on?
Like if someone's complaining about, the diversifying of Hollywood.
Yeah.
Deep down, they wanted to be on SNL.
They wanted the spot.
And they're not going like
they
don't even care about the greater diversity or their fellow white guy comedian. They wanted to be on it.
Yeah.
Only 12 people get to do this in each generation.
Right.
And so just it's so easy for the emotions of your exact dreams not coming true to meld in with whatever's going on politically.
Yeah.
So there was a degree where it was like, there was a degree where Hollywood was striving to be more diverse. I would argue sometimes in a lazy way that backfired because they didn't actually like seek to find new areas to get talent. They just looked at the pool in front of them. But if you were to go on the road as a touring stand-up comedian, you want to talk about a lack of diversity. Like, if you're looking for a lack of diversity, that's alive and well in the traditional comedy club circuit. So there was a degree where it's like, you're the one thing you wanted to do, that the marketplace has changed. And the response just became so hardened, and then that right-wing turn starts coming in where suddenly other people are mad, and suddenly the jokes, comedians are responders to what people are laughing at and ticket sales. And so suddenly, more people agree with that one opinion. And before you know, you've just gone further and further.
Where are ticket sales pointing? Are they pointing towards like the increasing diversity in the field, or are they pointing towards those?
I think they're just more
touring
fractured.
comedians?
I think
polarized.
Definitely polarized.
Okay.
Polarized and just dictated by the algorithm. That like, it's incredible. Like, it's so funny because I would try to mention Sebastian Maniscalco, probably several times the highest paid touring comedian in the world. And there's a lot of comedy spaces where if you reference him in a joke, some people get it and some people don't.
Okay.
If you were at Seinfeld at a certain time, everyone got it.
Sure.
Everyone's intake is so fractured. And some of those are politically polarized. Some of them are just, they're really into TikTok, or they're really into this app. Some of it's app divided, some of it's politically divided, some of it's, topic divided. Some of it's like, it's, women in their 20s talking about their dating life. And I would have never heard of this comedian because it just never came in my algorithm.
It is entirely possible to be a very big act right now and not to have name recognition across a large number of people. Like, you and your neighbors have very different news feeds.
And big at a different scale. Like big, like you could sell at Madison Square Garden, but you're not necessarily going to be a movie star because of that. So it's, I don't like the polarization nature of it, but it is nice because I think more people have an opportunity. When you ask people, the average Joe, who's your favorite comedian, or they say, I love comedy. It's Seinfeld, Kevin Hart, Chappelle, maybe Bill Burr, Like that's just the and maybe Sebastian is there after
Okay.
staying
Okay.
at the top for so long. But you know, it's rare you're going to hear a Doug Stanhope out of just someone who the average Joe. And maybe that's good.
Ah, he
Maybe it's
said it
good to
again.
have less people at
He
the
knows
top,
me.
so there's more people making a living.
That's a question right now, because I think the asymmetry of the resources in like the Web 2 economy, right? Because there were a lot of like in the institutional model, a lot of people who were held back, who were talented, but were not given the green light by whatever investors, whoever's in the middle.
Yeah, whoever runs
But
the Tonight Show with Johnny
now we have
Carson.
the gates are open, so everybody can post to social media. But you see this immense, unprecedented concentration of wealth at the top. So there's more people in the field, and as you were saying earlier, there's more people in the field, but there's only those like 12 spots on SNL. So they're increasingly competitive. And then, especially when you have a society with no social democratic infrastructure, you have these white men who are trying to get into these middle class spots, and then they're deprived of that opportunity. It's like a direct kind of route for them to go to the right. I think the problem
Or to
is
the
that
left.
for
I mean, there's space. I mean, people can be supported on the left too. Like it might not
people
be
can,
quite
people can
as
split either way.
Anger is obviously, I think it's an easier sell. But I'm just saying, like anyone can find these pockets. You know, I just think the one on the right is so.
The audience is the pocket.
I think the right wing turn, it's just like the map of it is so clear. The infrastructure of it is so clear. The different podcasts, the different shows, politically how to respond. I mean, I would argue that sometimes some of this is tied to bad writing. I think
bad comedy writing.
Bad comedy writing where I feel like to my mind, whether it be racism or homophobia or kind of these simple things where ultimately it's like, ew, or get them out of here. And the joke is just on that. It's such a basic joke. So I think a lot of bad comedians or a lot of ones who are lazy gravitate towards that because they can find an audience that will laugh at you going like, gay. And
give me a name for this. Is there someone in particular that you have in mind?
No, I was reading something. It was recently. It was Rob Schneider was opening for someone, and I was listening.
Is he gonna say it or do I have to say?
I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot. Even when you said that, I was like, I got 20 I could say. And some will play with that and are still great comedians, but like people like Rob Schneider, I think I feel pretty fine saying. It's not like I've watched a lot of his stand-up.
He's
but
doing
from
specials on like Fox Nation or something now.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
From what I've gathered of his stand-up, it's bad.
Gianmarco Cerezi, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
To watch part 2 of this episode, you can support the show on Patreon.
Oh, there's a part 2. Lame. Can't subscribe to every freaking YouTube channel I like. That's absurd.
Hello, folks. Today's episode sponsored by one of my favorite sponsors, SunsetLakeSebede.com. Use the code LeftIsBest. You'll get 20% off. Spring is almost here, folks. I don't know what that has to do with the SunsetLakeSebede.com, but it makes me think of stuff growing and harvest. Well, actually, probably putting the seeds down, but nevertheless, the SunsetLakeSebede.com. It's how I get my ability to sleep with good night oil and with gummies. They have gummies with melatonin. They have oils with melatonin. They have oils with Seba-N and Seba-Day. They also have all sorts of like lotions you can put on your body. If you get
Fucking mosquito, get out of here, dude.
Eczema, like I do, maybe you try the off-label use of their Solve with Arnica, which helps my eczema. Or maybe you want to try some of their smokables, or mix some of their smokables in with some of your smokables, if you get my drift. That's called the entourage effect.
What does
they
he
also
mean?
have Seba-Day coffee and Seba-Day chocolate. And the best of all is you'll feel great about your purchase because SunsetLakeSebede.com not only do they use no pesticides whatsoever in their growth of their CBD, not only do they use integrated pest management, not only do they use regenerative farming practices, not only are they great with their business practices, mostly $20 an hour and employee-owned, but they are huge movement partners. They have donated tens of thousands of dollars over the past several years to things like Planned Parenthood and carceral reform and refugee settlement. They engage in mutual aid.
Well, that's a problem.
They were sending us clips of what was going down in Burlington last night or 2 nights ago with ICE. These guys are all over it. A great company.
You can't let them summon
feel proud about
Tama.
supporting them. And you get 20% off with the coupon code LEFTISBEST. Check them out now. SunsetLakeSabadeh.com. And now time for the show.
The Majority Report with Sam Cedar, where every day's Casual Friday. That means Monday is Casual Monday, Tuesday, Casual Tuesday, Wednesday, Casual Hump Day, Thursday, Casual Thurs, that's what we call it, and Friday, Casual Shabbat.
Nobody.
The Majority Report with
Nobody's
Sam
here.
Cedar.
It is Friday, March 13th, 2026. My name is Sam Cedar. This is the 5-time award-winning Majority Report. We are broadcasting live steps from the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal in the heartland of America, downtown Brooklyn, USA. On the program today, the founder and editor-in-chief of Zeteo, Mehdi Hassan, will be joining us.
My goat.
To look back on this week that what was. Meanwhile, supposedly 15,000 targets struck in Iran by the U.S. at this point. Israel continues its bombardment of Lebanon in between bombing Iran. 6 more U.S. servicemen dead after a plane crash in Iraq, a refueling plane crash. U.S. lifts Russian oil embargo temporarily. Oh my gosh. Because it turns out Iran borders the Strait of Hormuz, which apparently
But the Cuban embargo stays.
is where the world gets 20% of its oil. And it is a very easy thing for them to do to inhibit shipping from there. We'll eventually get an expert on to explain how that's possible. In the U.S., of course, we didn't know that.
I knew that.
Meanwhile, no definitive motive yet determined for the Michigan Temple attack, but the killed driver had several family members, some of whom included children, killed in Lebanon by Israel.
Weird.
In the last couple of days.
It's almost like when
U.S. fourth quarter
when a
GDP
group that
revised
identifies in
down,
a certain way
and January core inflation
terrorizes you and your family.
up
Makes you go
to
crazy.
3.4. Supreme Court to hear Trump's petition to strip 350,000 Haitians of temporary protected status, as reports from Reuters are that
They're going to give it to
over
him. They're going to let him do it.
Haitians have been killed
because
by
he's the
drones
executive.
from private
Foreign
police.
policy. The executive branch is responsible for foreign
Senate
policy.
passes a bipartisan housing bill. Unclear if Trump will sign it because he just wants the SAVE Act. DHS shutdown hits 1 month. Doesn't prevent ICE from buying a massive Salt Lake City warehouse. And lastly, Washington State passes a 9.9% tax for every dollar over $1 million that you earn. So squarely targeted at the middle class, according to multimillionaires on the West Coast. All this and more on today's Majority Report. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for joining us. It is
Casual Friday.
Casual Friday. That's guests in the studio.
Hello.
Happy to have them.
You ants don't have the power to
Charlie,
find me.
Sydney, Gina, guys. All right. We got a lot to get to. I think you headlined the story yesterday about like how surprised apparently the White House was about Iran's ability to inhibit oil coming out of the Straits of Hormuz. I know for a fact the Iranians have, mined the Straits of Hormuz. I guess maybe it was during the Iraq War. On multiple occasions. It is almost inconceivable that they could be this dumb, but a lot of times that's like what the trick is to be able to conceive of people being that dumb.
Yeah, and
here it is actually. Here, show the image of this.
No one's ever seen this map before, by the way.
Oh yeah, this is a secret map that only Matt was able to get this
out of the military.
Yeah, Brian. This is why Brian was out of the military, because he smuggled this map out. Matt was able to, when it first came out, all it said on there was Strait of Hormuz. None of the other stuff was there, but Matt took.
I decoded it.
He took his Microsoft Aviation. What is it?
Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024.
2024. He flew over the area and filled in the rest.
Some surveillance from the MR team. There we go.
Yep. We're doing deep reporting, and it turns out like that is. I think it's from what I've read. It's literally, and I should say, I'm not a military expert. But from what I've read, and it took me almost probably a full half hour to read all of this, maybe, that when they talk about choking off...
Oh, you're heading off to bed. All right, man. Thanks for sticking around.
This is what they study.
It's one of the more obvious
Catch you later, homie.
on this planet if you were like an alien looking down on it.
Exactly.
But Trump's like reading. You lost me at the word read.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, what it shows is A, how stupid these people are. B, how
you too, man.
Trump there was 3 or 4 people who came in, all of whom had seemed to have a line.
Hope you have a good weekend.
Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Bibi Netanyahu, and said, you got to do this. And he's like, okay. And Hegseth, of course, was an opportunity for him to play war. Here is an interview with Richard Engel speaking to the top Netanyahu advisor, Ophir Falk. And they have, and he will tell you, this is about 47 years. They have wanted to attack Iran for 47 years, but they still don't seem to have an answer to the question as to why. Like a legitimate answer to the question. And this is
because they're racist psychopaths.
Richard Engel is not. He's a good reporter. He's not. He is not.
Like, consider that possibility. Then it makes sense.
Peacenik. And in his basic questioning,
Something
he trips
is
this
wrong.
guy up.
There is an intruder.
And by the end of the interview, it's just you can't believe this is real world.
Why was that so close?
What information did you have that Iran was about to carry out an imminent attack?
One good indication was that for 47 years they've been saying death to America, death to Israel. Believe it.
Yeah, but that's
when these
47
guys,
years, but why that day?
And they were ramping up their capabilities with
let me just talk
with the
over
ballistic
them.
missiles. They're stringing along the negotiations. They always lie. Listen to your negotiators; they'll tell you the truth. They're stringing them along. They always lie, and there's an imminent
Projection
threat.
much?
And we removed that in
Who's stringing who
I
along?
still don't understand what the imminent threat was that they were going to attack Israel, attack American bases, attack the U.S. An imminent threat of what?
All of the above. All of the above. They were threatening their neighbors. Look at what they're doing now. They're shooting at all their immediate neighbors. All the,
Because
the
you attacked them,
massacres
you
are real.
jackass.
These guys, it's a death cult that not only called and killed Americans for 47 years and Israelis for 47 years. Now
They are
killing their
really
neighbors.
sticking it to that
Of
death
course
to
they're
America
attacking-
thing.
They're firing now because they're under attack. there's a hot war going on. I'm trying to understand what started this war.
They slaughtered thousands, tens of thousands of Iranians. They slaughtered them on the streets. 30,000 innocent people were slaughtered on the streets.
Don't pretend you care.
Days. It's a death cult. It's a death
How many
cult.
Palestinians did you kill?
President Trump said that
Bitch.
Iran was weeks away from developing a nuclear weapon and potentially using one. Is that Prime Minister Netanyahu's assessment as well?
Well, we know that they wanted it. We know that they were planning it. We know that was the imminent threat. You see today what they're doing with the oil. They're blackmailing the world with the oil. They would blackmail the world with the
Because
nukes.
you attacked them, you son of a bitch.
President Trump is saving the free world right now.
But were they just weeks away from having a nuclear weapon?
Well, that was their intention. I don't know if it was weeks or months or whatever it was, but it was an imminent threat.
Forever.
Ballistic missiles.
It could have been weeks. It could have been months. It could have been, infinity. Listen, that's not the point. They have been an imminent threat for 47 years.
I mean, what's notable about 47 years is they're speaking about the Iranian Revolution and the overthrowing of the US-backed brutal Shah and monarchy there, which was put in place after the United States and the British
forgot I can roll away.
overthrew the democratically elected leader of Iran when they dared to say, hey, maybe can we audit BP to see whether or not they're stealing all of our natural resources and taking it for themselves? And what did the US and the British do in response? No democracy for you. We've got to protect our interests. So, do you think that's maybe why they're chanting death to America?
Well, but also, like, at what point?
What a
I wonder,
mystery it
like,
is.
As the 47 years go on,
right,
and you hear them, they're an imminent threat, and you get to around like 10 years, you start to go like, hey, maybe it's not like, maybe they're not an imminent threat. Let's wait another 10 years and see if they actually do something. Well, actually, let's wait 30 years. No, 40 years. Actually, let's just not get. We can get to 46, but if we get to 48 years, that is going to be. That's when they could just. This is the long windup for this imminent threat that they represent. This is so embarrassing.
Also, when they call,
You've had 47 years to come up with a reason, and you can't do it.
They call it a death cult. It's just amazing how much of kind of Israeli spokespeople are just projecting. But that
Hey, I
they're
already said
attacking
that.
their neighbors. What are we talking about here? Israel's bombing 7 different countries. Like, they're the ones. I mean, in Lebanon right now, in just a week, they've killed almost 700 people, nearly 100 children. And if we were speaking about it in a non-kind of Western-focused context, we would be talking about it as another worldwide war, because if this was Europe and there was a country that was bombing 7 different other European countries, do you think that we would be responding this way, as if Iran's the aggressor here?
And then he goes into, after having to shift to like, well, I can't answer really why we attacked now. I can only speak to the 47 years we've been keyed up to attack. He goes, they killed 30,000 of their own people. Now, we don't know the exact numbers. That seems somewhat inflated, but certainly the Iranian regime did kill thousands of people who have been protesting. I'm trying to think of another country that just recently killed tens of thousands of civilians that are either in their country or not out of their country. Is it in their, if it's not in their country, then they invaded and they've been blockading illegally this other country. If it's in their country, they've done the same thing. And that would be Israel, of course. But it's not just the Israelis who are struggling over, and the guy finished it up in the proper way, of course, just in case Donald Trump actually saw it, is like to remind everybody, Donald Trump saved the entire Western world. And
no one's ever seen anything like
they're
it.
really enjoying how much he's saving them in terms of their worries about oil coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. Here is Stephen Miller, also sort of desperate to come up with a reason as to why we participated.
It's been like at least a week since I've heard him
invasion,
talk.
or I should say, not quite yet invasion, but attack on Iran. And of course, sometimes it's not enough to be afraid for 47 years. Sometimes you have to literally manufacture a scenario where it would make sense.
Oh, the 24 mode of thinking.
That is exactly it. It's like, listen, let's not constrain ourselves with facts. Let's do a little thought experiment.
So when he sees the strait close and oil prices go to 100, what does the president feel about that? Like,
Well, what he says is I have to turn my shoulder this way and tilt a little bit.
Well, it underscores above all else, Jesse, how this was the last chance that the United States had to take action against a regime that was planning and plotting to kill Americans and that had the ability to strangle, if it wished,
And
global
yet they
commerce
never
in the
did
future,
until you
backed
attacked.
by long-range missiles, backed by nuclear weapons. So just again, as a thought experiment, imagine if this regime that right now
Let me
weaker
make
than
you
ever before,
fear this
imagine if that
made-up
regime
scenario
instead had nuclear weapons,
that
instead
has
had long-range missiles that could reach an American city.
is
Instead,
not the
was rich
reason
with
why we did what we
cash.
did.
Remember, Obama put them on a path to enrich them with tens of billions of dollars and have a nuclear weapon right now. A rich regime that controls commerce through the Strait of Hormuz and has nuclear weapons, has long-range weapons. Think about what a terror that would be to global commerce and to the world. So
We know we can't sell the war on its merits to the American public, but if we tell them about a nightmare that they could possibly have, maybe they'll be afraid enough to get on board now.
Well, the amazing thing about this is that, which clearly the administration doesn't understand,
Ooh, personal.
they are a rich country that
How
has
personal.
control of the Strait of Hormuz. We don't have to imagine that. That's who they are.
But what if they did it with nukes, with a little hat on top?
I can't even, for the life of me. First off, Obama did not give them money. He unfroze some accounts of their own money. A, and B, under the Obama
tomato.
nuke deal, they would have gone back in and re-upped it by now. But Trump got rid of it.
And they were not just unfreezing their assets for the fun of it. It was what they got, what the Iranians got in exchange for agreeing to have a third-party monitor come in and make sure that they weren't building a nuke and keeping their enrichment at levels that is like comically low compared to what you would actually need to build a bomb. So everything that comes out of that moderating force and totally stable individual, Stephen Miller, is a lie.
We should say there's a report that there has been a expeditionary force of 2,500 Marines sent into the region, and nobody knows if that is a prelude to some type of invasion of somewhere. Obviously, you'd need a lot more troops, but there's talk of I think it's Karagi Island, which also seems like they haven't thought this through. I mean, here's the bottom line. We're just going to keep hearing more and more fictions by the administration to try and justify this complete disaster they have on their hands. And the only thing that makes it even worse for them is the fact that their MAGA people seem to be fully on board. They've lost a little people around the edges with the Republicans, but we'll talk more about that with Mehdi Hasan, who is going to be joining us in just a moment. Journalist, founder, editor-in-chief of Zeteo.
The GOAT.
First, a word from our sponsor. Did you ever sign up for something and forget that you did? Well, you probably don't even remember. That's the whole nature of forgetting that you did. I certainly have, many, many times. My sister told me that she had gotten something called Rocket Money. And Rocket Money finds subscriptions that you have that you didn't realize you had that are pulling money from you every week. Not week, every month. And frankly, this is like a...
damn it.
I had this conversation with Kyle, who set up our system. This is like a business plan for people, I mean, for different companies. They get you to sign up for something, you forget that you have it years later, but Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions. It monitors your spending, helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. Thank Rocket Money for sponsoring today's episode. finding subscriptions that you had signed up for years ago, and I can't even quite figure out, like, half of the ones that I did, I don't even know what they exactly were. I did have like a couple of those.
Yeah, well, forget this guy.
What do you call it? Finder,
dancing over there.
People Smart. One that I had never used. We used to, we wanted to interview somebody or something like that, or find out who is sending us, mean emails. But hadn't used it in years. Saved ourselves a couple of bucks a month. It has automatic transaction categorization across your accounts to help you track your money and your spending, and build a budget, customizable categories and tags to reveal spending patterns and add context. So you realize, like, oh my gosh, I'm spending all this money on, let's say, gaming stuff, Matt. Let Rocket Money help you reach your financial goals faster. Go to rocketmoney.com/majority to join. That's rocketmoney.com/majority. rocketmoney.com/majority. Quick break. When we come back, Mehdi Hasan,
one shot.
Journalist, founder, editor-in-chief of Zeteo. We'll be right back. We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. Pleasure to welcome back to the program Mehdi Hasan, journalist,
Hello.
Founder, editor, and chief of Zeteo. Mehdi, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks so much. Too many titles. Apologies.
No worries.
Too many accomplishments.
Oh, you're so sweet.
The humble
on a
brag.
Friday.
I am
On a
smooth
Friday
and
afternoon.
charming.
So,
clever girl.
It's now, I guess we're heading into are we heading into the third week of this war or the second week of this war?
Heading into the third week, right?
It has been like we're starting to see the articles now where the administration didn't know about the Strait of Hormuz. I just.
There's no
This
way.
is,
There's no way.
I don't know how much you were, I just remember the Iraq War. The feeling was very different. 60% of the U.S. was supportive of it. We had, there was a so-called coalition of the willing. It was really, they were really more sort of like, not too willing, but they were there. This is the complete opposite. This war is already as unpopular as the Iraq War, I think, ever was.
Yes.
And
Yeah, well.
the administration doesn't.
Yeah, but
seem
like
to
80% of
have
MAGA still approves
any
it, though.
idea of what they were doing.
Yeah, I think it took about till 2010, 11, 12 to get these levels of unpopularity for the Iraq War, like several years into the occupation, the surge, the civil war. We had these before the war, and certainly in the 2 weeks since the war began. Tomorrow is 2 weeks. I think it's a complete opposite in some ways, but similar in others. It's opposite in the way you suggested, which is unpopular before and after. In every war of my lifetime, every American war of my lifetime, no matter what the public opposition is, once troops get committed to action, the American public gets behind the war. Not this time. The war fatigue is real. People are not getting behind this war. They're not buying the justifications for it. We at Zeteo did a joint poll with DropSite earlier this week, found that 52% of Americans think that Epstein was one of the reasons Trump went to war. They're not buying the distraction. And the American public was split on whether Donald Trump went to war for American interests or Israeli interests. So I think that's an interesting polling here, just so soon into this war. So it's different to Iraq in that sense. It's also different in the sense that at least, I'm going to have to go take a shower after this. George Bush and Dick Cheney went to the UN, went to Congress. Like, as much as I think they are war criminals, well, Cheney's dead, but George Bush should be at The Hague, not painting paintings. I have to recognize that they did send Colin Powell with his little vial try and get a UN Security Council resolution. They did go to Congress in October of 2002 and get Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton and other senators to vote for authorization of force. That is not what this administration does. This administration just pulled it out of their backside like the night before and just bombed on Saturday morning with no warning, no heads up, no debate, no discussion, no media rollout, no nothing. So it's very different in that way. But just one quick thing, the similarity, you mentioned the Straits of Hormuz. The similarity is the ignorance. Right, both administrations are led by people who have no clue what they're doing in the Middle East. On the eve of the invasion of Iraq, A group of Kurdish leaders went to see George Bush in the Oval Office. They came out and they told Peter Galbraith, the US diplomat at the time, they were stunned that weeks away from the invasion, George Bush did not know that Iraq was composed of Shias, Sunnis, and Kurds. Right? That was on the eve of the invasion, the ignorance at the highest level of government of Iraq's history and culture and demographic divide. This time round, you have people not knowing the difference between Khomeini and Khamenei. You have people being shocked that they attacked the Gulf countries, even though Iran has said for a decade, if you attack us, we're going to attack Gulf countries. And now this reporting that they had no idea that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz, their only piece of leverage. So the ignorance is the same 23 years apart.
And I will say that when Bush and Cheney went to the UN or went on TV, they at least made the effort to lie.
Yes.
Like honestly, like we just played a
They
clip
respected us enough to lie
To
to our
manufacture
faces.
consent.
Yeah, I mean, we just watched a clip of Netanyahu's top aide and then Stephen Miller, both talking about why attack Iran now. The best the aide could come up with was, they've been an imminent threat for 47 years. Like, may we all live with imminent threats that last that long.
Well, one defining feature of this administration, not just on Iran, but across the board, is their torturing of the English language, their complete emptying of terms and words that we all commonly understood until Donald Trump came back to office in January 2025. You know, we used to laugh at Bill Clinton saying, depends what the meaning of is. This administration's approach to every issue is just to redefine simple words.
Well, I mean, it's they are waging a war on reality, and it's quite out of the fascist playbook, because if nothing means anything, then they can get away with everything. And what strikes me about our conversation comparing this to Iraq is how, since that period, even then, you know, of course, the war machine is going burr. But how disconnected right now our foreign policy is from public opinion at all. Like when we're talking about democracy, and you have this with the Democratic Party too, with Chuck Schumer being in bed with the Israel lobby and the military-industrial complex, there is, I think, that one of the lessons from the Iraq War was, one, Trump says I can get away with anything, even though this is clearly criminal, because there was no prosecution of those war criminals. But two, this is our playground, and it doesn't really matter if we need to bring the American public in, because we're more responsive to the lobbies here. This is also a story of increased political corruption from 20 years ago.
100%. And Donald Trump has learned those lessons. Obviously, he ran on a platform of pretending to be anti-war. We should never forget that. These people who are claiming betrayal are right. He completely lied to his base about being the anti-war guy. He lied in 2016 when he claimed he'd been opposed to the Iraq war, Emma. Do you remember he said, I opposed Iraq? And then Andrew Kaczynski at K-File at CNN found the tape of Trump saying he supported the war before and after. So he obviously lied about his own anti-war credentials, which are non-existent. And yes, today, everything is on steroids. You mentioned corruption. Like, we don't even know the extent of the corruption involved in this decision to go to war. Trump is now loudly telling everyone, Jared Kushner told me to invade Iran. It's made that very clear. The question then becomes, why is that not a bigger story? The president's unelected son-in-law, who at least in the first term had a job in government, he has no job in government other than to fly around the world with Witkoff negotiating deals he has no business negotiating. Jared Kushner, who takes money from the Saudis, who invests in Israeli enterprises, who is close to multiple foreign oligarchs and dictators. He told you to invade Iran based on his failed negotiations with the Iranians. What's behind all that? We know with this administration, it's always follow the money.
Yeah, and it's also been clear, I think, when we talk about those negotiations, that whether it was the foreign minister of Oman, who I think now it was 2 weeks ago, essentially, was on television saying they didn't understand what the Iranians had offered. They had offered to not stockpile enriched uranium. In other words, the Iranians wanted control of their own power for commercial uses, but you cannot build a weapon without stockpiling.
No, Sam, are you trying to suggest that real estate developers from the US don't understand the details of nuclear enrichment programs and negotiations? That's an outrageous slur.
I almost think that, like, it was willful, even. But yeah, I mean, like, look.
Well, the funny thing about willful, Sam,
I would not send Witkoff to do that. But there's also, I can imagine a world where there is people of competence who do not have also just huge incentive to not listen to. Like, you know, Witkoff might have been the perfect guy to send if you were like, I don't want to make a deal.
Yes.
So go negotiate.
With Trump, you never know, though, right? Because it could be evil genius, send Witkoff and Kushner to be the people who wreck the deal and then go to war. Or it's Trump's the gullible vessel for the neoconservatives who says, okay, I'm going to send my best friend and my son-in-law to go do this deal, and they don't know what the hell they're doing. That's always, with this administration,
That's my vote.
I'm never quite sure. It depends what side of bed I roll out of, whether I want to ascribe evil genius or dumb incompetence to the Trump administration. Clearly, these two people are not qualified to do anything. Witkoff shouldn't have been meeting with Putin. Putin ran circles around him. The other day, he went on TV and said, if Putin says he's not helping the Iranians, I take Putin's word for it, which is the dumbest thing you could ever say as a U.S. official. And of course, Jared Kushner, he said on the record, Sam, during the Biden administration, when he was asked, if your father-in-law becomes president again, will you return to government? He said to reporters on the record, no, I will not be involved in the next administration. Oh, not involved? You've only been responsible for the biggest single crisis of this administration. And by the way, people keep saying, I just saw Jonathan Greenblatt on CNN saying, it's anti-Semitic to suggest Jewish people did this. Well, no one's suggesting Jewish people did this except Donald Trump, right? The only person I've said blamed the Jews for this war is Donald Trump. He said it's Witkoff and Kushner's fault. I've not blamed the Jews. You've not blamed the Jews. I blamed Israel. Israel is not the Jews. I'm definitely blaming the Israeli government for this war.
Let's play this clip because I found it offensive in about 3 or 4 different ways, and it's impressive. He's able to sort of
within the first seconds of this clip, he does that conflation. He catches himself and conflates Jews with Israel immediately.
And Greenblatt, you know, within the context of America, you'd be hard pressed to find an American in this country who has done more to conflate Judaism with Zionism. And this is, I believe, this segment was in response to a guy who drove his car into a temple in Michigan, was shot dead by the security guy.
Yeah, this is
the
what.
only thing we know
Oh my
about
God!
this
But
guy
this is what Netanyahu
is
and
that he had
the ADL
family,
want.
including children. I don't know if they were his or young cousins or what, killed by the Israelis in Lebanon in the past couple of days by bombing. Presumably, these children were not Hezbollah and were not, firing Katyushas at Israel. But here he is. I honestly don't know if there's an individual who's more responsible for the conflation of Judaism and Zionism than Jonathan Greenblatt.
We are seeing Jewish people, the Jewish state, blamed for the war in the Middle East. That is wrong.
He's like a fusion
Now, pause it for a
of
second.
Netanyahu and Stephen Miller.
Israel, both Marco Rubio and Mike Johnson, on day one of this war, said we went in. They said this like they were in perfect sync. That we attacked Iran because Israel was going to attack Iran, and we knew that Iran would strike back at us
So we
because
decided to hit
Israel
them.
attacked. So we preemptively attacked before Israel could, and then attack us.
They preemptively attacked, but they didn't preempt Iran. They preempted Israel.
Yeah.
And, exactly. And here's the thing. He says the Jewish state. Presumably he means Israel. The conflation of the Zionists and Jews, again, is why we don't know for sure what motivated this guy, and I am in obviously no way forgiving this. I am my son's bar mitzvah tomorrow. I certainly, hope that we are safe there. But it's this type of conflation that creates this, and if he says
Looks like you've really
Jews,
driven them into hiding.
as Netanyahu
And there
does,
is more work to be done.
makes
But
no distinction
my
between
advice, always be
Jews
honest with you.
around the world
tell them
and
anything
Zionists,
business.
then
That's what it was all about.
what answer are we giving to someone like that who
It's been frustrating, Sam. It's frustrated me for years because I've spent years telling people in the two communities, faith and political, that I'm part of. I'm on the left and I'm in the Muslim community. Those are two communities that are very critical of Israel, very critical of Zionism, as you know. I've spent years, I'm on the record, you can go look up my pieces, writing about anti-Semitism, writing about the evils of anti-Semitism, warning people on the pro-Palestine camp not to fall into the trap of anti-Semitism, right? But I've spent years telling people, make sure you do not mix up Jewish people with Israel. You do not mix up synagogues with Israel. You do not mix up Judaism with Zionism. I spent years, and people say to me in response, they're the ones doing it, right? And this is a problem. So you can hold two thoughts at the same time. I know it's very hard in the Twitter hot take days. These two thoughts are not mutually exclusive. Number one, there is absolutely no justification for attacking a synagogue in the US or anywhere else. All houses of worship should be protected from terrorist attacks, and no synagogue, no Jewish person in the United States should be blamed for what the Israeli military is doing in Lebanon or Iran. Let's just be very clear about that. That's one clear thought. The other clear thought is it is not helpful at a time like this for when people like me and others are saying, let's separate out Israel from the Jewish people, for Jonathan Greenblatt and other leaders of Jewish communal organizations saying, no, we're all the same. We're all
Because
Zionists.
it's
We
what
back
they
Israel. We
want.
put Israeli flags outside our buildings. We hold Israeli settlement drives inside our institutions. That is not helpful. Of course, that doesn't justify violence, but it's
But it might be
ridiculously muddying
helpful.
of the water. It's a ridiculous muddying of the water.
It is helpful for Zionists, though, if you.
But it gives them cover, right?
It gives them cover. I mean, but they have made like a deal with the devil to a degree here by continuously conflating Judaism with Zionism as a way to protect the national project of Israel and the expansion of it. And so they have put Jewish people on the front lines to protect that, and then you have, you know, television stations like this continuously amplifying it. He's making a choice to call it the Jewish state there and not the state of Israel.
So true.
And so,
and as I say, I've not seen anyone on the left or in the pro-Palestine movement blame Jews for what happened last week. I've seen them blame Israel. I've seen Chris Murphy, Brian Schatz, Jewish senator from Hawaii. I've seen them blame Israel. Ruben Gallego, very centrist Democrat, blame Israel. I've not seen anyone blame the Jews. As I say, the only person who has blamed Jews for this war is Donald Trump. He blamed Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner.
Let's just listen to the rest of this Greenblatt thing.
Do we have to?
Honestly, the worst.
The Jewish state blamed for the war in the Middle East. That is wrong. It is wrong to scapegoat. It is wrong to hold Jewish people accountable for something you don't like on the other side of the planet. And we really need leaders on all sides, in politics, running for office, podcasters, to stop with the conspiracies,
Hassan Piker.
to stop with the accusations, and then tell us, but we oppose anti-Semitism. You don't get to say you're opposed to hate if you're trafficking in hateful conspiracy theories. Everyone needs to dial down the rhetoric, to take a step back, and to start doing something to stop this epidemic.
Like Mehdi's going to lose it.
I'm going to lose it. I've heard the full clip. I've only heard some of it.
I don't know how many seconds one would have to search to find him conflating Jews in this country with what happens on the other side of the planet. I mean,
so let me have a go. This is a man who says we shouldn't be obsessed with what's happening on the other side of the world. Why then, when Donald Trump moved the embassy illegally from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, why was Greenblatt there doing selfies? Why did he travel to the other side of the world to take part in that event that was a defiance of international law? Why did he do that if it was on the other side of the world and nothing to do with American Jews?
Random person joining.
Why is it that if
Random
you look
person
at the
left.
ADL Twitter account and Jonathan Greenblatt's Twitter account,
Maybe.
there are very few tweets about the Miami text group from the Republican Party
I still
talking
can't
about
tell
the Holocaust and making
people are actually watching
anti-Jewish
this.
remarks. But there are
Obviously
lots
not,
of
'cause I don't
tweets
have any
about
chatters,
Iran and Palestine and Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. Why is
I'm
the
a
focus
noob.
of Greenblatt and ADL social media activities always about Israel and Iran, and so little about the anti-Semitic attacks from the right here in the US and anti-Semitic statements from Republican politicians? And by the way, the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which a lot of people on the left don't like, a lot of people in the Palestinian movement don't like, because it makes some of the criticisms of Israel, anti-Zionist criticisms, anti-Semitic. But even that definition, which Greenblatt likes, says you cannot conflate Jews with Israel. So he's defying his own definition of anti-Semitism live on CNN by conflating Jewish people with the Jewish state. And when he says conspiracy theory, I interviewed Ben Rhodes. We just put it out this morning, the former Deputy National Security Advisor under Obama. He made the point. Are we supposed to ignore our own eyes and ears? Benjamin Netanyahu is on TV saying, I yearned, I dreamed for this war for 40 years, and Donald Trump's the first president who let me do it. He's the first president who listened to me. So I'm supposed to ignore the prime minister of the Jewish state who is telling me, 40 years I wanted this war and I finally got it. And if I say that, that makes me a conspiracy theorist? These people have, again, lost all meaning for all words.
And in addition to the conflation, that kind of impulse to tell people to not believe their lying eyes and ears is also going to increase anti-Semitism.
Agreed.
because it underscores the trope, or the belief that you could say Zionists have control of many parts of our media, but we know that Zionism, you can be a Christian Zionist, you can be a Jewish Zionist. That when you have like CBS being taken over by the Ellisons and Barry Weiss and this heavy hand in their coverage, and you see that coming out of CNN. Like, it creates this fundamental lack of trust between the people that are consuming this kind of content and the people that are putting it out there.
People are not dumb.
Yeah.
People are not dumb. And by the way, we have an administration, an Israeli and American government. The only good things about Trump and Netanyahu versus Bush and Cheney's lies is they do say the quiet part out loud. So Peter Hegseth said this morning, David Ellison cannot take over CNN fast enough. Those are the words of the United States Defense Secretary at a press conference this morning, calling for a pro-administration billionaire to hurry up and take over a media channel so it can become state TV, right? So when you tell me later, oh, don't traffic in tropes about billionaire owned, well, they're the ones saying it. Hegseth is the one saying it, that I'm having my pro-Israeli billionaire friend buy a media network so that they can dictate the agenda. That is going to increase anti-Semitism, I'm sorry to say.
Let's see if he really said that. Or more fake news from CNN. Reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they do, hold the strait hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. It's a fundamentally unserious report. The sooner David Ellison takes over that network, the better.
Okay, there we go. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over that part, but that's amazing. But what we were talking about that report before the show, because clearly it's Scott Bessent and the energy secretary who were leaking, and they were pissed that they were shut out of these negotiations. It was the only national security team, so he's mad about that. But I want to take us back for a second to Monday, when you were supposed to go on CNN, and there was going to be this segment about Zohran Mamdani's wife's Instagram likes.
Biggest story in the world.
It's a slow news week, I know, and that segment got bumped because Trump went over on his speech. Okay, makes total sense. But he brought it back. Jake Tapper did on Tuesday, but didn't invite Sam back this time. Instead, he had Jonah Goldberg and Neera Tanden on.
No, Karen Finney. Karen Finney. It was Karen Finney.
Oh no! There's the separate segment that I'm talking. That was a different one, I think. But maybe
the Mamdani
I'm
segment
wrong?
was Jonah Goldberg and Karen.
I lost
Karen
my chat.
Finney, it wasn't your attendance. Sorry, but anyway, it could have been. But either way, two people that were really critical of Zohran Mamdani, and I just wonder, when you think that this Ellison takeover is potentially, pending, or it's coming around the corner, if there are certain anchors that are auditioning for top slots, because Tapper's been from 5, he's on 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern. I wonder if he wants to be on in prime time. Just curious.
They did try him out in prime time for a while, and then he went back to his show when they lost one of their anchors. Look, Jake's had his agenda for a long time. I've known Jake for a long time. He's not hidden his views. But yes, why is there not a balanced panel? Of course not. That was an insane panel. Jonah Goldberg was allowed to say insane shit without any pushback. He was able to say that Zohran Mamdani is an outright apologist Mahmoud Khalil is an outright apologist for terrorism. That's not true. You know how we know that's not true? Because the Trump administration never accused him of that either. The Trump administration couldn't find anything he said violent. They used this ridiculous 1952 law that Rubio used, which said that he's undermining our foreign policy by being anti-Semitic. They never actually charged him with any kind of terrorism links or terrorism offenses, which is very easy to do in the US, I should point out, for foreigners. So it's bullshit. The only person on that panel who supported terrorism is Jonah Goldberg, who supported the Iraq War and stuck by defending the Iraq War for many years afterwards. The only person who supported violence against civilians on that panel was Jonah Goldberg. So the irony of, and then by the way, the day before, Tapper had on Emily Schrader, who's like a former Israeli intelligence asset, and he said to her, what do the Iranian people think? What are they telling you? Which was an absurd segment there, even by U.S. cable standards.
She got a lot. She has a plethora of
she is the voice of Iran.
That they really
she
want
is
to be
the
bombed.
voice of Iran. Of course she's the voice of Iran. No, the whole thing is absurd. To do a panel on the mayor's wife's Instagram likes or the mayor's iftar
Crazy lady.
guests and ignore, Tommy Tuberville saying that the iftar is 9/11, or Andy Ogle saying Muslims shouldn't belong in America, or how about the group chat from Miami with the Republicans talking about black people and Jews in the most vile way? How about the fact that the entire youth wing of one of our two major political parties is basically Nazi now, and that gets no coverage from Jonathan Greenblatt or Jake Tapper and the rest?
We should add that if you wanted to
go down the what are wives doing on Instagram beat, they could have also covered Representative Dan Goldman's wife,
Who actually
while she was working on the campaign, incidentally, was retweeting Matt Walsh's stuff as to how black people are getting all sorts of benefits with a new Amber Alert in California. I mean, that stuff is.
And just on Rama Duaji, just very quickly for people watching who are not following this, the mayor's wife, you'll notice that the coverage is very vague. She tweeted hateful stuff, anti-Israel stuff. Well, what did she actually tweet? If you go and actually look, she tweeted stuff about
we
Israel.
We should say liked an Instagram, but
liked Instagram post. Even when you look at the ridiculous Free Press reporter, Olivia, whatever her name is, going through her likes, it's insane. Even Olivia admits much of them are to do with Israel. They have nothing to do with anti-Semitism or Judaism. And even the October 7th stuff is liking posts saying on the day of, when, by the way, on the day of, no one knew the extent of the violence and killing on the day of. A lot of people were happy to see people, quote unquote, break out of a prison camp. That doesn't mean that they supported killing or rape or murder. In fact, they can't find a single post endorsing killing or rape or murder from Rama Duaji. So that even the attack on her is such bullshit compared to, as you say, Dan Goldman's wife, who we can actually identify hateful posts that she liked.
100%. Let's talk a little bit about, you said you spoke with Ben Rhodes recently, and he's been pretty vocal about the Democratic response to this.
Yes.
I mean, from the very beginning, it's clear that this was going to be at the least, a very unpopular war, even if it had lasted like a number of days.
Yeah.
We have seen from Chuck Schumer in particular, but also Hakeem Jeffries, they have been, to the extent that they have any like decent positions on this, they've had to have been dragged. Like you can literally see the finger line marks in the ground that they've been dragged. They reportedly were attempting to undermine the War Powers resolution by Massey and Ro Khanna so that it wouldn't get a vote before the attack. They succeeded at that. They were very reluctant to vote for it. Hakeem Jeffries does not seem to have whipped that vote, because 4 Democrats defected.
Oh, he whipped it.
Voted,
he whipped those 4
with
against
Republicans to defeat that War Powers resolution. Schumer has been hinting for a while that he's open to funding the war, which now we realize is spending literally billions upon billions a week right now. And there seems to be, at the very least, a massive missed opportunity for Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and the rest of the Democratic Party to get out in front and say, this is a huge mistake, be unequivocal about it, because as a political matter, never mind all the reasons why you wouldn't want to start
it's hard
a
for
war
them to
there,
say
but
anything when they've got
matter,
Netanyahu's dick down their
it seems
throat.
like the most obvious thing to do.
Which, to be fair, and the conversation I had with Ben Rhodes and I had with others this week, and I just want to be clear, the Democratic Party leadership is what's screwed up here. A lot of Democrats do get it, right? You notice that the presidential candidates quickly switched on this. Gavin Newsom, who is a mainstream pro-Israel Democrat, came out very strongly against the war and came out very strongly calling out Israel's role and Netanyahu's role, because he knows, he's seen the numbers. He understands what's going on here. Just to be clear to your viewers, the poll we did on Wednesday that I mentioned earlier this week with Data for Progress and Dropside, the approval rating for this war with Democrats is 6%. 6% of Democrats approve of this war, an insanely small number compared to any previous conflict, even compared to Gaza. I think it's even smaller than the number of people who approve of what Israel's doing in Gaza. So 6%, they're seeing those numbers. You're seeing Ruben Gallego very strongly come out against this war and against Israel. Brian Schatz, I mentioned. Chris Murphy's been very critical. A lot of senators are coming up and just taking shots. Mark Warner, centrist, hawkish senator from Virginia, very critical of this war. It's Schumer and Jeffries, as ever, letting the side down. Just even when they do criticize it, it's so half-hearted. It's so not real. It's so process-driven. Why have you not explained to us or taken a vote? Ben made a good point. Ben Rhodes made a good point that when they did the nuclear deal, when Obama did the nuclear deal, he used to have to try and lobby Democrats in Congress to get behind it. And they would send statements to him saying, we're going to put out a statement in favor of the deal. And he would read the statement, and the first 3 to 4 paragraphs would just be condemnation of Iran and how much they hate Iran. And he would get to the bottom and he'd be like, is this in favor of the deal or what? this constant throat clearing from Democrats that you can't say anything unless you first say Iran's evil. Of course, we want to get rid of the Ayatollah. Of course, we want, and then but they didn't get a vote in Congress. Well, that dilutes your message. You just need to have a clearer message, which is this war is wrong. It's illegal. It's a distraction from Epstein. It's a disaster for U.S. national security. We shouldn't be giving Benjamin Netanyahu a blank check. That's all you have to say.
But
they can't
if
do
it's
it.
just the politics, that is exactly the right thing to do. But here's where I think we're at
It's
a
not-
critical point
it's not
because
just
we're
politics.
Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are both from New York City. Why is that the case? As they were talking about how Zoran Mamdani's victory should not be seen as a broader momentum shift in politics. Why are they the leaders of the Democrats in the House and the Senate? Because they're close to fundraising. So if we're talking about this as a strictly political matter, we're all right here. It would be obvious what the position would be. It would have been obvious for Kamala Harris to distance herself from Biden and the genocide and all of that. This is a major problem when we're at a point in this country where the special interests and dark money since Citizens United have exploded, and it's at a critical mass where they have so effectively neutered the opposition and made these politicians who don't really have political talents outside of fundraising, their careers are chained to the idea that they need to be big money fundraisers, and they don't have the ability to they don't have the dexterity because of the incentive structure that created them in the first place.
Oh wow.
And if anyone listens to you and Jonathan Greenblatt jumps in and says Emma Vigeland's being anti-Semitic by saying it's special interest, I would point them to the New York Times, which reported on how Schumer was not endorsing Mamdani because he was worried about pro-Israel donors. That was reporting from the Times, that famous anti-Semitic rag sheet that reported on Schumer's motivations. Although I would add, maybe with Jeffries, obviously Jeffries very much a creature of special interest. We saw him run to Silicon Valley after the election when Democrats were calling out the tech bosses. But Schumer really is a true believer. Let's not forget. I mean, Schumer was a rare Democrat who opposed the JCPOA. Right?
And then wanted no side deals. No taco Trump.
Oh yeah, he did the taco Trump video. He was pushing Trump from the right on Iran negotiations. If you go back further, he spoke, I think, at AIPAC. It was one of these conferences where he said, "Hey, you can't blame Palestinians because the Bible gave the land to us." Like, he's on record talking in messianic, scriptural, theological terms about this conflict. He has a long record as a hawk on Iraq and Iran, so he's a true believer. I think deep down he's happy that this war is happening. He's happy that it's going ahead,
100%.
and he has to go through the motions of saying, "Well, I oppose Trump."
I think this is a really important point. I think Hakeem Jeffries is clearly it's a question of donors, but Chuck Schumer has made it absolutely explicitly clear where he stands on this. I think he but for the constraints of his entire party being against this, he would be out there. He would be out there right now. He would be out there right now criticizing Trump from the right. Were it not, if the polling wasn't what it was, he would be out there criticizing Trump from the right, saying you botched this.
Where are the ground troops?
Harder.
Where
are the ground troops?
By the way, there are ground troops heading to the region. Very worrying.
Yes,
today
we mentioned that. And absolutely the case. And frankly, I think Chuck Schumer, by all accounts, the rumors are that he is planning not to run for re-election in 2028. And if that's the case, he is this is his, I think to a certain extent, what Netanyahu's doing is like he wants this to be his legacy.
Quickly, I know it's not relevant, but I need to get your takes because I'm not a New Yorker. But I got shouted at by Ross Barkan on Twitter the other day when I said this. But if he's not running, shouldn't Zoran run for the Senate in 28?
I think Zoran is too much of a good guy believer where he wants to truly see his entire first term through. I just think he's not going to. I think Gillibrand's seat in 2030 is something that could be discussed. But I also think Pat Ryan is angling for it.
Okay.
I think we really want to. I think the importance of this project in New York City to the broader movement can't be overstated.
That's a good point.
I mean, this is, to have being an executive and turning, fundamentally reorienting a New York City, I think is like the implications of doing that well are huge.
You're right.
Me too. But yeah, that's it would be helpful to have senators from a blue state who actually, a very safe blue state, actually represent.
Yeah, and you've got, and by the way, you've got John
Chuck
Ossoff.
Schumer is to the
You've got
right
John
of
Ossoff.
Republicans on this.
But you've got John Ossoff in a swing state being attacked by Jewish groups. He's Jewish himself, taking much stronger stances, not as strong as I would like, on Gaza or Iran than Schumer did. You've got Ruben Gallego, who kind of spent the last 2 years making himself very centrist, very border hawkish, come out very strongly in recent months against ICE and against Israel. Again, smart guy. He looks at the polling. He's got smart people around him like Rebecca Katz. He's seen the polling.
Yep, I agree. Well, Maddie, what else do we have to say about this week? I'm not sure what there is. I mean,
I think it's only going to get worse. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad tidings, but it's judging from Hegseth's press conference today, it's only going to get worse. We're led by people who are super thin-skinned, who treat everything like a video game, who aren't going to be able to stand. I don't know if you saw that clip where Hegseth says they're rats hiding underground, and then you've got Pezeshkian, the president of Iran, wandering around the streets of Tehran with no security, Zelensky style in Ukraine. That's going to bother the hell out of Trump and Hegseth. The danger is, and I kept telling this to people, I would have people tell me in 2024, and I'm sure they told you, that look, Trump's anti-war, and Bush and Cheney, look at Liz Cheney, these warmongers. And I will often point out, I don't want to defend Bush and Cheney. I don't want to defend the administration of Rumsfeld.
Too bad.
But whatever you think about Rumsfeld, Cheney, they were grown-ups. They were grown-up warmongers. We have childish warmongers, the kind of people who will nuke the place if they think they've been disrespected enough or they think they've been embarrassed enough. That is the worry I have. People like Peter Hegseth, Donald Trump, unstable people running this world.
Without a doubt. I mean, the only thing that the only saving grace I think is that Trump reacts to the stock market and to the economy. I mean, to a certain extent. And
if he knows about it, he's being told by his people that it's great. He's in a bubble.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I agree. I think it's just a question of like, if somebody from his New York swinging days gets through on the phone and says, you know, this is really bad, and I could see him trying to reverse. But the problem is, and I know you know this, is Iran is going to dictate the pace of this, and they are going to require the world economy to experience a significant amount of pain so that
it could reestablish deterrence. Yeah.
That's it. And
one more point on this, I just think it's when you bring up Hegseth and him calling them rats, I still think that it's not discussed enough how Pete Hegseth's career was centered around defending war criminals and saying that they shouldn't be charged for killing people in Iraq, and he has a Crusades tattoo. And I think, like, you know, there's been some reporting about the bombing of that girls' school and how if you had just used Google Maps, you would have known it was a girls' school, but they used 10-year-old
Had bright paint on the walls.
intel. But I would not put it past a guy like Hegseth to get off on it.
He said today, Emma, no quarter, no mercy, which of course is a war crime. It's a violation of international law to use that language. Same language that Tom Cotton famously used in his New York Times op-ed.
Yep. Yeah. On that note,
lock him up. On the war crimes note, let's wrap up.
Exactly. We will, of course, link to Zeteo.
Thank you so much.
Again, I've told you this before, but doing great work over there. It is amazing what you've been able to build now in what, like 2 or 3 years has it been?
No, second birthday is in April. We'll be inviting you guys. Look out for an invite to our second birthday.
That's honestly nuts because you've managed to create an institution that is so important in this time. Really appreciate it. I can't believe it's only been 2 years. That's amazing.
Thanks,
Maddie,
guys.
awesome.
Appreciate you.
Thanks
for leading
Maddie.
the way.
Yeah.
All right, folks.
This is way too wholesome for Sam.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable with that. Are we going to go into the fun half? I'm going to step out, folks, because I am in pre-bar mitzvah
family mode.
Family mode. Thank you for the well wishes. I saw some out of the corner of my eye on the IMs. We'll wait and see how Saul does before, we take any congratulations. He's becoming a man. He's becoming a man on Saturday and then back to 7th grade on Monday.
There you go.
So that's what happens. All right, what do you want to do? Do you want to go into the fun
Well,
half?
let's
Yeah,
Matt, what's happening?
Oh, I'll just
sign off.
Yeah, and then we'll go into the. I wasn't sure if you wanted to do a freebie Friday. I mean,
No, I don't think
giving
so.
those away too
You're,
much.
Yeah, you're going willy-nilly with it.
Join
but-
themajority.report.com, folks.
Yeah.
Cough it up.
JoinTheMajorityReport.com is where you can go to become a member of the show. When you do, you not only get the free show free of commercials, but you also get the fun half. You get to I Am today, Emma, and you help the show survive and thrive. JoinTheMajorityReport.com. Also, Just Coffee, JustCoffee.coop, fair trade coffee, hot chocolate. Use the coupon code Majority, get 10% off. Matt, what's happening in the Matt Lekian Media universe?
New Jacobin Show time today at 3 o'clock Eastern time, so in 2 hours. New Jacobin Show. I got Kurt and Jose Luis talking about Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico doing a bunch of loan forgiveness, and I mean really taking action in a way that's very impressive. Also, Idil Olam, the refusnik, our Israeli comrade, calls in from Tel Aviv to talk about being anti-war, refusing to serve in the IDF, and what his perception of Israeli politics as the opposition is supporting Netanyahu's war and how he thinks that's going to age over the course of this year. So yeah, I'm really happy about the interview. Ito's great, and check that out at 3 o'clock Eastern time.
Folks, see you in the fun half.
Very, very, very disturbing news coming out of Israel yesterday. It's just really graphic and really a miscarriage of justice. Pop this up. Dropsite News is reporting the following. IDF drops indictment against soldiers videotaped sexually abusing Palestinian detainee at Sde Taiman. Israel's
Makes sense why
military
Epstein fit in with
advocate
that group.
General Itay Ophir canceled the indictment against 5 IDF soldiers, citing evidentiary and procedural problems, according to the Jerusalem Post. The soldiers were accused of sexually assaulting a Palestinian detainee at the Sde Taiman military detention facility, including sodomizing him with a sharp object. Medical reports found the detainee suffered fractured ribs, chest trauma, and a perforated rectum that required surgery. The Israeli soldiers claimed they were acting in self-defense. Prosecutors said the case was complicated after video of the abuse was leaked by the former military advocate who later resigned, and after the detainee was released back to Gaza before testifying. Defense Minister Israel Katz welcomed the decision, calling the case a blood libel against IDF soldiers.
Oh
He
my
added
God.
that, quote, the role of the IDF's legal system is to protect and safeguard IDF soldiers who engage heroically in war. So, Pumps, here's what this is. There's a video of this happening, and these IDF soldiers have their shields up to cover what's going on, but they're basically gang raping this Palestinian detainee on tape. And there appears to be something in the culture over there, much like in the culture here in the United States, where people connected to power or helping bad people achieve power are able to do these things like Trump, like Epstein, like all the people in the files with impunity. And this is just incredibly, incredibly disturbing. And then next up, I want to show you this and then get your feedback. The AP broke the story, and Shael bin Ephraim says the assault at Sde Taiman was caught on camera. They had witness testimony. It was a slam dunk case. Guards I talked to inside Sde Taiman said this case was just the tip of the iceberg, and now they are dropping the charges, of course. Pumps.
Well, it's stunning. It is not surprising based on the pictures that we've seen, alleged organ harvesting, shooting children and innocent civilians in the head and the chest. So that this doesn't surprise me. And sadly, the first
disgusting.
thing I thought of was how the United States does the exact same thing. And Pete Hegseth has closed down within the Defense Department a civilian protection department that would have investigated misbehavior. And of course, there are good service members in every institution, but there are bad apples in every institution, and they should face accountability. And I see this just like I see in the United States. It's corruption, it's conspiracy to cover corruption. And I am just hard pressed to believe that self-defense would cause the injury to the rectum of these people. I mean, it's just stunning. And sadly, I don't think it's isolated.
I don't either. And as the poster said that linked the Associated Press, said that this was just the tip of the iceberg. And I think the problem is once you start dehumanizing people and, like you said, targeting civilians in Gaza, it breaks something. There's just an ensuing moral collapse. And to the listener, if you hear little snorts in the background, those are my French bulldogs that are engaged in a extreme case of the zoomies right now. So those are not little pigs. Those are my dogs. You might see them run by on the screen. But let me get back to this. I think that this moral collapse has happened in Israel, and this moral collapse is happening in the United States. And when Pete Hegseth talks about we don't have a DEI army and we're not going to battle based on woke principles, what he's saying is we want to commit war crimes. And there's a through line between what's happening in the moral collapse in the United States of America and what's happening in Israel. And remember, Bibi and Trump and other presidents before Trump, whether they be Democrats or Republicans, like to get on the moral high ground and sanctimoniously lecture the world that we are the beacon of democracy, that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. They're the only civilized people in the Middle East, and everybody must support them. But their IDF soldiers are anally raping people in custody. And this is what Bibi, their prime minister, has to say about this. Pop this up. Benjamin Netanyahu says the IDF soldiers involved in the now dropped Sde Taiman detention camp rape case are, quote, heroic warriors. The incident was partially caught on video, which included soldiers using shields to prevent others from seeing what was happening. So the rot in this starts at the top and it goes down. And I remember when I really opened up my eyes to what was going on with Israel and the war crimes. You would see people in Bibi's cabinet say really dehumanizing, monstrous things about Palestinians. And I'd be like, oh my God. And then you would see other posters say, well, that's not the prime minister. They would dismiss it. But I think that when you see that people start morally collapsing, it becomes contagious. And there's a contagion to bigotry, and there's a contagion to hate. And sadly for all of us watching this right now, we're all watching this contagion and living through this, where you have these sanctimonious governments that claim to be for equal rights, that claim to be for justice, that claim to be for liberty and transparency. We're letting rapists off the hook in Israel. We're letting rapists off the hook in the United States of America. Our president cankles deep in the middle of a child rape ring. And what's really bad about this is you see a huge rise in anti-Semitism right now. None of these things that Israel is doing, having AIPAC buy off politicians, committing a genocide, letting off rapists, are going to keep Jews safe worldwide. At the same time, you see a lot of hard right supporters of Israel brazenly using Islamophobia. And you see that they're all melting down, that Zoran Mamdani's wife, her belly button's barely showing at her, she's serving dinner for like the, when they break fast for Ramadan. And they had one of those protesters from Colombia at their house who was the Trump regime kidnapped and kept. And then And it's his right, it's his First Amendment right to protest Israel's actions. And we don't live in a democracy, and Israelis don't live in a democracy, if we don't get to criticize the Israeli government and we don't get to criticize the American government. And so when people are pitching you this idea that, oh, we're the freedom fighters and we're all about freedom, but then they tell you what you can and cannot oppose or support, you're being gaslit. And these are just really horrific crimes. History is not going to be kind to any of this. History is not going to be kind to the genocide. History is not going to be kind to the actions of the Israelis letting these rapists off the hook. I saw some video too where the rapists were on Israeli TV and everybody was receiving them as like heroes. Incredibly disturbing stuff. Well, here is the defense minister of Israel. He's weighing in on all of this. Pop this up, Kylie. So he says, this is that Israel Katz guy. He says, justice has been done. I welcome the decision of the chief military prosecutor, Major General Itai Ophir, to close the Sadeh time and cases against the IDF soldiers and to cancel the indictment against them, blah, blah. He says he's convinced that the decision will lead to a new path. Prem Thakur Wazateo says the defense minister of Israel says it was, quote, blood libel to go after Israeli soldiers caught on camera raping a Palestinian. And then the head of Zateo, Mehdi Hassan, weighs in with the following. No one has done more damage to the struggle against anti-Semitism, done more to undermine important terms like anti-Semitism and blood libel for partisan political purposes than members of the Israeli government and their cynical supporters abroad. I agree with this wholeheartedly. And listener, there has to be a world where, as critical thinkers, as free thinkers, we can say, we support Jewish people. We want them to be safe. We oppose all forms of bigotry, anti-Semitism, black racism, Islamophobia, homophobia, transphobia, and on. But we oppose the war crimes of these governments that lie, commit genocide, and let rapers off the hook. And in the United States, we funded the genocide and we let child rapists off the hook. We're not on the good side here. And we have to be able to say that while we still have the First Amendment.
Well, I think what you're seeing in the United States and in Israel is there's no accountability, none. Nobody is held accountable for their actions. The consequences be damned. And it just breeds. I mean, look at Donald Trump. He was, compared to Trump 1.0, he was a choir boy. You look at Watergate, Nixon was held accountable. Trump is stealing blind the federal government, letting off pedophiles, is probably committing crimes against children himself. He's an adjudicated rapist. And here's the thing. Nobody seems to care. There's no accountability. And I fear it will get worse before it gets better because, like you said, it breeds this kind of shit. It emboldens people's worst impulses.
It really does. It's so disturbing. And so as all of this is unfolding and you see Israel behaving like they're 10 foot tall and bulletproof, this is a very flagrant act. This rape was highly reported. This is a very flagrant act to display these rapists that anally raped somebody so bad that he had to go have surgery, corrective surgery, because the rape was that violent. To advertise that they're letting him off the hook is what authoritarian and fascist regimes do. It is what all survivors of the Holocaust would just cringe knowing that these things were happening. This is how it all starts, regardless of what you're associated with and the flagrancy in which they're operating. And when we link that, basically Trump has admitted, he said, we're not at war, we are at war. We're both not at war and we're at war. But he did it for Israel. He's taking American people, American taxpayer money. He's stealing from America to go make Benjamin Netanyahu, who called rapists, heroic warriors. So America, your taxpayer money is being stolen from you because it didn't go through Congress, and it's being given to a prime minister who for 40 years has wanted to bomb Iran, but no American president was quite that stupid. And they're giving it to a man who calls rapists heroic warriors. And your representatives didn't get a vote on this. And so now we're in this war with Iran, greatly miscalculated. The stories from the White House are, we did it for Bibi. Oh, he was going to attack Israel if we didn't. Oh, the United States was under threat, blah, blah. Well, Caroline Leavitt comes out today and says, there was a ABC News report that you probably saw a couple days ago where the FBI is warning about these false flag operations in California, that Iran wants to retaliate for Americans' attacks by launching offensive drones against the West Coast. Caroline Leavitt chimes in here and says, to be clear, no such threat from Iran to our homeland exists, and it never did. Sam Stein comes in and reiterates, to be clear, no such threat from Iran to our homeland exists, and it never did. So my question for everybody is, think about this. It seems like a lot of people that are either directly involved in horrific sex crimes or don't have a problem with horrific sex crimes are fascists, in the case of Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump. These are hard right governments that want to lecture the world on democracy, which is a fucking joke that either one of these countries believe in any of those tenets. And they're bombing Iran, and they're way over their skis. Global oil markets are in a free fall. Donald Trump is running around to Kentucky gaslighting these poor rubes down there that inflation is completely under control and wages are incredibly high right now. It's utter insanity. But the thing is that we have to remember is we all forever have to be shocked at rape. We just have to be. It doesn't matter who the person was that was raped. These soldiers, as a group, gang raped Palestinian soldiers that they had in their custody, and
if they were soldiers,
raped him so hard it required surgery. Like, that can never be okay. There is never a permission structure that makes that okay. And time again, the country of Israel makes it okay that they shoot kids in the heart and in the head. Other reporting of shooting kids in the genitals. Doctors came back from being in Gaza back to the UK and said they'd never seen anything like it. Shooting kids in the genitals, bombing schools, bombing hospitals. And what are they doing in Iran? Bombing schools, bombing hospitals. This is a feature of the IDF. It is a feature, not a fluke accident. The dehumanization is a cultural problem that's enveloping components of Israel beyond the government and the United States of America, and it's very, very troubling. All right, that's all we have. Like, subscribe, comment, and we'll be back later with more news.
All right, guys, here to talk about the current Armageddon that we're witnessing is Vosh. Thanks for joining me, man.
My pleasure. How you doing? Armageddon aside.
I'm doing good. I'm doing fine. But I feel like the line between personal and real world is becoming like less and less as time has gone by. Like, I feel like I almost can't compartmentalize as much as I used to be able to because the shit is getting too real. You know what I'm saying?
No, I know what you mean. I sprained my ankle recently, and I really felt the plight of the Iranian people. I'm right along there with them.
So, the first thing I wanted to bring up to you is, from my perspective, what we're witnessing right now it genuinely seems like a worst case scenario almost across the board to me. We have like a totally rogue fascist Trump regime that had, honestly, they've totally lost their minds. I mean, Trump is surrounded by sycophants who, like, you know, feed his worst impulses day in and day out. We have a Democratic leadership in Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries who, like, clearly are not prepared for the moment. They don't actually oppose what's happening here, and so they do the soft, like, process criticism on the war and other things. And so I wanted you to talk me off the ledge a little bit, because when I look at this, I see Armageddon, basically.
No, yeah, it's pretty worst case scenario. I'm very sorry. I don't know if I can do what you want me to do here. I guess I'm very happy that this happened before the United States decided to pick a conflict with a nuclear nation. Like, I'm happy that that we're kind of like running up against the wall with Iran, a country that, like, realistically, and I'm not saying this in a chauvinist way, we shouldn't be struggling here. We have navigated Middle Eastern diplomacy. We've used hard and soft power for decades. You know, we've fought Israel's wars. We've done evil in the region. The fact that we're stumbling here tells me that we could have potentially come across, you know, much worse outcomes if we had done this, if we had applied this strategy in I don't know, Taiwan or with Russia, for example. I guess I'm glad Iran's the one to show us straight, and I'm wishing them luck in teaching us what happens when you touch the hot stove, you know?
Yeah, I read earlier today that the U.S. government didn't even think that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz.
They didn't think it was on the table. Yeah.
So when I look at that, I mean, I know that the Trump regime are idiots. That's a fact to me. But I mean, maybe in my naive mind, I still thought there's going to be some people at like the Pentagon, or some people who are generals, or some people at like the CIA or something who are like, hey, you know what? You're out over your skis here a little bit. But apparently, no. Apparently, well, maybe they did warn him, but he was just like, fuck it, I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah, I think we've lived under rule by expertise for so long that I think we've forgotten for most of human history there was basically no correlation between power and competence. A king or a pharaoh or an aristocrat could just be some water-brained inbred fuck who sent people to die for literally no reason. And we've, you know, over the past couple hundred years, I think for the most part, the average president has probably been smarter than the average water-brained aristocrat. But I think we're past those times. The only reason leaders have to be smart is because the consequence of their incompetence is their own death or exile or something similar. And we have insulated the American brass from the consequences of their incompetence for so long. Ford pardoning Nixon, Trump being given legal immunity by the Supreme Court. There's no longer any like Darwinistic reason for them to engage in like that defensive behavior, for them to consider what they're doing, for them to check themselves. So yeah, no, we're just getting like the maximally retarded outcome in every juncture.
So we have like here's what I'm forecasting, and I don't really think I'm out on a limb here, but I see market crash, I see inflation going up, unemployment going up, gas prices skyrocketing, being abandoned by our allies because we gave them the middle finger in like 40 different ways. And when I look at that, my rational brain says, these actually are like revolutionary conditions. The only reason why I hesitate to like make that prediction is because we have so many tricks to do escapism in this country, where oftentimes it feels like people can go off in their own little bubbles, and you know, you have fucking Netflix and you have video games and you have 1,000 different ways to sort of distract you, and we also still have a relatively high standard of living, all things considered. But do you see the same thing that I see, that like in a world that made sense, these almost would be revolutionary conditions, where there would be hundreds of thousands of people in the streets basically demanding that Trump no longer be president?
Yeah, I think the thing that's stopping us here is that so few people have a vision of what comes next. Even the progressive Democrats, even the people we look to like AOC and Bernie, mostly spend their time prescribing policy solutions, right? It is a fact that our healthcare system is broken. They propose a better way of arranging the money, of arranging the incentives. But there are very few people out there proposing a fundamental reorientation of the way we govern. You know, in the French Revolution, we had the Enlightenment thinkers, the upper middle class. In the Revolutionary War, you know, all the founding fathers were ginned up on Enlightenment thinking. You had people who were willing to make an argument against what we were experiencing. But now, I don't know. I mean, you've got Twitter commies, I guess. But outside of that, can people really imagine the alternative? This is why I think the Democrats is a greater long-term threat. They don't do damage as much as the Republicans, right? And just like a one-on-one, you know, comparison between how much harm they do, the Republicans win out. But I think it's the Democrats' responsibility to look at what the Republicans are doing and to say, this is so bad that in order to preserve the Republic, we need to offer people the belief, the hope that
'Cause he
we
said
can
the
recover,
R
that there
word.
is an
Oh my
alternative to
God.
this. We don't need to
Grow
spend the
up.
rest of our lives every 4 years fighting with
Flagged
just
for
a
hate speech.
collection of subhuman retards over whether or not it should be legal to rape people.
He said it again.
Or whether or not climate change exists. Like, this isn't a fight we need to have. And I think, unfortunately, the Democrats have done a very bad job pitching that alternative. You know, they need to
Grow up.
gin people up with something. I don't think they're going to deliver, right? Or I don't think that they're capable of fully committing to that. But even in their own self-interest, you'd think they'd give it a shot. You'd think they'd give somebody something to work with.
Yeah, so my question for you is, how many Democrats do you think are there in the proper place? Because from where I'm sitting, I feel like when we launched Justice Democrats and it was in Trump's first term, we kind of missed our window. We missed, like, when the revolt would actually happen, where the Democratic base no longer
Whatever.
trusts Democratic leaders and you have these, like,
Going to
outsider
bed.
Democrats sort of rise up.
Going to
And
bed.
I see that window